everybody, and welcome back into the $200,000 SMITE Summer Masters Grand Finals taking place. It'll be the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons, and all of that is brought to us by our good friends over at Alienware. Make sure that you are going over to SMITEGame.com/Alienware and use code AWSMITE09 to see the great gear that our players are playing on, not just in the studio, but today over at their own home. The Aurora Ryzen 10 desktops, the 240Hz gaming monitors, all that and more can be yours if you go check out Alienware on @Alienware at Twitter and Instagram, and AlienwareArena.com. Thank you so much to Alienware for coming back to Season 9 of the SMITE Pro League once more for us. I'm J-Mac Tucker. I've got Gormizer joining me on the desk as we jump into the Grand Finals, the moment that everybody has been waiting for, the #1 Camelot Kings, the #3 Jade Dragons facing off for one final bout in Phase 2.
I'm impressed you're able to keep it as the gravitas. You ever get roped into a bit because Trelly's not here?
No, you're the one who gets roped into
that's
the bit.
me right now. This is, look, he's shark skin. He's, what's it called?
Land Shark Sobek.
It's
our mascot.
And Trelly had a matching outfit, but he's not here. And so now I'm in a shark head. And so I'm going to use this platform to tell you about how sharks are not infesting waters. They're people-infested waters.
That's their territory.
Sharks live there. There's something.
Save the sharks.
I'm in a shark mask, man. I don't... Hey.
You are in a shark mask on a Sunday afternoon casting the grand finals of SMITE, desking for it out.
Yeah, you ever look back on the last 5 years of your life and wonder how you get somewhere?
I do that all the time. I'm wondering, because 5 years ago I was crawling through attics doing electrical work, and now I'm here on a desk casting SMITE.
Actually, 5 years ago I was getting hired to do this, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Like I knew what I was getting into.
Our schedule
I've watched
for the day.
IRS for a long time. I knew that this was coming one day.
Our schedule for the day, if you missed the first half of it, the Oni Warriors were the team that came out on top to take the third place match over the Tartarus Titans 2-1. And now it all comes down to this. 2 weeks of play, 25 games of SMITE this weekend, 20 sets of SMITE last week. I'm not even going to try to do the math on how many games got played then. Have all culminated down to now one grand finals match between the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons. The Kings, with a 2-1 over the Leviathans, a 3-2 over the Titans, have made it to be your #1 seed coming in. Jade Dragons, 3rd seed coming into the entire event, are now your #2 in the finals after a 2-1 over Hex Mambo and a 3-1 over the Oni Warriors, which should make this a very interesting and a very fun match to watch, and definitely one that you're not going to want to miss at any given point throughout here. Gore, I'm expecting nothing less than a 4-game set. I imagine we go the full distance today.
Yeah, I could very well see it. I mean, the Kings went there yesterday already with the Titans, and this is a team, I think, in the Kings that are very good at adaptation, so best of fives are like a really good place for them to thrive. I also think it's going to be fun to watch. The Dragons are a team that have been able to find, again, a lot of punchbacks. They've been on a very solid win streak since they picked up Screammmmm. But they haven't faced this Kings roster, right? So,
right.
The last time you watched it, if you go back and you look at the Phase 2 stats and things like that, the Kings dropped 2 sets, but they had played the Dragons prior to most of these changes. So the question is really going to be, what do they do up against this like new form that is coming out for the Dragons?
Yeah, the Camelot Kings, again, the #1 seed throughout the phase, only dropped 2 sets total throughout the entirety of Phase 2, once to the Leviathans, once to the Scarabs. But aside from that, the Kings have been looking pristine in their gameplay. BigManTingz, for a majority of the season, having to play on ping himself, not really being able to be in that same environment with the rest of his team, has still been making top-notch plays despite that fact, so that hasn't slowed them down. Genetics expanding his god pool, which I didn't even think was possible, considering this time last year we were watching teams ban 6-7 gods away from him, and he's still making strides throughout. I mean, this Camelot Kings team has done nothing but step up, not just since Season 8, but also the entirety of Season 9 as well.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see him. Again, the big talk around the town for this team is less about whether or not they can find wins, right? Because obviously they can. They were 11-2 throughout all of the phase, or maybe was it 12-2? I can't even remember. Numbers is hard. Either way, they did incredibly well. They only dropped 2 sets in Phase 2. And so the discussion around this team is, are you still just, as Layers put it on Twitter not too long ago, the Kings of the regular season? Are you actually the Kings? Can you come in and win a crown? Can you come in and win a tournament here? And if you win, Phase 2 Masters, there's also that other half of the conversation of, did you peak too soon? Are you going to be able to do it? I think that for these guys, being able to prove to themselves that they are more than just a regular season team, showcase that it can happen, at a tournament time and the finals, is a huge deal. And if they get second, I don't think it's the end of the world, but I think coming into this, they've got a lot of pressure on them, kind of self-imposed, but also maybe a little external, to try and prove that they are more than what we've seen. A lot of these guys, you look at Variety, you look at Twig, have made it to Worlds Finals in the past. A lot of the time they fall a little flat. And so it is that big question of, can you keep up this performance that we have been seeing and be the team that people have come to expect of you, the reason you're the #1 seed? Or are the Dragons, going to play upset just with the way things have been going? I think that the Kings have a very flexible draft, right? Variety is a huge portion of this. And in this squad, if Variety gets off to a really good run, the team's going to get off to a good run. Twig, sometimes will be 1-0-15 or sometimes be 8-0. But I think as a player, it is incredibly important for this team. Can be a carry or can be the facilitator. Some games and most games does both. And then, of course, when you look at the left-hand side of the map, Genetics is maybe one of the best mechanical supports in the league. I think that they've got a really good chance to punch their way through this, not only getting the extra prize money, but solidifying themselves as the top of the league.
And I think it's important to highlight for a lot of these teams in the SPL, especially a team like the Camelot Kings, like the Jade Dragons that we'll talk about in a moment, that it's not just one player on this team anymore. When we look back at the old Only Warriors, is, okay, did Nika have a pop-off game? Cool. The Only Warriors are probably going to at least have a good game there. When we talked about the Camelot Kings in the past, okay, is CaptainTwig having a good game? Yes or no? No. Okay, it might be a little shaky. This is a star-studded roster of players where any single one can have a pop-off game. Genetics can have insane support play and hold things out. Netrioid can go 12-0 if he needs to. Solo the enemy hunter 1,000 times if need be. It's so difficult to play against a team like this. But if there's another team that can do similar levels of that, it's this newly formed Jade Dragons team. They brought Screammmmm onto the roster, went 10-0 throughout the last week of SPL and then the first week of Masters. And the first game that they dropped was against Hex Mambo. Now, that was a long-winded game. Then they were able to take the 2-0 immediately after that, going through there. Dropped one game to the Oni Warriors and a 3-1. So of the lifetime that we have had and the data that we've been able to collect with this Jade Dragons team, it really feels like we are witnessing kind of that same light of Phase 1 Jade Dragons, where when we talk about the Dragons every single year, it's, okay, what are they going to do beyond Phase 1? Because they're the Phase 1 powerhouses. They're the ones who are winning out the regular season. They dominate that first playoffs, and then they kind of trickle out. We don't really see much more. They made a roster change at the beginning of the year, picking up the rookie Pegon, who has been phenomenal, by the way. One of the best rookie performances we've probably ever seen in the SPL, just in general. And then now bringing Screammmmm over to this roster really feels like a breath of fresh air for this team.
Yeah, honestly, I think that everything they've done, if you're looking at a team with a lot of success in the past, and like you said, what can they do to continue pushing themselves forward? Do they still have have weaknesses? Absolutely. But are those weaknesses a little more limited now that they've picked up Screammmmm? I think as well. That's a yes, right? I think, as you said, Pegon, was a pickup. Last year, they had Twig in mid, and it doesn't necessarily feel bad. Or sorry, Herwin in mid, and the Twig year prior. And both of those, don't necessarily feel bad, but you could definitely tell where there were issues, right? Hurry's play style didn't quite click with them the way they wanted to. Twig, when he was playing in mid with them, still played aggressive, but played almost pseudo jungle as opposed to a true mid that maybe we were used to seeing out of them the year prior. Or if you're looking at Twig, years ago in his career when he used to do that. So I think Pegon slotted in to fit not only their style of play, but exactly what they've needed and has meshed really well. And I think that Screammmmm was then the level up, right, in communication in the jungle. Again, Sam has been a phenomenal player, but PBM, PandaCat won a Worlds with this guy. They know how Screammmmm works, and they can see the synergy between him and with fineokay. All of that kind of blending together. It's nothing short of calling it, at this point, I would say, a super team, and it's a way of its own, even though Pegon's a rookie. I think that they've really put themselves back up on a pedestal. But the question is is this still the honeymoon period? Can the Kings end that honeymoon period? And then, of course, looking towards the future beyond this, it'll be the question of this team in Phase 3 and towards Worlds.
Yeah, Phase 3 definitely is kind of where that important part is sure, you're getting all these wins now at the end of Phase 2. You're finding these wins in Masters. If the Jade Dragons can find a win here, it would be a great boost for them to move into Phase 3. For the Camelot Kings, who went down in the last Masters, definitely want to be able to try and bring that title home to themselves. As we jump into picks and bans for game number 1 between the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons. Kings in that first pick slot. We've been seeing a lot of, I'm not going to say favoritism, but if we go by yesterday's accounts, 8 of the 9 games played, first pick was the winning side on that one there. So it seems that there is a lot of emphasis, not just on getting this first pick, but it even feels like the 2 immediate picks after are so important for this first spot. But the Jade Dragons, they're going to start out their bans, at least with the Ratatoskr, Camelot Kings, with Discordia and Nemesis. So already spreading some of those bans allocated throughout the map.
And I'm excited to see where they end up, because Pele has also been a very big pickup for the Dragons. Maybe not as much lately, but it's something that was banned against them quite a bit. Looking at yesterday's set, there was a lot of focus on like Discordia still, Eset. I'm surprised to see the Artemis. Maybe not so much, because this to me smells like immediately this is a Cupid first pick, and they want to get something that PandaCat. Too many P's on this team. PandaCat, PolarBearMike, Pegon, too much going on for him. No, this is a pick from PandaCat that has been performing incredibly well into the Cupid, and I think it was the way he got the Quadra on the other day as well, if I'm remembering correctly. Even if I'm not, he got a Quadra the other day, and that's all that really matters out of that segment. Either way, I think this Artemis is a very, very powerful pick. And so getting that against them when I assume this is going to be a Cupid lock-in is going to make things, I think, a little easier for the Kings.
Well, along with that Artemis, it's a Chiron and a Khepri from the Jade Dragons to now round out the top phase of the bans. And what will that coveted first pick be for the Kings?
I forgot about Eset.
Not the Lancelot, not the Cupid. It's the Eset that we saw banned out just about every single game in our first set today. Has been in that top 6 bans just about every single game of this event, and if she hasn't been banned, has been snap locked immediately after. But the 2 picks that we were thinking could have gone over to the Kings will now instead go over to the Jade Dragons, Cupid and Lancelot to the Chaos Side team.
Which is just a shy away from what they were doing for their top 2. Like, almost every game, it feels like it was some like Khepri or something first pick for whatever team, and then the Dragons had second pick, and they just go, cool, King Arthur, Cupid, we're good. And, still technically have that kind of option. They could go for the Chulainn if the King Arthur gets taken away. Variety is also very potent at that pick, but fineokay has just kind of been showcasing it, I think, in a way that other teams haven't been able to match. And it's going to be fun to watch, but Lancelot, especially because he has that flexibility, it could be a Scream pick, could be a fineokay pick, and you won't know until you see another. If they want this to go into the jungle, then it's something that they could kind of shimmy into and maybe grab a solo pickup for fineokay, or they could let some bans come out and let them figure it out. But like Scream specifically has been known and has seen a couple of pickups this early on in the past, right? Pele, it's not uncommon to see in their top 2 in their second pick. And so it could just be a PandaCat Scream combo grab for the beginning.
One thing to note is that Dodgy is still up for both these teams,
Yeah.
something that was banned away in every one of our games in the prior set. So an opportunity maybe for the Kings or for Scream to pick that one up if they want to go towards it. But I'm wondering maybe what some of the counter option is there, because with Chiron banned away, that's an easy cleanse option. It's also just a good ban against the Camelot Kings in general. I don't necessarily see, unless this Eset is going over to support and then BigManTingz plays the hell for some reason. Don't see any reason why the Kings would go for that pick there. So for now, kind of echoing some of the problems that we saw in Game 3 of our last set, Ymir into Cupid Lancelot is not a fun time for the Jade Dragons.
No, especially considering how many walls that I think that Genetics has hit like consistently over the last couple of, let's call it years. Like, realistically, he has just been one of the, again, most mechanical support players, period. But then you throw him onto something like this Ymir, and I think it enables him even more so. Merlin, we saw in that exact same matchup that you're referencing. And yeah, technically Flicker gets you over the wall, but like Flicker's short distance, and if you use it prior to that wall, it's very easy to maybe try and lock it down. So I think this is something, it's very interesting to see that the drafts are coming out this way, considering what we just saw in the last game of the 3rd, 4th place match. And if Mercury gets locked in alongside it, I guess with the Lancelot there, I probably wouldn't, but like that'd be It'd be very interesting. I guess it'd be the Kings that locked in something like a Mercury, which honestly, it wouldn't be terrible for Twig, even though we haven't necessarily seen it too much outside of Cuvo.
Could still see the Lancelot maybe go over to fineokay over in the soul lane
Yeah,
if the Dragons do want to grab that Mercury. But as far as the first or the second wave of bans go through, Hunbat's the first one taken out by the Jade Dragons. It's going to throw some pressure against the jungle side, at least for the Camelot Kings. Remember, Dragons can have the first pick coming out of these bans. Yemoja thrown up on the opposite side. And there's the Taji. I was thinking maybe the Jade Dragons would want to grab that one for themselves because Eset, no CC immunity. Ymir would have to use his ult to get out of it. King Arthur, only if he's got that max charge ultimate available to himself to get away. But the Camelot Kings will not be able to pick that one up because the Jade Dragons ban it away, so neither will them be able to grab that. So now, I was wondering where the focus would be for their second ban. It will be another support ban out there. Cabrakan, who didn't make it through the first wave of bans in our first set, has now made his way to be the last ban for the Kings.
And honestly, the Hunbats, specifically the Dachi ban, because like you said, that seems like one that would be easy to throw to the Dragons or to pick up right here. That made me think that, yes, this was in fact a Lancelot going into the jungle, right? That Scream already had his pick and they weren't worried about it. And like you said, something they maybe could have shimmied, but I think they were expecting that. And I think they are comfortable playing it into the Ymir. Otherwise, things would be a little more awkward for them. And now they get to draft, like like we see with the Merlin, with the Chulainn, and then presumably whatever Mike gets, which he's gone to the Baron Samedi a few times over the last couple of days.
As I rout your
I think that there's some interesting options for the Dragons. I don't know if I endorse the Baron, because again, the walls hurt him badly, but then if you can get things like the Shell, maybe it balances it out.
Freya not out of the ordinary from what we've seen in the last few weeks. The one that sticks out to me, Gormizer, is got to be this Nike pick. This guy has not been seen much at all the entirety of this season. I mean, Season 8 was one of the hottest picks to grab up. You can grab it for the jungle, grab it for the solo lane more often, block away some of those shots from the hunters. But with the rise of things like Curse Donk, of the new Sunders that's been popping up a lot more often, the nerfs that came to Nike, we just haven't seen her hardly at all. I mean, what has sparked the King's mind to pick this one up and throw it into the jungle for CaptainTwig?
I mean, already it's something that can chase down pretty well, like good dive, right? Good survivability, big slow that you can apply to some of these people, so even if they get past the wall, it's not going to look too great for them. I think it's got a lot of zoning, right? I see Nike, I see King Arthur, I see Ymir, and I think objectives are going to have, you're going to struggle to get in to any of them. And then you've got an Eset for a circle of protection, so the Kings are going to be able to play a very objective-based game and not necessarily struggle too much against the Dragons because of it. And that being said, it does come, with some downsides, right? Like we've seen a lot of answers to the Nike, typically in the Sunder, but that means that, in this instance, I think, that you see typically Shell onto support, the thing I just said, Sunder, there it is, onto a support. I think all of those then would determine, technically, what Mike is going to get. And so it either means that the Dragons have to figure out new ways to deal with it. Merlin Burn's still pretty good. Or they're going to have to struggle against this. Dave and I were talking about it, I think, yesterday on the desk, how, there's been a lot of old footage watching for us to find some plays for these players and things like that. And one of the things that really came up for me was watching old plays by Twig on Nike in the jungle, 1-0-16, right? I mean, just jumping into the backline, disrupting them, ulting, and maybe he's not getting the kills, but people on his team are able to get them and close that gap. So I think that this is something that is going to play maybe more into that facilitator half instead of the carry half. But again, it has, I think, the capabilities to do both.
Now, a god that we haven't seen, again, another group that hasn't been seen very much of, and especially in this given role, Cerberus locked in as a final pick. When we talk to the solo laners, they're saying, this god's like bottom tier, like nobody's playing this god. No reason to ever pick the Cerberus. Support role, we have even less data on him because this has more traditionally been kind of that solo lane pick here. So for the Jade Dragons, having a Cerberus Cupid lane sounds like it has a lot of kill pressure potentially out there. But how does the Cerberus kind of translate from that laning phase and then start getting towards the team fight phase?
Well, I actually really like him in the team fight, right? When you're looking at like ult specific, Cerberus is a great team fight ultimate, right? It's the same reason, one of the reasons that he's really good in solo is just being able to grab everybody, pick them up, throw them in. Burn beads is the alternative for that one. Then you've got a stun, like you said, in lane phase and admittedly in late game, that while it can do a lot of damage and is very nice, single target most of the time, and even if you are able to hit it, it's very narrow, so it's very difficult to try and connect on that. You also have anti-heal built into the kit. It's a very interesting dynamic. I like seeing it in support, but we'll see how Mike handles it.
We'll have to see how these two team compositions play out themselves. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals between the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons starts right now.
It is time for the Grand Finals. The Camelot Kings and the Dragons will meet the two teams that I think everyone probably had slated towards a finals run. Each of them had a different journey to get here, but the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons do end up meeting in one best-of-5 here in the Grand Finals to separate first from second. Now, a run that both teams should be happy with, but of course you want to be the one lifting the extra pile of cash, I guess. It's not a hammer just yet. It's an extra mountain of money for the Camelot Kings or the Jade Dragons. Right, to toss on black in Variety's case out in Vegas. And Gore, I appreciate you sprinting over with me. You take off the shark mask, and now you join me for what should be a great best-of-5 Grand Finals.
I don't think I ever want to wear a shark mask again.
You did not seem thrilled.
Well, and you know,
you're like a cat or an unwilling dog in a Halloween costume.
Well,
that's what
the way
like.
I described it when we put it on, I looked at J-Mac and I said, there's nothing that should ever go on a human's head that should be made of this material.
I think there's a non-zero portion of the human population that disagrees with you, Gore.
Yes, no, and you are 100% correct. And I respectfully disagree with them as well. They can do their own thing.
You know, we're not yucking yums here on
That's
chat.
2022.
That's right.
We don't do that.
We're talking about the Kings and the Dragons, though, Gore. And really, in what feels like now, the Dragons and the Kings really both have diversified their win conditions. It feels like over the course of the last year or so. But if you look at traditional Dragon Smite and traditional King Smite, feels like two different mindsets.
Yeah, the antithesis of each other.
That's right.
The Dragons want to jump in there. They want to fight. They want to go. And sometimes they will play it slow, but slow for them is like, oh, we're going to win at 25 instead of 20. It's not that big of a pace changer. And, you know, we've seen it in the last couple of days where, maybe they'll wait for the first few minutes and not get super hyperactive. But then they still, like, mid-game start to pick up that pace, whereas the Kings, we meme the EUSCC. I think the King can fall under this category as well. Sometimes if they could just load into an 18-minute, 20-minute game, they'd kind of be happy with that.
Wonder if the Kings, we set it up a bit on the desk about objective mindset, team comps, things like that. Of course, you got a Merlin on one side. Freya can get there at some point in the game. So pacing is going to raise my eyebrows throughout the course of this game. But so often we talk about setting pace, and it ends up being a jungle conversation, Gore. And we have to talk about Twig on this Nike. That is unreal. Yeah. And what a unique pick here for the Camelot Kings. And, of course, then an option of build path for CaptainTwig, because we've seen full-on damage, what do we call it, the tactical nuke style of build. I'm jumping in, I'm ulting, and you're getting one shot, or a bit more bruisery or full tank. Options for CaptainTwig here. Facilitator, damage dealer. I think the Jade Dragons probably wondering as well.
And, I mentioned it there on the desk, but, Twig, I've seen this pick go 1-0 and 16, within the last few days, just because of what it's able to do. Again, jump into the back, massive team slow, and then the presence of just being a nuisance, right? It doesn't matter necessarily if you get the kill. You're just going to control, I think, a lot of the dynamic that's going on in team fights and really set your team up for success just because they are too distracted looking at you. The problem that it comes into in this one is, maybe Twig can get aggressive, much like this, right? And invades, but I'm talking kills and kill potential, things like that towards the late. You almost need it because Tings can get a lot of kills, can do some decent damage, but Eset hasn't necessarily been the carry for a team. And otherwise you're falling back onto just Netrioid, and when the Kings have been kind of in this style of 4 protect 1 and only Net is getting the massive amounts of damage and kills out there, it has fallen flat, right? Even if Variety and the rest of the team have the best game in the world, it just doesn't quite click all the way, because then if you dive deep enough and just kill off Netrioid, there's their damage, right? So I think we need this Nike to maybe either be a hybrid or be a huge impact player for setup in order to make sure that things don't fall flat for the Kings.
Well, early payoff for CaptainTwig in stealing away the speed buff. We didn't get the visual payoff watching Scream round the corner to a speed buff going missing. He split a couple of the back camps on the right side of the jungle. But I assure you, the icon made its way to the speed buff on the minimap, and Sat there for a second and then backed, but now Scream in the mid lane. Pairs with Pegon for some damage on the Twig. So obviously, you know, it's always going to be weird mentally seeing a Nike's health bar go down that quickly. You just think Nike, you think tankiness. But I don't know if Twig, we'll see if he feels like he has the opportunity to build tank, if he needs to supply a bit more damage.
Well, that's the thing that's going to be weird for throughout this game, right? I'm assuming this is going to be something like a Jotun's, right? Something cooldown, not only your leap, but a lot of your damaging abilities coming up first and early. And so being able to pick something like that up, there's not a lot of healing, but still some healing. So even like a Brawler's wouldn't be that bad. Anything from this tree, from the Mace tree, will feel fine. But, you know, Jotun's kind of stands out to me. Gives you more shields, more things like that throughout the game. It also brings up the interesting conversation, and I had tried to touch this on desk, but really here I think it has to be looked at because there's an Ankh for Mike, fully upgraded already as well.
Yeah.
Normally this is where it'd say, well, if the walls from genetics are going to be an absolute problem for some people, probably want a shell that's getting Phantom upgraded, right, all the way. If I see a Nike, typically that means you want a Sunder to deal with the shield and things like that. And so I'm curious how the Dragons will approach this problem, because it feels like there's a lot of threats to tackle and not enough relics to really do it and to feel like you're getting everything you want.
Now it feels like as well, and I mean not only the Ankh stands out to me, but Heart Ward for Mike. Feels like the options have been Thieves or Mail of Renewal, and that's all the supports have gone for recently in their first couple item slots. Suppose when you're in a lane going up against magical damage of genetics and magical damage from Netrioid, and potentially going to be roaming towards mid, and all of the physical damage is right side centric, and Mike may not be facing them all that often. Heart Ward should get some good value here for PolarBearMike as he makes his way out of lane. We haven't really talked about the Cerberus much either, so Nike, unique pick in the jungle for CaptainTwig. Cerberus for Mike. Gore, I couldn't tell you the last time we've seen a Cerberus solo lane, support, or otherwise. Of course, you got great initiation, good jump in, Stygian Torment, fantastic at starting off these team fights, great for beads burning. And Mike is storied on this style of pick.
Yes, and I think it was last year that we saw a lot of like solo Cerberus that was getting picked up, but sometime last year, where it became a bigger deal. But there were still certain teams, I think Aurora and specifically Mike, were the ones that would just pick it and throw it into the duo lane anyway. fineokay could play it, and at the time, Benji, we knew could play it. It was just whether or not they wanted it there, or if they wanted it in duo. And again, when it comes down to like team fight potential, what does he still bring? Well, he's got a stun, he's got anti-heal, he's got decent damage, but really just good team fight ultimate and capabilities to separate, you know, the engagements away from, you know, the carries. Consider it the peel, right? That is necessary. That plus a Chulainn, to me, gives a lot of disruption in the back, and with only 2 pairs of beads right now on the side of the Kings, I see a big knock-up from fineokay if he can get it onto the carries, followed up by a huge ult from Mike, or vice versa. Someone is getting a huge splash out there for their team, and that's pretty easy follow-up. I mean, especially if the Cerberus ult goes off, because you drop them right in front of Pegon and PandaCat, and whew, they're dead. I don't care who it is on that team. They're going to die. I mean, maybe if it's Twig, you've got to leap away, but that's about it for anybody's safety.
Mike, frozen out by genetics and a stun from BigManTingz. Will just go a bit wide there. So the support's now starting to get to that roaming phase of the game. And I'm glad you bring up Pegon a bit on this Merlin, because I think back to the semifinal set that the Jade Dragons just had and how impressed I was with Pegon's Merlin plays throughout that game. Think about the flickers in front of Nika on King Arthur and blocking out that ultimate. Pegon has shown throughout the year, yes, but also during this tournament, a maturity that I think the Jade Dragons have really been able to bring out of him, where even if he's a rookie to the SPL, he's playing some really good Smite. Twig won't commit his ultimate towards fineokay, and so he'll jump out. But I do look towards mid here. Not only BigManTingz has been one of the most consistent mid laner score, but the star rookie for the Jade Dragons, both with important roles for their teams.
Yeah, and you know, Tingz has been just one of the most immense players, I think, well, honestly, career-wise, just in general, in mid. But I think even this year, right, we've seen a lot of bizarre picks that come out of mid for him. Yeah. Same thing can be said for Pegon, although very different styles of bizarre. Pegon will play your assassins, pull those out like it's nothing. Tingz going to be playing things like, you know, the Eset maybe not that far-fetched nowadays, but the Kukulkan, things like that. And I really expect that this is going to be big because Circle of Protection, but specifically that, the Spirit Ball, are going to be massive.
Early rotation out of duo lane from the Hunters. Valkyrie's Discretion out from Netrioid. PandaCat hovering over towards the left. The Cupid has made his way out of duo lane as well, but looks like it's just some poking and prodding from the Camelot Kings. Not looking for a full initiation just yet. If you're looking for any type of advantage, I guess you could say Valkyrie's Discretion down from Netrioid for a little bit of time, but it's not that. PandaCat hung out in the duo lane, got to build up any farm. Bit of a nothing trade in mid.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that that's going to be something that we see a little bit of. The Dragons, while they might not be able to disengage from like walls incredibly well, can still kind of choose not to fight in a lot of circumstances. I think the Cerberus does a really good job there of just kind of being Cerberus. It's tanky. It's going to live. I think that the Kings are going to play in a very specific, if we can like guarantee a kill, they're going to go in. In that case, you know, you've got Variety kind of leading the way, knowing that you're not going to die, knowing that it's not an overextension or anything like that. And so you can play it easy, play it safe. But it also means that we're in my mind, a world where, you know, very similar to some of the Kings games of the past week, except for maybe yesterday's set, where it's, you know, 15, 16 minutes before they even see a first blood because they're not looking for the kills. They're looking for these big objective-minded plays. And I think they've got a good team to do that, right? I mean, you've got great zoners in Twig and Variety. Genetics can throw up a wall to block people off as well, so that immediately gives you a nice little area that is just safety from the Dragons. But then Tings with Circle of Protection, and then the burn damage that you're going to have from Netrioid. Admittedly, still going to take some items to get online, but something that they'll be able to pick up and start putting pressure onto Pyromancers, onto Gold Furies, and then maybe eventually a Fire Giant if they can get that lead.
I'm glad you bring up Genetics and his walls because there's some matchup on the Jade Dragons that, of course, should concern you.
Yeah.
With the walls, you know, Scream, you look at Lancelot and the smacks into a wall we saw in our third, fourth place set earlier on that Neilma was really making work. So Scream's got that to deal with. PandaCat as well on this Cupid with just the dash through, unless things like Phantom Shells and all that get upgraded later on. Now Scream does have Blink, so that's something to consider as well. You never want to burn it to get around a Ymir wall, but might have to. So CaptainTwig drops his ultimate and the slow, therefore onto Scream. Scream will gallop away with an ultimate of his own. Already you see a decent amount of damage from CaptainTwig onto Scream.
Yeah, I really like the way that they're able to kind of showcase what this Nike can do already. Wind Crusher, first item, and immediately that to me feels like someone who's, and rightly so, as we just saw, does a lot of good damage. And then it's looking like the Erendite second, so I'm looking at someone who's going to jump in, they're going to ult, they're going to chase you down, and they're going to deal a lot of damage in the process from all of these abilities. And so from specifically Twig, you really are leaning into, like you said, kind of that quote-unquote tactical nuke style of Nike, of I'm going to go into the back line, and I'm going to get something done. And, you know, very similar to Scream, both of these players will go deep in order to get kills. You know, Twig, I had mentioned it the other day on the desk, but recently overtook Aurora for the highest deaths total across SPL history. And it's because, guess what he likes to do? He gets in there. It's similar to Scream style, where sometimes you'll get a one-for-one trade, but as long as you can make it feel worthwhile, he'll go for it.
Also a testament to how long Twig has played Smite.
Yes, a long time.
That's the over his career versus like per season argument that we could have. I am curious, maybe on a per season basis.
Yeah, you know, I'd have to look at it. I do know
that Tings has got to use his beads because Mike had a Stygian Torment, but now Circle Protection, slow stun, all of it on the PolarBearMike. But enough magical defense from Mike to keep him on the map.
Twig, though, and kind of carrying on that conversation, not only it has been around for ages, right? He's been to every...
So
old. He's just so old. No, he is the only player that has been to every single World Championship and launch tournament, right? Like, it's one of those things that there's an argument for people out there who are Twig haters to say, oh, well, he's never won, so what's the point? And then there's the argument I make, which is, goddamn, you had to be a great player to do that, right? Yep. I mean, that amount of consistency has been phenomenal from him. And so that's the kind of person he is. Also, it's worth mentioning that just because Aurora joined seasons later, and so there's like a whole couple of seasons there that Twig doesn't have, and it's only like 50 deaths separating the two. I have to give him the out.
Right. Yeah, but now you've buried Aurora, Gore.
That's fine. No, he was proud of it for a while.
That happens. That's what the support players fall prey to things like that. pretty often. Greater Scorpion. Looks like confirmed by the Jade Dragons, so a nice little sneaky steal there from the Dragons around the Greater Scorpion. And in a pacing of game like this, those types of steals make all the difference because, look, nothing has happened. Less than nothing has happened, and it's nearly a 2,000 gold lead for the Jade Dragons. Now, the Camelot Kings, the type of team we always talk about, well, you know, a 0-0 game at 15 minutes, you expect the Kings to be a couple thousand gold ahead. And sure, that's true, but I think the Kings also really good at these types of games. You're a bit of gold behind, and you make the proper calls around the first Pyro of the game, around the first Gold Fury of the game, and that becomes the first big differentiator. And so the Dragons with a nice little lead, but the Kings, I think, feeling confident enough where some of their ramping is. Look, you're getting BigManTingz itemization online, Netrioids as well. So don't count your chickens until the Pyromancer hatches, I guess, but Jade Dragons right on time, and they'll get the first big neutral objective.
Well, Mike might be in a bit of trouble. That's a good wall leap. Gets him out of there, but they're going for the chase.
That's a nice stun from Variety, and Mike will send Twig back, but Twig sends Mike to the dirt. It's first blood to the Camelot Kings, and CaptainTwig on the Nike. That's the price you pay as Mike and the Jade Dragons step up, but a bit of a roundabout gank now maybe from Variety. Beads off of Pegon and Tier 1 tower under threat.
fineokay's in an awkward spot. You know, he's going to be able to get out of that, but you're going to lose the tower here, and that's what the Kings bring, right? Again, is it, you know, support for Pyromancer? It's going to still be worthwhile for the Dragons, although with the First Blood bounty, it definitely makes it a lot closer than it would have been otherwise. But losing the Tier 1, that shifts things back over. Now Genetics might get caught out. The Dragons are looking for blood.
Oh, Fields of Love feels real bad to walk through if you're Genetics, and that's an important answer back from the Jade Dragons. Because you get Pyro, and then you give up a Tier 1 and a kill onto your support in exchange. So he's being able to get that back. Yeah, now you got about 15 seconds without Genetics on the map. The tug of war continues. And how about that Merlin shred here? 15 minutes in, 3 items strong is Pegon. That plus PandaCat equals Gold Fury to the Jade Dragons, and a rebuilt lead after losing a tower and Mike.
I think we just get to see some really, really good rotations from him, right? First Blood goes on to Twig, and that feels good. But like I said earlier, you're killing off the support. You get the Gold Fury. I was going to make a joke about the old Leviathan's lead, right, with 5,000 gold down going into a teamfight phase. That's typically some of the strengths we can see from the Kings. But the Dragons are really good at doing steamroll styles of play, and getting little wins like this might be a big win. Oof. That leap doesn't come up for Twig. fineokay almost gets a kill. And again, moments like that really start to enable the Dragons, right? And there's not much to do on the map anymore. And you lost, I would argue, your highest priority Tier 1, which is that Tier 1 in mid. But you still get both of the neutral big jungle bosses outside of a Fire Giant. You've set yourselves up for some success. Your team fight showcases that it can be pretty decent, although that was definitely a little more on the back foot. Good wall from Genetics. I think that what we're looking at here from the Dragons is probably going to be enter the slow phase one more time, right? Not looking for crazy kills. But then grouping up around probably the next Pyromancer to pick things up.
Scream will take a bit of pressure from Variety, but likely fine. That's fineokay. Still here hanging out. 1 level ahead of Variety, but tanky enough as the King Arthur at this point in the game. Similar builds out of the solo lane. Both have Glad Shield, both Genji's Guard, but then you flip a couple of those early items. Sovereignty for Variety, and then Pestilence for fineokay.
Yeah.
And so magical defense has been prioritized here from the Jade Dragons for good reason. I mean, when you have Netrioid late game chainsaw magic shred, then BigManTingz big bursty magic shred, both of the carries magical. Jade Dragons have to prioritize that, and then Pestilence for some good anti-heal. Cursed Ankh from PolarBearMike. Seems like the Dragons are covering their bases.
And that's going to help deal, admittedly, a little bit with Netrioid, right? The passive, as well as what we've seen, presumably a little bit of some Bancross a little bit later.
Mail of Renewal.
Mail of Renewal, yeah, there you go.
It's a green,
it's a green shield. But then, you know, realistically, I see these and I think, okay, they're going to fight through Circle of Protection. Like, they're expecting it to get dropped in the middle of a team fight and be used not only for healing but for damage, and they're going to just chase you down through it anyway. And I like that call. I mean, look, you've got CCR already built up here for Mike. You're trying to get aggressive. fineokay's trying to stay alive. This is a team that is trying to run down the 2 carries, get past Twig, get past Variety, get past Genetics, and get something done for them. And very similar to what we saw in the 3rd, 4th place match, until there's going to be a lot of maybe penetration built online, maybe a late game Ob Shard for the Freya, Netrioid's going to be great against carries, and that's about it.
Scream would love to gank Variety, but that's a good knockback from Variety in the tier 1 tower. Acting as the second teammate for Variety, but now Mike, stunned to hell and back, will finally get his controls up in time to jump out. But the Camelot Kings send a lot towards Mike. Mike will live through it. Had to use that Phantom Shell, and that's worth mentioning too. All of the relic options picked up here for the Jade Dragons, and it's Phantom Shell for Mike. So you won't have that Sunder for CaptainTwig shielding.
Yeah, ults for relics. The ults are going to come back faster, so you have to think it feels worthwhile. Scream might still be able to get out of here, but look at this rotation. I mean, it's a heavy investment from the Kings. Variety might be able to find something, but there's a lot of dragons nearby too.
It was a big rotation from the Kings, but then a bigger rotation around the outside from the Jade Dragons. Variety, I swear, has been half HP for the last 5 minutes or so. Just hasn't been able to sustain up.
Ah, the life of a solo laner.
The life of a solo laner, that's right.
He won't go any lower, but he won't get any higher.
That's right where he wants him. You gotta be careful because Scream's got some good damage online. A little penetration with that Soul Eater as well, but that means you're squishy, and Variety calls him on it. PolarBearMike throws down the Stygian Torment, and Variety will backpedal away. fineokay desperately looking for the knockup, but he won't find it. All of the slows onto fineokay have prevented his escape until now. And it looks like just the one on the Scream from the Kings.
You know what? I said it a second ago. Netrioid's like damage, if he's dumping it into someone like fineokay, as you saw, it's not going to be as much as it is on a squishy. Luckily for him, Scream was served up on a silver platter. I mean, that was insane amounts of damage in the blink of an eye. And look, yeah, he's technically third on the list. It's like half of what we've seen out of fineokay. But take away the solo lane kind of bonuses that you get from just beating on each other for 5 minutes, 20 minutes at this point, then you're looking at your top damage. And I wouldn't be surprised if it continues on that route. Again, still want to see some later penetration. Maybe you can pick it up now if you really, truly want to. But I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, the lifesteal comes first, getting a Bancross, probably into like a nimble Bancross for the attack speed, into even more power, and the lifesteal keeps you alive, keeps it synergized with your build and with your passive. And then maybe sprinkle an Obsidian Shard in there towards the end. It might forego a single ring, but sometimes it's worth it.
How about this from the Kings? They have picked up the Fire Giant. Despite being down about 4,000 gold, the Jade Dragons can now call the Kings on their aggressive positioning. Scream has been whooped by Netrioid, but Netrioid has lost half of his HP. fineokay is simply doing as he pleases. Some shielding, yes, but is it enough? Valkyrie's discretion sends Netrioid to the skies, and fineokay hungry for a bit more. Might have to leave this fight empty-handed because now the damage has rolled back. And Mike, done playing with his food, grabs the kill on a Netrioid.
So this is where I talk about penetration again, but I just did that, so I don't know what to go into. I mean, fineokay just doesn't care about the damage, man. He just walks at Netrioid. And this is the downside.
I mean,
what is it that the Kings are going to be able to do here, right? Where do you go with this? When you've got that much magical protection on the other side, you know, the one major carry for your team is already hitting, you know, less difficulty, less hard than you would like, right? And so it's not as strong as maybe you would like for the Kings, which means you have to fall back to the physical carry. Okay, so Twig, what's he going to be able to do here? Well, he has to leap in, and you're going up against PandaCat. He's got Chins, Odibo, the Executioner, so Scream's going to do more damage. It doesn't really feel like a good option. The minute Netrioid is off the table, I love the way the Dragons play that. It opens up the opportunity for you to just control the map, because for a lot of the Kings, and I mentioned this in the first couple of minutes, if Netrioid's gone, most of their ability to take the fight to you disappears with them.
Gore, we talked, and I think the similar conversation, that segues back into a lot of what we were talking about with Twig and his build path. I wonder if he even has the option to build any type of tank, right? I mean, he is the only, I mean, you have Variety who's going to be doing a lot of damage on this King Arthur, so I guess you could get two Bruisery-style physical damage dealers. But once fineokay finishes off his build here, it's nearly finished, we're going to see a lot more of that as this game goes on. Yes, Netrioid will scale. He should get some penetration, but itemization has probably felt pretty simple for fineokay. Give me something physical defense to just stay alive in the laning phase, a little sustain. Now magical protections, Bulwark of Hope to extend out these fights. So I think Netrioid's got some build considerations. CaptainTwig does as well, because there is a defensive item coming for CaptainTwig. The Jade Dragons, remember, have plenty of gold to play with here. I thought it was an aggressive pull on the Fire Giant from the Kings, but Jade Dragons, whenever There's a circle of protection up on the other side. Have to be careful about just pulling the objective in the face of the Kings.
You've got burned because of Merlin, but they've got secure. And we saw how wrong that could go in the opposite direction, right? Yesterday it was Pegon on the Eset able to make that big steal for them in game number 1 versus the Warriors. So recognizing where your strengths are going to be, recognizing that if you start burning this, you know, Pegon's going to have to be the one that's very cognizant of how much damage he's throwing out, what ability cooldowns are being used for it. Because not only are those big AoE shredders for people like Variety or Genetics, it does end up helping out, kind of zoning people like Twig from jumping in, stopping that blink, and give you a lot of potential. Otherwise, you just burn the Fire Giant too quick, and Tingz walks up and goes, pop, takes it away from you. And then you just feel bad.
Yeah, it never feels great, especially when you're in the lead in the same way the Jade Dragons are. Wall circumvented by Scream, and the initiation into the backline just simply too good from the Jade Dragons. Netrioid Valkyrie's discretion won't get the kill on the PandaCat as the Cupid dashes away, and it's devastating for the Camelot Kings. Nothing has gone right here, and the Jade Dragons find their opening. They take their opening and should get the Fire Giant, the first of these finals.
And this is where those Cupid hearts come in handy so much. I mean, PandaCat, look, he's not by any means healthy, but he is a lot healthier than he was a second ago. With Pegon with this much health and mana, Scream and Mike playing zone here, this should be a very free Fire Giant, and it opens up a lot of conversation for him.
You got good damage from BigManTingz, but Genetics can't get in range. No steal attempt from the Kings, and the Jade Dragons continue to squeeze every ounce of value out of this map, because think early on, we are 6 kills into the game at 26 minutes. This is not a high kill game. No. This is a game where the Jade Dragons have out-kinged the Kings. They have played the map too effectively. They have taken all objectives but one Pyromancer. I believe the Kings were able to get. Now they're gonna go back and get it for themselves as well. You gotta convert now this gold chunk into real on-map advantage, though. I think a go back and a reset, probably a smart call from the Dragons. And Gore, you got nearly all of this Fire Giant buff to knock down 2 tier 2 towers.
Yeah, that is gonna be pretty easily done, right? The Phoenix defense does get a little more complicated, but we'll get to that one in a second, because what we saw in this fight was a lot of I don't even want to say like there was no errors on the Kings, although a late wall from Genetics maybe could qualify as that. I think that's just good play by the Dragons. A good immediate initiation from Scream when they weren't expecting it, kind of getting the cripple field locked down onto a few players for the Kings, and then getting fineokay back there with him. Netrioid gets separated because they don't have a lot of distance, right? I mean, you look at Eset, you look at the Freya, and outside of Valkyrie's discretion, there's not a whole ton that's survivable there. Maybe some stuns and silences that get you out of your Eset, but not the best, right? You're not relying on that too much, and your movement speed won't get you out. So I think that's just a good engage. Again, they focus down the Freya first. Still no pin online, so Netrioid only has certain targets that he's going to deal the damage to.
Wow.
And otherwise, I like that they're going to play this aggressively. I actually love even more that the Kings are doing it equally.
Well, in a win or a loss, the Camelot Kings are always objective-minded, and that's a team that's telling you we're not going to defend this Tier 2 anyway. We'll get one of our own. And a Tier 2 picked up by the Camelot Kings as well as the Jade Dragons. We talk so often about win conditions. If the Jade Dragons drop the ball and there's a sudden potential game-ending type of moment, now the Camelot Kings just have one less thing to deal with. They have an open avenue on the right side of the map, and it's taking a small moment to get an advantage where otherwise there wouldn't have been. So now the Jade Dragons, as 5, walk towards the left side Phoenix of the Camelot Kings.
This is where the difference between EFG and regular FG come through. Also, timing-wise, Banish there maybe could have led into some like really hard CC lockdown onto Mike. Instead, he gets to walk away. But you don't get to make that play on the Tier 2 if you're the Kings. If this is an EFG for the Dragons, they burn the Tier 2 and the Phoenix in the time that you're able to get back. And so they do it with the right amount of time. They expose a win condition for him in the Phoenix. And, you know, a fight right here does not maybe win them the game, but it does start things off well.
Twig on the front line, but the Nike just so squishy. And look at fineokay. I mean, this has been an onslaught of damage from Netrioid. And he's just down to half HP. Netrioid doesn't have beads and doesn't have a chance to live in the Fields of Love from PandaCat. Will usher the Jade Dragons in. From minute 1 to minute 28, the Dragons have been in control of Game 1. And they will end Game 1 and take a 1-0 lead in these best-of-5 finals.
Look, it starts out very slow pace, but it's that question of can the Kings make this work where you know, your Nike's the main source of physical damage, where this Freya, who is pretty much the only one who's going to be a reliable carry, can you make that work against the Dragon style? And it turns out the answer, well, now that we see, is no.
Yep.
But a lot of that is just good focus from the Dragons, right? Even in that last fight, there's a great example of it. Scream goes off to the side, and by the time Twig is in and ults, half health. That shield comes up, has to fall back just to stay alive, and Scream's sitting there on the jungler, making sure that that health bar is going down and forced out of the fight. The minute Twig leaves, he goes, cool, turns around, Freya gets pulled in and is alone surrounded by dragons, and at that point, it was just knocking down the rest of the
I mean,
dominance.
there was a critical mass of physical protections that fineokay eventually reached that the Chulainn was never really going to be successfully dealt with, and the Dragons make it work. Game number 1 to the Jade Dragons. It's not like the Kings, though, to go out quietly. Expect to bounce back in game 2, coming up next.
Welcome to SMITE. Here's how to play. You're trying to guess the god, and we're going to give you 6 hints to do so. With each hint, you get 1 guess. These hints can be card art, item builds from the Pro League, or even the god's release date. If you guess correct, you win. It's that simple. If you're wrong, however, you move on to the next hint until you're out of hints. Seems easy enough. Then let's play.
We got swords and a weird hand.
Those swords, they kind of look like a Greek god, like kind of sword. But I'm actually gonna go, I'm just gonna slam Pele.
Okay, what? Pele?
I'm just going to say Tyr, because I don't know. Tyr.
I don't know. I'll guess Cleo, sure.
Hera?
Reminds me of like Morgan Le Fay. The sword. Morgan Le Fay?
Is that Soul?
I'm gonna say it's not Soul. I'm gonna say Soul though, even though it's not.
Why did we decide to ramp the difficulty up so much on these? There's some wings in there. I'll go Horus.
No, I'm gonna go with Horus.
Horus?
Eset.
Looks like it should be Eset. I'll just guess Heim.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Khepri here.
Is it Khepri? Okay, so I see a finely shaped foot.
Another bow? Is it actually a hunter? No, there's no way. Oh, there's a feet there. What is that feet? Down next.
Next clue.
Thinking swords. Bologna.
Horus.
I'll just say Khepri because that was the other one that I was gonna say.
It's giving me, I feel like it's probably, maybe it is Eset, maybe I was wrong. Is it?
This is a tragic performance for me today. Hercules.
I don't know, I think I've just been baited into thinking it's Egyptian regardless of anything else. I'm gonna guess Achilles for now.
That's supposed to be lightning or fire. Maybe both.
Oh, no. Oleron?
Oleron?
Could be Set.
Is that Zeus lightning maybe? Darn.
I'll guess Thor.
Saul?
Is it Sol? Oh my god, I'm doing so bad.
I'm feeling some fire Egyptian vibe, which should be Ra. Okay, no vibe.
Should I know from this? What is this? Is this like their symbol?
The water in the arrows make me just think it's Charybdis, so I'm gonna guess that.
I'm just guessing at this point. Apollo.
What? Is that Lancelot?
Whose ability is that? Or passive? I think it might be Athena.
What god is this? I have no clue. Medusa.
Say DC. I don't know, Danza? I don't know.
Artemis.
Who just came out this year? Wait. Like super recent. Cerberus was a few years ago. Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Wait, We're in the year 2022, right?
Wait, that was like just now. What the? No, it wasn't. Wait, I'm so confused.
2022? Wait, August?
Oh my god, who am I missing? Who was just released? June, July. Oh. We're not in August yet. That's next month.
August 23rd. Is that even today yet? It's not even today yet.
2022, August 23rd. Scott's not out yet. Awesome. Awesome. Well, I suppose that I am in a uniquely qualified position to answer this as opposed to everyone else who is likely going to be asked. Ishtar.
I got so confused by that. Oh, mommy? No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
I look sick.
Ishtar.
Ishtar! Ishtar! I thought we were in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I literally no idea. Everything I was lost, so I guess that one checks out at least.
Oh my god, she looks so cool, dude. Oh my god, that bow looks sick.
Damn, looks cool. That's a crazy card art, actually. It's nice. I was so confused.
Ah, damn. Damn, she looks amazing. Yeah, that's sick. That's good card art.
I was like, what's good? How many bows are there?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't know who Ishtar was. Now I know.
Ishtar, you guys love it.
My goodness. She is hot.
Welcome back to the SMITE Summer Masters event. Game number 1 goes over to the Jade Dragons. And if you got a chance to watch that little smile, yes, you heard that right. We've already at least revealed the name of our next god coming out, Ishtar. So make sure you tune into the patch notes for that. But make sure you're tuning into the rest of our event today, because in this grand finals, it is a best of 5 between these two teams facing off. And with game number 1 going off to the Jade Dragons, definitely a strong look for this team to get this event rolling through, to get this grand finals going. Because even when the Camelot Kings were bouncing back in these team fight score, the Jade Dragons were still holding on to gold. I mean, I look at one point, Camelot Kings won a team fight on the right side of the map, and then I look up and it's 5,000 gold up for the Jade Dragons. And then, oh, by the way, accidentally Netrioid got left all by himself multiple times during fights. And it really felt like that was kind of the swarm mentality that the Jade Dragons kind of adapted in this game.
And I agree with everything except the word accidentally, right? I don't think it was maybe accidental on the Kings, but the Dragons planned that. They wanted to grab Netrioid. Again, looking at the way that this team fight could break down and how these players wanted to go in, you had a lot of burn, a lot of kill potential that showed up for the Dragons, and a lot sooner, right? Freya is what you're relying on the other side, and this play kind of cemented, if you were wondering why we talk about penetration being necessary for someone like Freya. fineokay just didn't care for that. Would have killed at least Pegon, probably PandaCat too, and maybe Screammmmm, all of that damage if they connect onto the carries. Instead, fineokay is like half health-ish and does not have any qualms about it. I think that they had a really good plan for the Dragons, which was to try and isolate and separate Netrioid specifically, and they got it most of the time, and were able to find significant amounts of kills and a huge victory because of it.
And I think that one thing that was brought up during the game and whatnot, and that really did end up paying dividends for Mike and the Dragons during a lot of these fights, was the fact that the core 3, or not necessarily in the core 3 of damage dealers, but 2 out of the 3 damage dealers with BigManTingz, Netrioid, and then Genetics kind of being that frontline initiation, were all magical based. And that Heart Ward amulet that PolarBearMike picked up right at the beginning of the game seemed to pay off very well for him and his team, allowed him to be able to stand up to Netrioid and basically face tank the entirety of Pulsar Radiate, which is not something that is going to be common, not something that you typically get to see very often. It is Freya doing essentially no damage to a frontliner like fineokay, like PolarBearMike during that. And with game number 1 kind of wrapped up now for the Jade Dragons, it kind of then opens the discussion now for the Camelot Kings. They tried this double magical damage carry style, the Eset and the Freya. Freya's going to do a lot of damage to gods, but structure damage and everything else kind of like that, not really in the King's wheelhouse that game.
Yeah, that one feels, I mean, not like entirely in the draft. Like it's won by the Dragons, but I think in the way it plays out on field, the draft didn't do them any favors, right? You were working a little bit against yourselves, trying to kind of climb a mountain that otherwise would have been pretty easy. I think, like if you said, if there's a regular hunter there, then all of a sudden things like the Heart Ward, all of that magical protection that fineokay stacks up doesn't necessarily matter as much either. And I think that was a big problem, is that they put all their eggs in one basket, and unfortunately the Dragons just walked up with a hammer and cracked them all.
Well, game number 2, picks and bans between the Jade Dragons and the Camelot Kings now underway. This time the Kings will elect to take that second pick spot after their loss in game number 1. Bans are going to be immediately swapped up for the Camelot Kings because they're in first pick. They do not want to give that Eset up.
Yep.
Over to Pegon and the Dragons, they'll ban that one away. Same bans at least start out for the Jade Dragons, Ratatoskr and Chiron, no changes up there.
And I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think for first pick, going into the Eset, the Artemis is a little confusing, right? I think in what it was last time around. I think banning the Artemis, picking the Eset, instead of something like what I expected was ban an Artemis, go ahead and pick the Cupid, something like that, maybe that kind of matchup. This time around, I feel like if you ban that, then either the Dragons are forced to first pick a Cupid or the Discordia, and you get the other one, right? So you're in a good spot, although now that they've banned the Discordia, maybe that changes a little bit. They have to approach it differently. I think there's just a lot of high priority, Kabrakins, things that we've seen that have heavy implications in the past, as well as, Daji's still available, someone who's been big, Lancelot's still available, you mentioned the Cupid, things like that. 2 of those are going to get grabbed up by the Kings, and I think that that's a good, almost advantageous position to be in here. Last time around, it was like an Eset, then a Cupid Lancelot for the Dragons. I think being able to kind of strip those 2 apart and at least keep one power pick for yourself here for the Dragons is a huge deal.
And so it will be Lancelot going to the Jade Dragons after Nemesis and Artemis end up being the final 2 bans in the first wave. That gives the option for the Camelot Kings and for Netrioid specifically to grab this Cupid, take that one away from PandaCat, as you were saying. If you're going to ban the Artemis, it does make sense to pick that one up for your team. But where else do the Camelot Kings go from here? We still have all of the top support picks still available. Yemoja, Khepri, Ymir, Ganesh, all of these gods thrown out there. Xingqian, if we even want to throw that out. So a lot of options available to the Camelot Kings, but we've been seeing a lot of when one team is just picking up 2-3 gods that can't deal with the wall. Ymir has been creeping his way to kind of be one of those top picks for support.
It is this weird balancing point, though, because last game we got to see one really good wall that showcased, hey, this is what we can do. And then after that, it didn't really get as much. I think the only real wall I remember seeing after the one that locked down Mike early on that gave them first blood was then
Lightning Bolt
thrown up after the Lancelot had already gone through his joust. Like, he was on the other side of it. And some of that's just going to be casting time, things like that. And so I think that it's something that the Kings maybe recognize, trying to lock in a Ymir as early as they did. It was the second pick for them in game number 1. Probably let it lie, right? Because otherwise then the Dragons were immediately able to go, cool, Merlin, Chulainn, Cerberus. We all got leaps or disengages. We can get around the wall some way or another. And that kind of took the wind out of the sails.
Well, now it goes back over to the Jade Dragons. Lancelot doesn't reveal a whole lot about this draft. We know the flexibility of him between the jungle, between the solo lane. Just depends if fineokay wants to play it. But notably, probably fineokay's most played pick as of the last few weeks is available.
Yep.
And will be locked in. King Arthur. So 2 of the Knights of the Round Table now for the Jade Dragons, and the Morrigan could cause some serious problems for the Camelot Kings. We know what double Lancelot can do, what double King Arthur, if they want to throw that out there. And it also makes it really tough for the Camelot Kings because now they have to be very conscious of what they're picking.
Yeah, I actually really like this from the Dragons because, like you said, not only do you have to now be conscious of what your team fight is going to look like, it's what can that provide for the other side. I'm just looking at 2 jousting fields right now. And you know what? Even if something else that is awesome gets locked in, that's still going to be a great option for you. Especially when you're looking at it like Cupid, Merlin, a giant cripple field from the joust, a second one then to maybe have a double engage, similar to what we were watching earlier, I think would not be too outrageous and really not that bad for your team either.
Will be Artio picked up by the Kings. So that's going to be something to deal with the King Arthur, or attempt to deal with the King Arthur in the solo lane at the very least. Heimdall and Khepri, the next bands up. Jade Dragons don't have their support yet, but neither do the Camelot Kings, so maybe a few more stabs
Yemoja?
in that support role. Yemoja's still up. Ymir's still available. Xingqian as well. Again, some of those top supports. And it's just so crazy to think back. Even a couple of weeks into week 8 where it was Snaplock Khepri, Snaplock Yemoja, Snaplock Xingqian, things like that. And now it seems that teams are becoming less dependent on that style of draft, less dependent on those picks in particular, so much that we're now seeing them make their way to the second wave of bans, and teams are just fine with letting that happen, Gore.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that that's the dynamic we've hit because, like you said, to the point where I don't think Yemoja is game-changing. Khepri, I think, is, but Yemoja played in the right circumstances. It doesn't matter as much. Like, she's very easy to plug and play in, and so I like that that's where the bans are coming from for the Dragons. I think both of those are in the right hands, and let me be clear that Genetics' hands are the right ones for pretty much anything in the support tab. I think that this is a really good job from the Dragons to make sure they don't get that. They go back to the Ymir, though, on the other side for the Kings. And again, right now, Lancelot, King Arthur, and the Morrigan, it's not like anybody's having a great time into the Ymir. But I don't know that it's going to be as good of a lockdown, right? And unless we get to see some really good timing from Genetics, it didn't seem to match up well with the Lancelot last time around, even though we've seen what it can do. I think we've seen the best and worst case scenarios. And I don't know that King Arthur cares as much about it. I think it's one of those things that it could very easily become a I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me scenario for them. Same thing, a Morrigan, it might force an ult or something. I wouldn't be surprised if Phantom Shell maybe is still on the mind for the Dragons here. But they also go back to the Artio. And we kind of glanced over it, but when Variety is on this pick, it is powerful. I mean, Variety is very, very good at controlling an area, and this Artio enables that even more. It's a little bit of healing for your side, but on top of that, nice long-range CC, cripple field as well. So even the people who could try to get away, if you can throw that wall up and Artio's already there, they're not escaping you.
Jade Dragons for their final frontline pick up Atlas to go over to PolarBearMike, and then Ho Yi for PandaCat, something he has played twice during these last couple of days of play. Played it up against Hex Mambo, ended up getting a quadra kill in that second game against the Hex Mambo squad and led his team to victory beyond there. Ended up playing against the Oni Warriors in that third game and went 6-1-8, helped lead his team to victory. So this is a pick that PandaCat is no stranger to whenever he needs to become a hard carry for his team. But how will the Camelot Kings respond to it? They have a good dual lane to match up against it. Cupid, Ymir, really going to be able to deal well. I mean, that Fields of Love against Hyo-Yi is going to make it to where he's going to have to beads almost every single time to get out of there. Ymir is going to be able to force those leaps out pretty easily. But for the Camelot Kings, final pick for CaptainTwig. Anything kind of come out to your mind here? Well, we see the Naja, but maybe anything else.
I wouldn't mind something. I don't know, Naja, you know, because that's being hovered. I was gonna willingly lean into it and maybe talk about it. I was just gonna say something that can be a setup machine, but also get damage out there. I feel like relying just on the Merlin and the Cupid isn't quite enough, although it's definitely better than what they had last time. I like the Erlang way more than a Naja in this case, though, because I think that now you've got a huge taunt, you've got good damage, good lockdown, and when I'm looking at this team for the Kings, you know, a lot of the conversation we had in Game 1 gets, I think, dialed up even more so, right? It's not just, hey, Ymir wall, and these are going to be picks that somewhat struggle into it. It's, hey, there's a Ymir wall, and at least 2 things, probably 3 total across the team, that are just going to stop you from getting around that Ymir wall unless you have to invest something heavy into it. And you had already mentioned like the matchup, trying to chase down a Hyo-Yi, things like that. I think Erlang Shen can keep up pretty well and find a lot of potential where, you know, you've got not just the setup, but a big heal and good follow-through that Twig is going to be able to apply here.
So CaptainTwig, for this Erlang Shen, definitely going to have some nice initiation. Blink 9 turns Blessing, definitely an easy way to start the fight. Or even the Blink Freeze from the Ymir on Genetics. So plenty of ways to get into the front line, get into the back line, at least of the Jade Dragons. But for CaptainTwig on this pick, where's some of that pressure that should kind of be allocated? Does he go over to the dual lane, try and keep PandaCat down on this Hyo-Yi, or maybe try and put a little bit of focus into the solo, deal with fineokay, maybe the mid lane, any kind of place in particular standing out to you, Gore?
I think you could definitely find some, as long as Genetics is over in the dual lane, then there's definitely room for you to force things happen, because one of you pins, the other one freezes, or something like that. Whichever one first gets the leap, the second one follows up, right? A good wall after a leap away from a Hyo-Yi and Genetics is going to be able to lock people in, so there's a good chance over there. I think there's also a really good chance in mid. Morrigan can stealth. That's about it. That's her getaway. Other than that, I guess, yeah, she can stun you, things like that, a little bit of self-peel. But I think that that's going to be pretty easy left-hand-sided portion of the map. And I think I like that for the Kings anyway, because now you get that aggression onto Gold Furies and things like that. And I think that can get the ball rolling for them a little bit better versus things like the King Arthur, right? If you're going over there, if it's the first few levels, maybe it's a kill. Anything longer? I don't know, man. It feels like it'll be too hard.
A very important game for the Camelot Kings to be able to pick up here, because if they go down 2-0 to the Jade Dragons, that is a hard match to come back into, because now not only do you need to win game number 3, you've also got to win game 4 and game 5. You know, winning 1 back and forth here and there, usually not too difficult for some of these teams, but being able to win 3 straight is going to be tough. Can the Camelot Kings bring it back in game number 2? We'll jump right into the game to see what breaks down.
Game number 2, inarguably the most important in a best of 5, and I will hear nothing of it as the Jade Dragons carry a 1-game lead into game number 2, and how different the set could look. Now, I'm actually going to back up my earlier on joke. I am going to back it up now. How different this set could potentially look. Jade Dragons, such a hard team to find a single game win off of nowadays. They've lost 2 individual games, not sets, 2 individual games over the course of like 6 best of 3 sets since adding Scream to the roster. I'm not saying it's a must-win, because you clearly got room to fight back into this if you're the Camelot Kings. You go 1 game at a time. But I think statement time for the Kings to bounce back in game 2.
I would say that the difficulty of fighting back from a 2-0 is more pressing than even if they go 2-1 into like game 4 or something, right? Like that is still something that's at least a little more manageable. So I think, you know, like you said, maybe not a must win, but kind of like an asterisk. Like it's not like whatever
1 step down is
from a
should
must.
win.
Yeah, should win. Probably like need to win, but doesn't have to happen. Kind of heavy gravitas. There's got to be a word for it.
We're dancing around the word must, just with other.
No, there's got to be what's a dialed down must?
Would like to no, because that's like feelings. Anyway.
Yeah, gotta is still like a must.
Gotta.
It's just not as heavy.
Yeah, it's not binary. Anyway, Camelot Kings score, and the Kings do draft. This is like a very Kingsy draft going into game 2. Not that game 1 wasn't, but the Kings kind of just watched a lot of objectives happen to them early in game 1, and by the time they wanted to fight, they were a bit behind in gold. And so I like some of the adjustments the Kings have made. Of course, Netrioid, good at building some sustain around the objectives. But really this Merlin pick adds the shred where really the Eset had to secure in game 1.
Yeah, I think that this is something that, not only is going to enable them to maybe get aggressive earlier onto objectives, but I think it's just better for them all around. I think the Merlin damage plus having, something that's separate physical damage coming from Netrioid is going to make it that the Kings can actually fight early on. Twig is on something outside of the Nike that I think could get hands-on a lot quicker as well. And so I have higher expectations for the execution of this draft, especially when it comes to objectives and at least maybe terms of speed. But like you said, even in team fights, fineokay, PolarBearMike, BigManTingz is going to do a lot of damage to them. And I think that's a good opening for the Kings to maybe play around with.
I've been waiting for we've only had one game, so it's not like I've been waiting long. I've been waiting and hoping for a solo kill. Might get a 2v2 kill. PandaCat jumps back in towards Netrioid. Really, that jump back in, I think, slows down the Camelot Kings in their way in. This is a 2v2 over in solo over the blue buff. Blue buff dropped by the Jade Dragons, but maybe still a fight to be had, and enough slows connecting onto fineokay. This is awkward for Twig. Still level 2 as Scream has reached level 3. Potentially a blue buff counter invade now. Scream, oh, he's blinked over by CaptainTwig. Pin onto Scream as well. And even the 1 level advantage for both fineokay and Scream. Not enough to give the Dragons confidence for an invade of their own.
I like the mentality behind what Scream was going for there, even if it doesn't work out. I think if Twig just walks, if he blinks thinking that Scream's stealing the buff, I'm gonna blink in, try to make sure I can secure it. It's very lucky that it's he's not even on it. So it's like, not only do you not get the steal, you also don't get the kind of potential gank that you were looking for. Either you don't find Twig off guard, and instead you get this kind of weird position where you're looking at each other, neither of you have the damage, you lost the element of surprise, and it all kind of falls flat. Doesn't result in a first blood, but I think that that's the kind of play I want to see Scream go for.
It probably does show you the mindset, though, of the Camelot Kings. Even with a 1-level disadvantage, you got a Mannequin Scepter, Erlang Shen early in the game. We're still looking for a 2v2. Because think about it, the Kings went for a blue buff invade on the Dragons just prior to that. Unsuccessful as the Dragons secure it. But I think Twig a big difference maker where the 1-level advantage for the Dragons still wasn't enough to then go push out for the other blue buff. And really, I guess what you hope for from Twig, when you have Mannequin Scepter, you have Erlang Shen, early in the game is when you want to start getting things going for your squad. Blue buff invades, love the attempt. Maybe considerations towards Pegon, potentially left side of the map here once you hit level 5.
Yeah, I think that with Pegon having that ult available and transformations available, I don't think we talked about it much on the desk past the Lancelot transformations, but I think in this case, I don't know that there's a lot that you'd really talk past. I mean, maybe Artio, and I think Erlang Shen can enter that equation. And, yes, there's going to be some frontline. I think, we always talk about the Warriors. So I'll do diligence and throw King Arthur out there, but I really do think Lancelot, just in terms of ults and what you're going to get out of that transformation, probably just the best, right? A big cripple field, that helps lock down not only Tings, but Twig and Netrioid. It could be a really big turnaround for you. So not only could it be Scream doing well, but then also Pegon being able to apply that. Plus, given the playstyle we've seen from Pegon, it feels like the Assassin just kind of fits his hand a little bit better in terms of a glove than some of the Warriors.
Yeah, Pegon, the battle between Pegon and Tings, already something we talked about, of course, in game 1. Continues on here into game number 2, but continues to be a bit more dynamic, where Merlin sticks around, and so does Twig on the Jade Dragon side of the jungle. A very quiet 9 turns blessing, but the heal has already popped, and now Twig left running with the health that he's got. Something Ymir, something Lancelot for the 5th time in the last couple of games as Genetics faceplants Pegon. Blink forward, though, from CaptainTwig. We'll get the beads off the Morrigan.
Could still find some damage. Pegon's looking for something, but I don't know if this is a fight you want to take.
Nice Ymir wall. That's a pre-wall. from Genetics, but a good ultimate from fineokay slows it down. And how about that from Mike? The pull in on the two members of the Camelot Kings. We are scrapping at level 5, 6, and 7. A massive freeze, though, from Genetics. It's huge. It's a winter advisory warning out there, and it's only the 1 kill brought back. The Jade Dragons end up picking up 2, but a scrap and a half is everyone but maybe one player from each team getting involved on right.
I mean, really well played from Genetics, though. I have to give him the shout out just because it saves Twig, right? He loses his life. It's a 2-for-1. Still favors the Dragons, but it is a good play to make sure that your jungle is able to get out of there. You lose your front lines, doesn't feel necessarily great. And, you know, Twig still TKO'd, has to get forced back. But because you kill off Scream, it keeps that experience from A, being invaded, so you don't lose like a speed buff or any back camps, but also you don't necessarily lose crazy amounts of farm in comparison. He's not getting a wave where there was no variety before, and it's putting him ahead. So keeps things a little more equalized out. Still, it's a good first blood for them that they're able to find, and it kind of showcases where some of the strengths and weaknesses for both of these drafts can be in these team fights. That wall was really great up against the Lancelot. But like you said, it's something, 1, we've seen a ton, and 2, that was Pegon's Lancelot, not even Scream. Like, they had gone in with the second ult at that point. And so only doing it once is only going to get you so far.
Another pre-wall from Genetics, but Mike has no problem pulling in the Ymir. Scream is here, and a double taunt from CaptainTwig gives the Camelot Kings a bit more footing. And Genetics not only will live, but now sets up for a double stun from fineokay as the King Arthur rejoins the fight and gives the Jade Dragons a foothold here. And a massive pull again from Mike gives more opportunities to the Jade Dragons, but Tingz, he's full HP on the backline, and a double kill fight for fineokay. Keeps this one tilting towards the Jade Dragons. Pegon transforms again, and he will dash away. A 3-for-1, maybe 3-for-2, and an important 3-for-2. Kings will pull back an extra for a double kill for Tingz.
Still, again, it's one of those weird things. Does it balance out feeling better for you? You now have 2 kills on the Tingz, which that's not going to be great. At the long run, that is uncomfortable. But the amount of pressure the Dragons are putting on and the pull from Mike, man, I mean,
both
so
supports.
Beautiful. And yeah, like you said, walls out of Genetics, freezes out of Genetics, really good control, I think, like you said, from both supports here. But that pull, that one wins my heart a little bit more.
Oh, it should.
It was, I mean, 2 people pulled back in. I think Variety's out of that fight otherwise. And again, maybe it comes out, like you said, 3-for-2. Not crazy, but it's nice for the Dragons. And if you're watching them, it's an insane amount of pressure that they're trying to put up. It's all kill pressure. They don't care much about the waves.
Gore, I don't think we can leave that fight without giving fineokay some shout-outs. So it's a double kill for the King Arthur on a double stun onto some squishy targets of the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, good engage from him.
I mean, so much talk about lane bully, early game pressure, but it's not often that you're able to really get your solo laners involved in like big team fights like that in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game. This is a faster pace than I expected us to get here in game 2. 8 kills in just over 8 minutes. Really nice look for fineokay, who's got a 1-level lead and 3 kills already on this King Arthur. Mike's in a bit of trouble here. Lots of lockdown, taunt, CC, stuns, walls, all of it, and that'll be 1 dead Atlas. When you're spending that much, you gotta get the kill, and that'll help the Kings stabilize.
Arguably, though, I would say that it's fine. Well, okay, no, that's Scream. I was like, if that was Pegon on the horse, I was a little more worried. I think it's fine for Mike to die there, you know, ult for ult, because you eat so much. I mean, right, like that's such a heavy investment for you that you're not really losing out on much. You still technically have a small lead over Genetics. And so it is an important kill, I think, for the Kings to get, but not an important death on the other side, right? You need that if you're the Kings to help keep balancing things out. But now you're missing out on a little bit of utility that could really shape up to open up the Dragons for plays more than anything.
Ouch. This duo lane doesn't look great for Netrioid right now. 2 levels down to PandaCat's Hou-Yi. And we talked about this yesterday, PandaCat versus Vote during the Dragons Oni Warrior set. And it's specifically when PandaCat gets this Hou-Yi and how different the laning phase tends to look for Panda. I mean, he has so many good options. I just want to see if Twig's going to get chased down here by Scream and Pegon. Blink necessary. fineokay, stun, Scream. Blinks in, and the wall from Genetics keeps Variety with 3 of the Jade Dragons. Man, we are fighting again, and all of it over on the right side of the map. A freeze into an ultimate from Genetics slows down the Jade Dragons.
Good wall.
And a great wall allows Variety to secure his life. And the Jade Dragons will be searching for a kill, but will come up empty-handed.
And this is a fight. I don't know if I like the Kings
Or not.
going back in here because they're just going to be able to find the kill. I mean, Genetics is an easy pick, but even
Panda's
Variety is going to be in trouble.
PandaCat is here out of no... Variety all the way behind the Jade Dragons, but gets a free ticket back to base now as Mike has gotten that kill. fineokay chased down by BigManTingz, but
What a
BigManTingz on the ricochet from PandaCat will get gunned down, but at least trades out one. So all of this, of course, these lopsided trades that keep favoring the Jade Dragons.
And I mean, even lopsided, it's something, I'm surprised they're not just going for the Pyro. I guess it's because Pegon's super low and can't really get in there. So realistically, yeah, I get it. But also, that's the danger of these fights right now. The re-engage from the Kings is what like, I know I saw Variety chasing Pegon, the rest of the Dragons kind of going to join him and turn that kill around. I don't know if I like the re-engage for the rest of the Kings. I think you just leave Variety out to dry. He's the one who's out of position. Don't go for the save.
Yeah.
And maybe have some pressure around a Pyromancer, because that's what happens otherwise. Luckily, you're able to kill off fineokay and get a lot of health bars there, but like you said, if the kill volume still goes in favor of the Dragons, right now, that's not a big deal. But in like the next 2 minutes, next 3 minutes, that's a Pyromancer. That's more gold in their pocket. Next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that's a Gold Fury, more gold in their pocket. It's a Fire Giant, an easy amount of tower slaying after that point. So I think you really have to start re-envisioning how you're getting aggressive here. And the downside is I don't know where your win is going to be, right? I mean, you've got really good pressure. Yeah, and that's the problem, right? You've got some pressure from your frontliners. Netrioid in that fight showed up, got picked up by Mike, hit beads, and had to run away. That was the engagement for Netrioid. I think there might have been a Fields of Love, but everybody on the left-hand side is not only just farming a little bit stronger, but they've got massive level leads, at least in the duo lane, that is really paying off for them.
And that goes back to what I was talking about with PandaCat, and didn't really get to finish that thought before the fight broke out. PandaCat on this Ho Yi is just a different type of dynamic. And of course, I'll cover it again, plenty of options for Panda that he looks great on. But there's something about Ho Yi and the ability to scrap 1v1 force leads when left alone in lane that not many ADCs in the SPL have been able to figure out. And the Dragons now, of course, because a lot of the fights have been happening on right. PandaCat is about 1,000 gold, nearly 1,300 gold ahead of Netrioid. You can start forcing fights maybe over here on left. And see, like, Netrioid steps forward here. Panda, if he can shrug off some of this damage, might be able to turn it around. But Twig is here to help the Cupid, but it's a level deficit that you're fighting with. Twig dashed at by Screammmmm, who goes around the wall from Genetics. And the Dragons do lose the health trade and use a couple of ultimates in turn as well. Actually, not a bad fight from the Kings.
Not at all. 9 turns Blessing, putting in a lot of work. Twig probably dies there until that heal pops. Then makes it a lot easier to just keep on walking forward. It's not a massive win, right? Like you said, it is a small win. You win out on the health trade, force maybe some TKOs, or at least people to retreat and heal up in a more regular fashion from the Dragons. You also have to look at it, like the amount of chalices on this squad, right? Like late game maybe doesn't make as big a difference, but like for right now, like all that health on PandaCat, he didn't have to back. You didn't get the TKO at all. He just walked back, did his purple buff, and now he's back at Netrioid's tower line. He's going to get the tower and could just get Netrioid if he gets like good bounces over here.
Wow.
I mean, with no Fields of Love, with this level lead, relics are up, so maybe you're just trying to force something there, but either way, it's a lot of control left-hand side for the Dragons.
Scream's in trouble. Screammm is down as CaptainTwig in Variety have plenty of damage, but again, it's fineokay on that second wind in. Think back to the fight earlier on in this game. That's where Fino got a double, big initiation, a couple stuns. As King Arthur continues to be a force for the Jade Dragons, but it's when your team is down a bit, and a bit is about 3,000 gold for the Camelot Kings, that you still need Twig to get active. And Twig has gotten Golden Blade, he's gotten Kin Size. You want to apply that damage to some of these healthier targets if you can.
And so far, I mean, the damage has been there, right? At least from what we've seen. Erlang, you know, sitting not too far from the bottom, but still a decent chunk up, considering the amount of fights and just kind of, I guess, survivability of the Erlang so far. It's not too far-fetched to think of that. Really what I'm curious is how it's going to translate here, because that was a one-for-one trade jungle for jungle. That is maybe the most favorable fight that the Kings have gotten all game.
Yeah.
And so, can you do it again? Right, that's kind of where I'm falling back on. I think they've got a great composition for late game team fights. It's just that they've been fighting into a deficit in a very, very strong team fighty Dragons, right? I mean, the 5-on-5 right now has just felt not impeccable, not untouchable, but just good for the Dragons overall.
I wondered when we would see this. We talked so much about the left side advantage for the Dragons. When do you convert that into a Gold Fury? The call is now, a fully finished kin sides for PandaCat. Though an important trade out from the Kings, and I don't see anyone from the Dragons over on right, so that'll be a Pyromancer back to the Kings as the Dragons get Gold Fury. Takes a minute to get the Pyro. But I was wondering when do we take the fight to PandaCat's side of the map, because that's where our massive advantage is. 2 full tier items. And you know, it's one thing to have like a tier 1 advantage over a tier 2 item, or tier 2 item over a tier 1 item. But the full-on like kin size over just the tier 1 light blade is a massive advantage now for PandaCat. Yeah. So getting that involved as best you can for the Jade Dragons, a great look. And with both the objectives down, you assume we slow down a bit, but wonder if PandaGore can start to put some pressure, rotate out of that lane when you've got Netrioid pushed way back and get some things going elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, you should be able to start seeing some rotations from him, right? I think the Hoagie, especially in the jungle, right? That triple bounce is going to bounce around in my head for a while because of how quickly that changed around the play on Tingz on the right-hand side.
It's doing a lot of damage in your brain. That's a lot of ricochets.
I am all about seeing the Hoagie on this side of the map, especially with the Gold Fee already down. You've got the tower. What are you going to do over there? I mean, outside of bully Cupid, what are you going to do? And for some people, bullying Cupid, that's a pretty good reason to be in the duo lane. A lot of people don't like Cupid. I don't know what it is. Either way,
small,
it's something
annoying,
that,
healing.
He's the god of love. I don't think you want to piss him off.
Can you?
Can you? Well, like
I think you can make him mad.
I think if he's mad at you, then you just don't find a date ever.
Man, I really made Cupid mad.
Is it because you called him small and annoying,
I called him
bro?
Small and annoying.
Who called Cupid small and annoying and who didn't? And which one of us is married?
Right. You're right.
I'm sorry.
No, you're right, Gore. And Gore, I wouldn't have it any other way. I love you and Katie together, and you've earned every year of love. And it's because you're nice to Cupid. You're right. That's on me. Oh, look, you know, you do send it is sort of an awkward spot for the Jade Dragons as far as forcing your lead, because it maybe is too early in the game to just run down a Fire Giant. Pyro's gone. Gold Fury's still a bit back and respawning. So it's these moments where the Kings just try to get to that next tier of item.
Yeah.
And for BigManTingz, it's going to be an important one. Tier 2 Ob Shard already there. And so a nice power spike from this Merlin that's just continuing to keep pace with Pegon. Because anything can happen, right? Tingz has proven to us that if you need this big late-game damage on a Merlin, it can happen if you give Tingz the space.
Yeah, honestly, and that's the danger, I think, at any point. Not only just with space, but Tingz' damage was nuts not too long ago. Now he's got a Soul Reaver. Now he's got tier 2 of an Ob Shard. Like, he's going to hit harder, and it's going to burn through people like Mike. It's going to burn through fineokay. I think it gives them a lot of what they were missing last time around, which is just the shred for the tanks. Netrioid tried their best on Freya to beat down fineokay, and it took 30 seconds, and he still barely dented his health bar on the Chulainn in game 1. This time around, you know, Netrioid with the chin size with an Executioner gonna hit through these tanks. If you look towards Tingz, just by merits of being Merlin, gonna burn through these tanks. So I think that's gonna create a much more like just chaotic frontline purpose for Mike and fineokay. A lot of CC there, but they're going to take damage, and, you know, 4, 2, and 5 for fineokay, you might not make it out alive.
Alrighty, initiated on by fineokay. That's a long-range stun. Tanky enough on this Artio to limp away, but Twig not nearly as tanky. Mike, though, he's left alone, and Netrioid, the one to pick up a kill. That is uncharacteristic from the Jade Dragons. They left Mike alone on the front, and Mike just gets gunned down by the rest of the Camelot Kings. And look, Netrioid behind Gore. Yes, levels 2, but look at build. I mean, the tier 2 item of Odibo to the full-on Odibo, much different from a tier 1 kin size to a tier 3 kin size that he was down before.
Yeah, I mean, and especially when you're thinking about the stats, like, you're still getting the lightning bounces. Like, you're still getting some good attack speed. You're not losing out on too much. And while it doesn't maybe open up a huge play for the Kings to go off of that kill, they can still get a lot of pressure on the map exuded because of that. Now, if they lock down fineokay, this could be huge.
And it's a wall, and it's a kill, and it's another for the Cupid, who was down 3 levels a few minutes ago, but now makes his way to level 18, just 1 down from PandaCat, and matches the kill total for PandaCat on the other side. Bit of resurgence and a necessary one from the Camelot Kings. And this is how the Kings get back into games that they're very far behind. Really any team, sure. It's an initiation onto Netrioid, forces out the Aegis. And a nice stun from Variety allows Netrioid to exit the back door. PandaCat drops down his ultimate, but should be a disengage here from the Kings. The Kings are so good at playing the min-max of the map that even if they're behind, if they find one pick, I'm betting that they know the highest gold and experience play to then go make on the map to get themselves back into the game. And this time it was a nice tier 1 tower and then another pick onto Fino.
Yeah, honestly, that pick feels like it could open up a lot. fineokay just now respawns, so realistically, with this kind of positioning, especially with Merlin over on the left-hand side, I wouldn't mind seeing the Kings go for a Fury. I think they've got the burn potential. Dragons definitely have the capabilities of fighting into it, so that's something to be worried about. If you're looking for clean objective play that you're just going to dominate, that's not going to be it. But if you're looking for a bait to force a fight, that's going to be an easy way for them to start it off. With a Merlin, most of the time these objectives get burned faster than some people can reply.
Yep.
So the Dragons might not even be able to get here in time.
There's a lot of damage from Tings. Hoping to hold on to a lot of it. Steal from Mike? No. Kings get the Oni Fury. I think that about solidifies the comeback now. Pyromancer will go over to the Jade Dragons unless Variety can make the steal play happen, or can Variety delay out the Jade Dragons from retreating. Scream has gone in mid, and Tings with that soul gem is so tanky. Something Ymir and Lancelot for like the 9th time today. A taunt in from CaptainTwig, still run away from by Scream, and Pegon also transforms into the Lancelot. He will also get out of the fight here in mid. Great initiation and momentum building from the Camelot Kings. Really, if nothing else, keeping the Dragons on the back foot.
But such a difficult fight for the Dragons to feel like they come out anywhere near on top. I mean, you lose the Fury, now you're losing a Pyromancer. That is a huge win for the Kings. Despite no kills going their way, it is the time that they have bought sending people right back to base and making sure that nothing crazy is going to be going in pretty much anybody's favor. Yes, when you look at itemization, things are, I think, very similar now. And so that kind of helps them cope, right, with what's going wrong. And, you know, you have to look at where things are helpful. I see a lot of CCR. I see a lot of good damage on the side of the Dragons. But I only see one Phantom Shell, and I can see the one thing that's been catching them out more often than not. These walls from Genetics. Despite Game 1 having very similar matchups and not being able to maybe find the better walls that you could, this time around they have been on point. They've been locking people down. I mean, not only fineokay, but we've seen out there with the Lancelot. Like, even if you don't get the kill from it, it's enough to force out the Dragons, and they just can't fight back into it. So, Mike, you've got to wait 75 seconds for that to come up. Everybody else is just going to have to deal with it, and I can promise you that wall is going to come up several times.
Right on time, Gore, and right on time. It's Mike walled off, and Netrioid on a killing spree. And with the way that this game started for Cupid and Netrioid, to now be on a killing spree, to now be equal in itemization and ahead in kills of PandaCat, speaks volumes to the Kings and their ability to out-macro opposing teams. Fire Giant, it's going to go down, and Fire Giant will go to the Camelot Kings, who are down 4,000 plus gold a few moments ago. Now find themselves a bit ahead, and that's going to continue to grow, Gore. They've only knocked down one tower. There's so much gold on this map to really bring them back into it. And the team fights, the team fights not even so much. The individual picks have made every difference in the world over the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, being able to just separate the fight the way they have. Again, the last fight prior to the FG wasn't any crazy kills that win things for the Kings. It's a bunch of TKOs bought by the wall, bought by that damage. This one, just sponsored by Genetics, right? I mean, the way that they were able to lock Mike away just makes it easy for them. And like you said, when you're looking at the Kings here, you're looking at a massive gold swing. So tier 1, tier 2 on right. That's 2,000 gold immediately going in their favor. Guess what? There's 2,000 sitting in the line for the left lane and another 1,500 hanging out in mid. So immediately you're jumping up by a huge marginal chunk. And while, you know, with 3 minutes left, we could probably talk about trying to siege a Phoenix here. I don't know that it's going to be an easy fight without a good pick. But with the way the Dragons have been playing, I don't think a pick is out of the question, right? If you're looking at trying to dive the Phoenix itself, Probably going to take too much damage if you're Artio. Maybe you can survive it pretty well, actually, if you're Variety. But if you're Genetics, definitely feels like you're falling a little flat. Other side, the Dragons have been looking for fights. I think they're very simply going to get caught out somewhere. And I don't know where it will be, but it seems like the kind of play all it will take is a wall where they're stepped up where they shouldn't be, and suddenly a fight that would have been an easy retreat for them otherwise is going to crumble and maybe result in a Phoenix. So I think if they're going to step up to this tier 2 like they're positioning, then they really better be confident that they aren't going to get just floundered by the Kings.
Looking at Variety, maybe go all the way around the back of this tier 2, but Dragons will cover their bases, weigh their odds. Don't like the chances of fighting underneath the tier 2 tower. About 1 minute and 50 seconds left remaining on this Fire Giant buff. A couple important relics. Well, all of them ready to go except for the Bracer of Genetics, but I'm looking specifically at the Blinks, Variety and CaptainTwig. This is where potentially can get awkward for an Erlang Shen finding that big initiation, walking into the entirety of the Jade Dragons. Blink and then support from the rest of your team maybe makes that a bit easier. Nice pull in from Mike. It's on a Netrioid, priority target, but Mike is just getting shredded through by the Camelot Kings. The Merlin damage for magical, Netrioid for physical, just been too much for this Atlas.
Yeah, has not been able to withstand it. And again, build-wise, it's not necessarily super tanky. Has some CCR, has some prots, but not as much as he would get otherwise.
There's Fino. Blinks in, looking for the aggressive play onto the Camelot Kings. And then an ultimate out of PandaCat. Forces back the Kings one more time. 1 minute remaining on the Fire Giant buff. A couple big ultimates down now, though. Both ADCs have lost their ultimate. Mike used his just a bit ago. And then beads off of BigManTingz, as well as Blink from fineokay. This Merlin a bit more susceptible if the Jade Dragons can find that opening. And the opening is now. That is ridiculous damage from Screammmmm. But a better taunt in from CaptainTwig, followed by a stun. And Twig's got damage. Pegon is flickered on the other side of this fight, and Netrioid's got the last auto for him. A double kill from Netrioid, and the Jade Dragons suddenly down to just their duo lane.
Look, and this is the easiest time to walk in. You still have to kill a Phoenix if you're trying to go for the Titan, but they just want the kills right now.
What a way to end this game. Another wall from Genetics to seal the deal. A triple kill from Netrioid. 3 levels down, 3 kills to end the game, and Netrioid completes his comeback. And the rest of the Camelot Kings will tie up this set in game 2.
With this composition from the Dragons, I think I'd rather deal with Genetics' Yemoja than the Ymir, right? If I'm banning Y-Gods, you got something out there, and you've got to look for it. I think there were a lot of good plays, like you said, proactive from the get-go for the Dragons. And then it felt like it might have gone a similar fashion to game number 1. Game number 1, those Ymir walls should have been a problem.
Yeah.
And then never really cropped up. The couple of times we got to see it, they more or less dodged it. And it was picked high enough in the draft that they could kind of ignore it. Game number 2, it was picked later in the draft. They already had several gods that were susceptible to it. And then Genetics played out of his damn mind to make sure those walls hit too. It just really enabled this team to find a lot more control. And sometimes it is really as simple as that. If Genetics hit a wall, they won that fight, and it opened up way too much for the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, just such difficult team fighting for the Jade Dragons by the end of that game. We expected a bounce back, a resurgence from the Kings here in game 2. We're simplified. We're down to a best of 3 here in the SMITE Summer Masters Grand Finals. Game number 3, the tiebreaker, coming up next.
This is so weird, it's so unnecessary. Look how we both got real good at burning bridges. Yeah, we're both strange but so different. This is so weird and so unnecessary. Look at we both got real good at burning bridges. Yeah, we're both strange but so different, baby. I think it's over now. Is it over This is so weird and so unnecessary. Look how we both got real good at burning bridges. Yeah, we're both strange but so different, baby. I think it's over now. Is it over now? Is it
Here are your free games with Prime in August 2022. Command alien troops and vie for control of the galaxy in the sci-fi strategy game StarCraft Remastered. Join Zack on a point-and-click adventure as he works to save the world from an alien stupidity machine in Zack McCracken and the Alien Mindbenders. Become a wildlife photographer and explore the magical secrets of a mysterious land and beasts of Maravilla Island. Enter the mainframe where you'll need to fight and hack your way to victory in the digital survival game Recompile. Battle your way through unknown lands and ancient machines that guard the secrets of humanity in the roguelite adventure Scourgebringer. A woman has been killed and you've been assigned to the case. Hunt for clues, question witnesses, and solve the murder in Family Mysteries, Poisonous Promises. With Amazon Prime, you'll also get free shipping, videos, music, and more. Now members can also play these games for free, straight from the cloud, with Amazon Luna. Get all these and more at gaming.amazon.com. Go where the games take you.
If any of the games in that trailer interested you, or maybe you just want to check out what Twitch Prime has to offer to anybody out there, not just in that video, but the multitude of games within their catalog, the multitude of content in that are basically add-ons to all the games that you're already playing, then make sure that you get yourself a Twitch Prime subscription or a Prime membership, and then link that over for your Twitch membership so you can get a Prime Gaming subscription to get all those free games, all the great free content in those games, as well as a free Twitch membership to your favorite streamers out there. You can use it right here on the SMITE Game channel or use it wherever you please. And then also with the Prime membership, as it says, you get the free shipping, music, movies, and more available to you. Anything that you want to buy that Amazon at least has delivered straight to your doorstep in 2 days, sometimes less, depending if you do get lucky out there. Thank you so much for Prime Gaming for being the sponsor of Season 9 of the SMITE Pro League. Coming back into the SMITE Masters League, though, game number 2. bit of a flip of the script here at Gormizer. This time it's the Camelot Kings coming out on top over the Jade Dragons.
Yeah.
Great team fights. A little shaky to start things out, to say the very least. A lot of kind of questionable fights that the Kings were taking, going back in when it seems they should have been getting out, looking specifically at like those solo lane fights in the first 10-15 minutes. The Camelot Kings able to rally together as they always do once we come down to these late game fights, grab some objectives and find some very key picks, and also Netrioid kind of popping off that game.
Yeah, and after like an unfortunate start for him, right? He spent so much time not accomplishing anything, not even to try and take it away from him. But then finally at the end starts having some huge plays. Look, that first off, that's a beautiful freeze.
Nuts.
That I will admit did not even register fully to me during that fight when the Kings were able to find it. I think that, like you said, you have to mention the Cupid just because of what it was able to provide for this team in the late game team fights, and mostly in regards to the fact that it was able to be a good source of Fields of Love, but also with his build, and David mentioned it while we were casting it, but he got the it was Light Blade versus Chin Size, and then the next time we do a build check, it's Tier 2 Odibo versus Odibo. Like, that was the difference between them. And so damage numbers start to fly really true for the Cupid after that. And look, when they're kind of gifted to you because Genetics is hitting some insane walls, blocking people off, forcing damage, Scream, it never felt like he was able to really get anything truly done. I'm starting to wonder if A, it showcases why Cupid is such a high priority, and B, maybe knocks Lancelot down a little bit, right? Like, I mean, I'd have to double check all of his games, all of his wins, things like that, but it feels like if you first pick him super high up and this other team's playing Ymir like that, you either need to get Ymir on your squad as soon as possible, or you maybe need to ban it out a little bit earlier, because it feels like it has definitely been skewing in favor of the Ymir the last couple of days.
And this Cupid pick, just in general, I mean, it has been flying up the charts in popularity over the last few weeks of the SPL, flying up the charts in popularity as far as the first week of Masters, and now, even in week 2 of Masters, we're seeing just how potent this Cupid is, we're seeing how potent the Ymir is, and maybe you're right to say Lancelot maybe slides away from that first pick selection.
Yeah.
We've been seeing a lot more of him in the jungle, at least today, where prior, when we're looking at like teams like the Kings, they're typically picking that one up, throwing it over in the solo lane, things like that, so maybe we do see kind of a change-up as we jump into picks and bans for game number 3 to see what adaptations do get made from these teams. Do want to throw out at least a little bit of a mention there. We went that entire game, and Dodgy was not picked or banned at all, which is so strange to say, considering our first set of the day, she was #1 banned every single time.
Not only that, but after last week, right? I mean,
Right.
it was, hell, not even last week. Let's go back further. Week 8, week 7, week 6 of Phase 2. Like, for however many weeks, Dodgy dominated the bans because she was just too much to handle. And admittedly, when it comes to the Warriors, makes sense. Don't want Dodgy through. That's a Cuvo cheat card when it comes down to it. So for the 3rd, 4th place match, maybe it makes a little more sense. Surprised, though, that we're seeing things that are getting picked up here and maybe not hitting the same standard, or when they are, it feels nice, but are you getting everything? I feel like Dodgy could find a place here, depending on what else gets banned, right? Because it's so far been like Ratatosker, your Esets, Discordias. If Artemis makes it through, like that one's been another ban that the Kings have been going for. I think that gives some flexibility maybe over towards whoever maybe wants her.
Well, a couple of changes in this ban phase, specifically for the Camelot Kings. For the Dragons, they don't have to change very much. Ratatosker, Chiron seems to be the same call. Camelot Kings in the first ban spot actually take away the Eset. But maybe the more surprising of the two, and maybe not so surprising considering how much we've just been hyping it up and talking about how good it is, Cupid eats a ban in the first selection slot. So the Camelot Kings do not want to necessarily take that as a priority pick for themselves, but they also don't want to give it away to the Dragons. They'll ban that along with the Chulainn and then Lancelot by the Dragons. So the top 2 picks from game number 2 won't even make it through this time.
Show me Khepri. Oh, wow, no Nemesis.
No, psych.
I honestly thought we were going to see Khepri up front, and I'd double down on that, really. I'm going to say it again. I thought we would have seen it. I'm still saying show me Khepri. No, I think that's interesting from them to kind of make that change. Because we saw the Eset and Cupid. But I was really curious as to whether or not the Dragons were willing to let Lancelot through if they wanted to deal with it. We know Mike has a phenomenal Ymir, and maybe that was going to be it. Discordia is also available for the first time this set, and someone that has been very high priority, so kind of surprising to maybe see her, after getting banned twice in a row, get left by the wayside. But when you look at what is locked in specifically for the Kings in this Nemesis, something that the Dragons banned game 1, the Kings banned game 1, the Dragons banned game 2, all of a sudden you're in this position where, well, double dash, you're very survivable. Shield, very survivable. Slice and dice damage, pretty damn good. And when it comes down to your ult, that shred, that is truly where she gets to shine. And to the circumstance where if you had, say, the Merlin on your side, which they don't, but or anything else that either shreds prots, like maybe you can call it like an AMC or anything like that, any sort of damage dealers behind them, it's going to make this King Arthur and whatever front line the Dragons grab alongside it from Mike, just their life is just going to be a living hell.
Now, I know that our data for our pick and ban rate and then the win count, how many games this god has been played is only for this event. But seeing 12 games played on a Muzen Cop, that's nothing too crazy game count-wise. I mean, 12 is how many we played literally in basically day number 1 of this week. But 75% win rate on a Muzen Cop. Now picked up for the Camelot Kings. Couple that with the Nemesis you were talking about. Shred potential that Nemesis had. Throw in a Stinger. You hit one person with both of those ultimates. Even your tankiest frontliner is probably not going to be living very long. Throw an Artio in the mix. And then now as the bans roll through, Jade Dragons take the Freya. And then the Ymir away now from the Camelot Kings.
It feels like we could maybe, like, if we just, like, took Dave to the side and gave him a mic, he could pre-record, like, and fineokay, because of all the prot shred, dies, and then just keep it on a soundboard, just in case. There's chances that he gets out of it, right? But, like, if I'm King Arthur into this matchup, I don't think I'm preparing myself to have a particularly good game or a fun game, I should say. Might still end up popping off, right? A lot of it is going to be play in-game, but I think you've got a very accomplished AMC and a very good Nemesis pick into a King Arthur that, with an Artio around, is going to have some struggles getting away, things like that, maybe locking people down the way he would like. And so I could definitely see that being a very large thorn in their side, like maybe a sword-shaped thorn. And it's Nemesis's sword. That was a bad analogy.
That she can break in half to make 2 thorns now in your side.
Exactly. See, you get it.
I'm with you on that wavelength. Khepri banned by the Jade Dragons. Wondering where the support will go here. It's Khepri and Ymir both no, not Ymir. Ymir's banned. Khepri and Yemoja was what I wanted to say. Are both up and available. Baron Samedi banned away by the Camelot Kings. Seeing what Mike did in Game 4 for the Oni Warriors, I believe it was a 0-0-7 game on that Baron.
Yeah.
That they ended up steamrolling through the Oni Warriors.
Do not forget.
The King's not going to give that one up over there. Instead, it will be Yemoja for the Jade Dragons. So what's the answer now for the Camelot Kings? I mean, you see the Ymir is taken away. Khepri's still up. Do you think that's the call for the Kings?
I mean, Khepri would be a very easy slot into this. All right, look, I'm already looking at this. I actually wouldn't have minded the Khepri on the other side, just because I think Yemoja is really solid for Mike. So, like, this is by no means taken away from that. But, like, I see AMC and Nemesis. Both of those like to peel and destroy specifically one target. I feel like a Khepri into that pick would have been able to res it. And, you know, getting a King Arthur back or a Yemoja back maybe would not be as worthwhile as saving like your carries, which is going to be an easy feat for the Kings if they lock it in here. But still something that maybe could have opened up the doors for the Dragons to survive the initial onslaught and initial ults coming down from the Kings. And so I think that it's honestly a wild day that we see all of these supports bans. Well, I guess it's only really 2 support bans, but that Mike's Baron is such a big flex that it forces Yemoja and Khepri to stay available.
Yeah, what a world where a Baron ban is now what's causing Yemoja and Khepri
will purify
to be
this land
over everything else. But with the Khepri will be Chernobog. With all the shred mentioned earlier between Nemesis and a Muzen Cobb does open the door for that double hunter of the Camelot Kings. And then a Tsukuyomi. The only person, to my knowledge, in the league currently playing this god, Screammmmm, on the Jade Dragons, wants to go back to this one. Something that he can get involved with a little bit earlier. But I think that also goes back to it would have been perfect to have Khepri on here just because of the nature of Tsukuyomi. You want to get into that back line and make those trades.
I mean, you're going to be about as deep as you can get. Because your ult, like you said, just deposits you back there. I do think it's interesting to look at, though, because in my mind here, the Dragons are in a good spot to have a couple dive, right? Tsukuyomi, probably the King Arthur, go pretty deep. Yemoja be the barrier then between the rest of the Kings and the Dragons and the Merlin and the Artemis. A lot of burn damage potential, a lot of, I think, of really just setup potential and kill potential from an Artemis as well with a Tusky. All of that encompassed with a Tsukuyomi. Team 5-on-5 feels really solid, But again, it's going to be pretty easy. If Tsukuyomi goes pretty deep, cool, I'm going to Khepri grab you, or I'm going to throw the Scarab's Blessing on the guy it looks like you're going to kill, then Khepri grab you. I think that they have good dive that does get to the AMC and stick to him pretty easily, but I think that Khepri, and admittedly the Artio, but really the Khepri, to me, is the biggest problem that he's going to have to deal with.
For the Jade Dragons, it really does feel kind of like a dive style of competition. You got some team fight play. You got Yemoja, you've got Artemis, but we've seen in jungle corridors how hard it can be sometimes to get Tusky to actually go through unless you're fighting, at the Gold Fury, at the Fire Giant Pit, things like that. So for the Camelot Kings with this more pick-oriented style of draft, is there kind of a time frame where that starts fading away, where this pick style of play starts losing out to maybe some more of the team fight objective that the Jade Dragons have?
I mean, if engagements for the Dragons just go perfectly, then yes. But like otherwise, time in game, I think it just gets stronger, right? Like, I mean, you get better peel from a Nemesis, better survivability from her. You get more damage from an AMZ. Admittedly, you also like early on have the Artio, like the healing, even in late game that's going to persist with the CC there, as well as Chernobog just being Chernobog and being able to teleport across the map and help things out. I think the Kings have a really good draft to try and find some control this game. A lot of where they could falter is going to be if this Tsukuyomi can find those dives, if Tusky can find big stuns, that could break things apart. And so that's really, I think, the big goal for the Dragons is this is a team comp from the Kings that the minute it joins up, the minute they're together and whole, it's going to be difficult and not impossible, but kind of close to try and break down. And so, you know, Tsukuyomi has to be the warhammer to slam the door open. It has to be, you know, King Arthur kicking the door down for them. Someone has to spearhead the Dragons forward to make sure that fight happens well, and that it happens before the Kings can really dig their heels in.
Well, we did see a strong performance from Pegon on the Merlin in game number 1 of the set against Camelot Kings, one of those forefronts that at least make sure that the Jade Dragons were able to find success. During that game, Camelot Kings bounce it back in game number 2, tie up the set. So at bare minimum, we're going to be getting at least 4 games out of this set. But neither of these teams probably want to have to go the full distance, Gormizer. I imagine both these teams want to close it out within 4, so it's going to come down to who is going to be able to take this third game, take the lead, and put the game at match point.
And worth mentioning, last Masters up against the Titans in the finals, Kings only made it to 4. They fell in that 4th game. And so they're trying to not repeat that, right? Whereas if you just go to yesterday, 4-game set for the Dragons, and game number 4 was the fastest one. I think getting the advantage here in game number 3, just having that, you know, it's a relief of pressure on yourselves and off your shoulders, things like that. You can relax. Because even if you lose game 4, then you've got game 5. You can make adjustments. But realistically, that pressure then being mounted when you are 1 game away from just getting knocked out, it can be a lot to handle.
Well, both these teams squaring off for game number 3. Who is going to take the lead in the set and get to match point? Will it be the Camelot Kings? Will it be the Jade Dragons? We'll have to jump right in to catch the action.
Time to set the pace for the remainder of this set. Game number 3 between Kings and Dragons. Love the draft that the Camelot Kings are bringing here into game number 3. Same with the Jade Dragons, though. I think both teams playing to their strengths in many different ways. Now, you got to talk about the 1-2 punch, the CaptainTwig ult, the BigManTingz ult, the Prod Shred to delete targets later on in the game. And on the flip side, the Jade Dragons had this great team fight with Merlin damage, PandaCat with his big ultimate. Should be able to fight effectively later on in the game. Got a brawl of a game 3 gore over the horizon.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch how they're going to handle this. And I'm really excited to watch the Kings draft, because I think this is one that, in essence, and maybe even in a vacuum, just wins in this matchup. And I think that that's the thing that makes this very interesting, because the Dragons recognize what they're going up against. They have a lot of strong picks for themselves that are very Dragons-styled. I mean, you know, they said it on the desk, but like Screammmmm, and who else is playing Tsukuyomi right now?
No.
And so I really do think that this is going to be fun to watch if the Dragons are able to find the engage and the fights that their team needs to win.
Unlucky for Mike, was going for a purple buff invade, but Genetics just hanging out over by green. So Mike will only get purple buff experience, though Genetics will only get the purple buff experience as well. So all equalized. It's really Netrioid, big winner here. He's able to hit level 2 first. Get a little pressure rolling here in the lane. Gore, I want to take the first couple moments of this game. I saw some Twitter shout-outs to you, but you deserve full-on shout-out for not only desking here in the finals, but then taking off the shark mask, running over here, doing some casting for us as well. The true MVP of the SMITE Summer Masters Finals. And you deserve your praise for it. It's
I'm
not
gonna
an
do
easy
a,
thing to do.
I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna do a lot of not talking the rest of the night after this, though.
Well, look, we get a,
I'm making up for it here.
We get a nice breather, and we appreciate you, Gore. I know it's not an easy thing to do.
that.
We did a 3-man cast earlier on
Hey,
today.
thank you.
And we are.
That was the first 3-man cast for me, at least.
I've casted for 4 years, never done one. Me scratching my brain trying to chair 2 some Smite. Much better at doing chair 1, and that's what's happening in mid now. It's CaptainTwig. We'll blink forward towards Pegon, and 1 auto attack is all it takes to finish off the kill. And it's the threat that Merlin faces. Beads gone, early game Nem, and big burst damage from BigManTingz.
And look, that's not the start you want to see if you're on the Dragons or if you're a fan of the Dragons. I think Twig getting off and being able to have a strong kill, first blood bounty going their way, opening up the jungle and opening up the mid lane for teams, those are definitely areas you don't want to lose.
Oh, Riptide out from Mike. Necessary. Those are always tricky. Because if you place that slightly incorrectly and you're getting riptided the other way,
thrown into the sharks.
That is a cold-blooded moment in a good way from PolarBearMike. PandaCat will be able to back away, but necessary, right? I mean, this Artemis needs some time to get there. Immobile loves that level 5, getting a bit of CC immunity and the ultimate for self-disengage. But up until then, Netrioid and Genetics might be feeling okay in this lane.
Yeah, I think they have nothing to worry about. And I'm actually really curious to see this because, you know, in the matchup between a Cupid, I like the Artemis, at least in lane. When it comes to team fights, there's definitely more conversation and a lot of nuance around which one's going to be better, who's playing it, if they're having a better game, things like that. It becomes very, very, very complex very quickly. Artemis was banned out, and again, in the Cupid matchup, I get that. But when the Kings themselves are kind of recognizing that they weren't going for it in games 1 and 2, I want to know more about what PandaCat's got to offer on just this pick. And early on, it's not going to do too much. I think with the right build, and that we've been seeing lately, you know, your Silver Branch a little later, if you want to sprinkle in a little bit of crit, but the chin size have been very big, the Odi bow, things like that, I expect this to be a powerful pick in 10 minutes, right? Or maybe even a little bit longer than that, towards the 15 to 18 minute mark after 2 or 3 items have been completed. Then you're going to start to see some power spikes. Tusky's going to be a big deal, things like that. But realistically, I don't know if you're going to get that. I mean, here you've got Chernobog, you've got global rotation, you've got really good power, the same kind of autos, and maybe it's not going to be a huge team fight changing ult, but it's just a fight changing ult. I mean, you could just show up on right anytime you want, and all of a sudden it's a 3v2. You can show up in mid, and a 3v3 turns into a 4v3. Like, you have an additional number advantage anytime you want it.
Now, Gore, you bring up the word power, which makes me think...
Power.
What type of power, right? Almost all physical from the Camelot Kings here. The damage dealers will be physical. It's variety and genetics that have some magical damage.
Easiest sovereignty of Mike's life.
That's right. That said, you have Stinger from BigManTingz and Divine Judgment from CaptainTwig. And I guess that's really what you're leaning on, because it carries Pegon and PandaCat. I mean, it doesn't matter. They're going to get melted by physical damage one way or another. They're not itemizing defensively. It's really the tanks, then, for the Jade Dragons that feel like they can easily itemize into physical defense. But also, Gore seem like maybe easy targets for a couple ultimates from the Kings.
Yeah, and that's the reason on the desk I was wondering, like, why the Yemoja over the Khepri? Because I feel like, and I see Nemesis, I see Muzen Cobb, and I think, well, damn, fineokay and King Arthur's going to have a lot of trouble here. I want something that can maybe protect them. And like you said, maybe you can just hard stack into a lot of physical damage. And in fact, that's what they did earlier, right? It was just the opposite. It was, hey, Freya's the problem. Cool, let's just hard stack in the magical defense, make sure she can't do anything. Maybe you can do something similar. I always feel like it's easier to burn through physical prots than it necessarily is for magical prots for the other side. So I feel like that's going to be easier for the Kings, even if that's the build route they go for the Dragons. And you're also still susceptible to it, right? I mean, with the Khepri on the other side now, one of the best ways to deal with those two is to just kill them before their damage can come out, or if they, you know, you get an ult from Twig, force him into a position where he has to retreat. I don't know that you're going to get that with the Khepri around.
PandaCat, got to use the beads. Genetics has an abduct. And Artemis, an easy target for the bug. And now, you know, I was thinking about susceptibility. Is that a word?
Yeah.
If it is, I'm running with it. If it's not, I'm still running with it. CaptainTwig.
I'll write it in the dictionary for you.
Appreciate it. CaptainTwig and CaptainTwig and Scream rather, Gore, have some pretty good options, I think, early in this game to look for picks. We talked so much about in our first, third, fourth place match of the day, talking about, please, somebody gank out this AMC in mid lane, get the beads, look for a kill. Twig looking to do that to Scream right now. Beads used by Scream, as well as an ultimate from CaptainTwig. Is anyone going to collapse in, though, onto this Nemesis? Yes, it's Variety. Just as a bodyguard, Twig will be just fine. On the flip side, Gore, you already have beads off of PandaCat and off of Scream as well. So there are some options really for both junglers if early game pressure, early game ganks is what they have in mind.
Feels like it's an interesting balance. Nemesis can get those early game ganks online. When the blink is up and Twigs is down right now, that makes it 10 times easier, right? Because, you know, otherwise you're pretty telegraphed in where you're going. You don't have a leap. And again, without something to just kind of instantly transport you there, they'll see you running or they'll hear your dash. And so I'm expecting something like that from Twig, where, like you said, show face, maybe Pegon isn't your target, maybe it's Scream, maybe it's going to be Panda. Whereas for Scream, I mean, you're built to dive, and you know, trying to chase someone down like an AMC can be pretty easily done, especially with the piercing moonlight. You just have to find the right scenario. Again, and can go wrong, because if you connect on someone like Genetics in the middle of the fight and they put you out of position, then you're just going to now find yourself dead. So I think Scream's going to have to be cautious with the engage, but I want to see them, much like you, get active against the AMC. Don't just let BigManTingz, I almost said Dardes because of like muscle memory.
We've said it so many times, right?
Don't let him just farm up.
Uh-oh. Is Mike going to be first blood here in game 3? Yes, he is. CaptainTwig hits pay dirt. Second blood, rather. I already forgot the first kill that happened earlier on. Camelot Kings able to get their second as Mike drops and Pegon died a bit earlier on. Nemesis score in the right place at the right time is what it's felt like. A lot of this rallying around CaptainTwig. And Mike got caught out once or twice in game 2. Happens early on here in game 3, and actually decent little lead built up for the Kings.
It feels like, and this is the start, it could potentially shift, but this is typically like a kind of performance we see start off a Twig carry game as opposed to just like a Twig setup game, right? And I'm actually really excited to watch it. Already 2-0. And what we just saw is the same reason I was saying I'm surprised there's no Khepri. Now, I will preface this by saying if that's a Khepri instead of a Yemoja, you're still dead. You might even use the ult, but you're still going to die. I think that what we're going to see, though, is that exact play, the Stinger plus the Nym ult, just onto any individual that the Kings want to kill, whether it's Mike, whether it's fineokay, if maybe Scream. Better yet, if they can split the difference, because you're going to get a lot of prot shed from both. You can just throw Ting's Stinger onto Mike and maybe the Nym ult onto fineokay and kill them both. It just feels like this is going to be, from the get-go, again, just such a hard uphill battle for the Dragons. And we haven't even gotten to see the full team fight.
No, we haven't. And early on, you're talking about scaling, getting items online. If you drop those 2 ults on somebody, really at any point in the game,
it's just bad.
Yeah,
regardless
of where itemization is. Could be bad news for Tings. Red buff dropped, though, by the AMC. Netrioid ults through, and a Riptide for Mike will get Scream and PBM out. Looks like double stacking for Scream, which is interesting here, of course. Still working on that Transcendence. And then what appears to be a Soul Eater after the fact. Leveraging a bit of your early game, yes, you get maybe some mid-game power spikes going once those 2 items are stacked up, but is allowing BigManTingz to kind of free rotate throughout and not worry too much about the pressure from the Dragons jungler.
Yeah, and I do think that this is something that in the long run, and I think that the Dragons are playing this in an appropriate way. I don't know that if you go in right now, you're going to get the kill. I think that you're going to be able to maybe force the beats, force Tings to feel awkward. But when Genetics is around, if you're just looking for single target, it's not going to work out well for you. But if you get a Soul Eater, then what I'm looking at is a player who could potentially survive that dive.
It is Pyro to the Kings and an attempted fight from the Jade Dragons. But the fight, attempted as it may be, never came to fruition. The Kings get themselves a neutral objective and out relatively easily. CaptainTwig continues on with his auto-attack style of build on the Nem Golden Blade into Executioner. So brawling on the mind of CaptainTwig. Auto attack, shred down the health bars.
But specifically looking at that Executioner, it's not just for Twig, right? That passive is now going to start playing in hand. And again, if you're going to load up on physical procs, this is why I feel like it's just so much easier to deal with that than it is magical on the other side. And it's Executioner, cool. Twig goes in, ult, smack, smack. Then Tingz, Sand Stinger, no stinger at all, is going to just hit you harder. Netrioid, going to hit you harder by base metrics. So you're really opening up your 2 carries to do a lot more, yourself to do a lot more. And then if you start factoring in the fact that, you know, Muzen has not only a ton of pressure in lane because of his clear, but a ton of pressure in fights because of how much damage he can do, the stinger then applying a little bit more, a build where you've already stacked your Transcendence, you've got a Crusher, you're going to hit so hard in these fights. And again, it's so difficult for me to figure out where the Dragons' win condition is. And it's just because it feels like the Kings have a lot of avenues covered. A lot of it right now I'm hanging my hat at, I think the Dragons are too. A little bit of Scream, because I need to see what the Tsukuyomi can do. It's going to be 50-50. Either it goes in, gets shredded and killed off, or it goes in and picks up crazy kills. And I need to see what PandaCat's going to offer on Tusky.
Can the Kings now get the second neutral objective in the last couple of minutes? Pyromancer wears off, and Gold Fury being juggled back and forth between BigManTingz and Netrioid. A nice steal attempt from Mike, but that's all it is an attempt. This is King's Smite to a T. This is how the Kings, all phase long, beat every other team in the league. They lost 2 sets, all of phase 2. And there were so many games that were just like this, where the Jade Dragons are saying, look, we can't really fight right now, we don't want to fight right now, whatever their reasoning may be. But they don't show up to objectives, and the Camelot Kings also not necessarily scrapping and fighting. It's been a couple kills for Twig, and that's it. fineokay should be okay. So an ultimate from Twig maybe makes you think dive. There's your prot shred, but healthy enough is this King Arthur. Healthy enough is the lead of the Camelot Kings is what I'm getting at. A little over 4,000 gold with only 2 kills on the board.
2 kills. Look, last game we were, what, 15 kills in 15 minutes? Now, like you said, this fits the pace the Kings love. And this fits the style the Kings love. It is oppressive and suffocating, but in the worst way, because the Dragons can't choose a fight. They can't engage on anybody. They can try to defend these neutral objectives, but it's such an awkward engage for you, because again, if you can only target one person, or if only one of you is going to be adept at diving, because King Arthur's on the other side of the planet for you, then there's not really a whole dive that's going to happen here. So, Dragons, at this point, especially like you said, with 4,000 gold, I'm starting to think the next couple of minutes are damage control, right? Try to mitigate some of the losses, try to mitigate what has been going on in the gold, and start thinking about team fights, not even on individual picks, just your team fights and where you're going to start grouping up. Because if I don't see group ups, you know, something kind of similar to this on the right-hand side, then you're not really getting anything done.
Righty. Tells Pegon to back off just a bit. And maybe the smallest of neutral objectives in the Greater Scorpion heads to the Camelot Kings. I mean, is the Kings' objective shred really like that much better early on in the game, to the point where the Jade Dragons aren't going to show up? I mean, you do have Merlin for the Dragons, but Twig with the auto attack style build, Executioner, Netrioid had a pretty good spot in his build. BigManTingz, I guess, can burn down these objectives. It's always that interesting conversation of
Merlin damage.
Right, Merlin damage, right. I mean, if we're not drawing the line here, where do we draw the line? The first appearance of Scream, as far as a gank goes, doesn't end up resulting in much, but here's your Chernobog advantage. Netrioid over from the left side of the map. Mike tosses up the walls. And a decent stun onto 2 members of the Camelot Kings, and then a follow-up as well, but 5 members of the Kings suddenly on the right side of the map. This is the opportunity for the Dragons. They all stay alive. Let PandaCat farm up a bit.
And ultimately, this is just pyro play, right? This is exactly what the Kings want. They're going for, admittedly, an easy neutral objective, but still something that's going to put more gold in their pocket. I'm actually surprised to see that they didn't immediately collapse in on it. But I think that's much to what you said. They didn't kill off any of the Dragons. And you can, for the most part, burn these down, and you were talking about it, burn with Tingz and Twig and Netrioid versus just Pegon on the Merlin and how that balances out. I think when you factor in the Artemis, you have to start an equation. fineokay might be in trouble, though. Good Riptides.
He is, but not to worry. Mike will wrap his arms around you and riptide you away. I could close my eyes at night.
With arms wide open.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's all that's really been going on for the Dragons is defensive riptides. Genetics tanking up the tier 1 tower, but not enough damage or presence really from any of the Jade Dragons to fully get this kill. I mean, I say swing. What a continued trend now for the Kings. They're able to get Pyromancer, knock down the tier 1 tower in mid with maybe 1 or 2 more waves, and then just go get the Primal Fury here in a couple minutes. Because it's interesting, Gore, it's like a simple script, almost like a decision tree from the Kings. Is this objective up? Yes, we're moving to this one next. Is this objective? I mean, it is just methodical from the Camelot Kings. And the Dragons haven't chosen yet where they want to draw that line as a team.
And that's a perfect question, is where do you draw that line? If it's not an objective play, I mean, maybe a little bit over there by the Pyromancer you start to see. I still think team fight's fine. And when you look at experience, like, you know, we've been talking a lot about gold, and for good reason, it's outrageous. But when you look at the experience, there's a little bit of a deficit in mid, a little bit of a deficit for your supports. Yeah, and probably everybody else has, I would argue, a small deficit, but small enough that it's not really, like, dragging the Dragons down. And so I'm wondering if that's kind of their goal, is just keep this experience gap as close as possible. And then when you get into a team fight, yes, itemization gaps are going to exist, and you're going to have to deal with that and overcome that. But being able to make sure that you've maintained, at least in terms of level experience and level gap, means that they're not going to be as overwhelmingly powerful as they could be. And that could be the opening for team fight ults from the Dragons to really start kicking things off.
Well, the decision tree continues for the Camelot Kings. Is Primal Fury up? Yes. We'll head on over to it. The Jade Dragons will not be here. And that'll be another objective to the Camelot Kings. But Twig has been left alone, drops his ultimate onto Pegon. And are you ever alone? If you've got a Chernobog on your team, Netrioid says no. And now fineokay being collapsed on by a few members of the Camelot Kings. Scream here as well. Haven't seen a single piercing moonlight yet this game.
Uh-oh.
Now may be the time.
Variety? Not Variety. fineokay specifically uses beads there. I think it was a pre-beads, but didn't necessarily do too much to get him away. And now they're going to dive deep, at least for PandaCat. And you had mentioned it earlier, but this tower's gone.
It is gone. And that, you know, they do a roundabout decision tree there. They go Fury before they get back to the tier 1 tower, but the tower drops nonetheless. And a kill onto Pegon, second of the game, onto this Merlin, who actually is at a decently strong spot now with Warlocks, Muzen, Soul Reaver.
Yeah.
In a really good spot if you're Pegon. Gives more credence to the Camelot Kings, though. Pegon will be back in respawning. Obviously, the Kings, without Netrioid over on the right side of the map, won't feel comfortable pulling out that Fire Giant. But now we've seen a couple instances, Gore, of that Chernobog ultimate and the global pressure from that making such a difference in this match.
I mean, just the way you called it in that last fight, right, where it's Nemesis alone. But are you ever really alone? If Netrioid has his ult, then the answer is no. And right now, yeah, you are really alone if you're ever caught out. But give it about, what, 20 more seconds? And all of a sudden, it's going to be very easy for Netrioid to be back into that fight. And that's where some of these problems come from. I mean, Artemis is going to take a lot longer of a time to rotate over there. Isn't going to be able to provide too much. And if you bite off more than you can shoot for the Dragons, you're going for that single target. If Netrioid makes it over, then the damage output, at the minimum, is going to be able to mean that probably going to have a 1-for-1 trade. If genetics is there, then it's a 1-for-none trade in favor of the Kings all of a sudden. And so it feels like the engage for the Dragons here is going to just suffer.
We have hit 20 minutes, and look at the damage on the objective. The Jade Dragons, your best chance is a Fire Giant steal right now. Walls go up for Mike. Walls crash down. Fire Giant stolen by the Jade Dragons. You've chosen your moment to strike. Now you need to get out, but CaptainTwig has something else in mind. The Riptides from Mike, good enough, but not good enough for PandaCat. Netrioid, not just a kill. The Camelot Kings pull back a kill, but it's the Jade Dragons on the Fire Giant steal.
Now here's where things can get very interesting. The Dragons can use this to farm out. Look, there's 5 towers on the side of the Kings. That's a lot of gold that they can do to try and chip away at this deficit. Pyromancer's going to be coming up. Maybe you can get aggressive. The downside is, did you just steal an objective? We've seen this countless times. Are you too far behind that getting this objective simply means the Kings win less hard as opposed to you get your turnaround potential. If they can't accomplish anything with this Fire Giant, then it starts to crumble. The Kings have already been more proactive, and admittedly it's only been a minute, but they've been more proactive on the map than what we've gotten to see out of the Dragons just in the time they picked it up.
Gore, this may be one of those. Yeah, we'll look at the the gold differential now. Yeah, minus
Negative,
1,700. I imagine we are going to see that as this Fire Giant continues on. I didn't quite catch actually what stole it from the Jade Dragons. I know Mike's walls crashed through, and I guess it was Mike for watching from his POV.
I know he had the Moon Strike as well, but I don't know if it was the well-timed there. No, I think it is the walls.
Maybe just
or
crashed
the bubble
on
bounce.
through. Something from PolarBearMike steals that away. Bubble bounce is what we're hearing. And look, that's the opportunity, right? If the Camelot Kings are feeling confident enough to pull it in the face of the Jade Dragons into a Yemoja, that's the opportunity for the Jade Dragons to stabilize this game. And stabilize, I think, Gore, from my point of view, is
That's a strong word still.
right. But I think that's as good as the answer to your question
Yeah.
gets, right? I mean, I don't think the Dragons in any type of position to push back against the Kings right now. It's more keeping our towers on the map as good as we can. The Kings don't have Fire Giant. That's the good news. We got another 3 minutes to maybe catch our breath, get some more items online.
It's a break pump, right? Like they slow the game down and they get it back to a pace that maybe they can start to accomplish something. And again, you're looking at experience. I'm looking at farm. And while the gold lead, I don't think is anything that they're going to maybe make a big dent in. I think that what we will see from the Dragons is at least, again, proactive play and slowing down the Kings and their control on this. Do you defend tier 1s even though you have Fire Giant and they don't? No. I don't think that we're looking at many defenses outside of the tier 2s. I don't think I want to see the Dragons really go for a fight either. I think that if it comes to them, it's more than fine to go for it, but things have just not been looking great for them, and I think the Kings group up has been too powerful.
Yep.
And so again, with a minute on the power play, in quotations is what I'm going to put here for the Dragons, I think that you have to figure out how to attack either right here, right now around the Fury, or the next FG.
You're not attacking right now if you're the Jade Dragons. Again, considered a steal, but not much else. Itemization, yes, still pretty scary, but some important power spikes starting to get hit for the Jade Dragons if you're looking at your opportunity to fight back in. Fully completed Obsidian Shard for Pegon, despite being 0-2, half of the 4 kills that the Camelot Kings have. I still consider Pegon a massive threat to the Camelot Kings here, as his build has really started to come together effectively. And great at defending, right, is this Merlin. Even if you're gonna be on the back foot, you'd love to have a Merlin on your team. You can create areas that the Camelot Kings either have to fight through with massive amounts of damage or force them into more awkward positions. And PandaCat, itemization-wise, hasn't been able to upgrade his starter, but still 4-slotted. The opportunities are there, yes, for the Jade Dragons, but it's going to be a lot of the Camelot Kings dictating where and when that's happening, which is a scary thought.
Yeah, a lot of it is how do you do those openings? How do you access these fights in a way that gets you something that starts to resemble a lead or a fight that can go in your favor. We haven't even had to see Genetics ult so far.
Yeah.
And
have I seen a single piercing moonlight yet this game?
No, we have not seen that.
I don't think I've seen Scream use his ultimate a single time.
And I think it's maybe for the same reason, right? If Scream uses his ultimate, then Genetics can just use his, and it kind of offsets it and puts Scream out of position. I just don't know that there's again, in this draft, it's so much of a struggle to figure out where the openings are for the Dragons. I think that it has to rely on Scream. Because we've seen everybody else try to do it so far, and it hasn't. Yeah. Scream has not been the one engaging it. If you can get to this Fire Giant first, or if you can set up well around it, I mean, looking at vision, I'm looking at wards, I'm looking at inventories, and the chock full of them that the Kings have, 4 wards, 4 sentries all ready to get thrown down on the ground. I think that the Dragons have to play this in a virtually impeccable way. They can't afford a mistake if they want this to go their way. If this Fire Giant goes down, it might not be the end of the game. I think they've got a decent enough defense around Phoenix lines that the Kings might not be able to break the base without finding just an obnoxious team fight in their favor.
Yeah.
But I do think that you have to make sure that this is not going to go for free, and if this one gets away, then you have to be there for the next one as well.
You thought the last Fire Giant went quickly. Now we're a stronger Camelot Kings. River's Rebuke is up from Mike this time, not around the objective, but around the Kings themselves. Variety stunned onto the back line, but Variety sends a 4-man stun towards the Jade Dragons himself, gallops away with his life, but is TKO'd from this fight. Has teleport if he needs to reset.
Again, and that one might just be, honestly, control on the trigger more than anything. Genetics did not use ult. Oh, oh man.
That is tough. Now, it's a steal for a steal, right? It's only fair
Yeah,
that Twig gets his steal for Mike's
still
steal earlier on.
hurts.
So now you go into this fight, no River's Rebuke. That was massive for PolarBearMike on the last fight. And no Tusky from PandaCat. It is a much more susceptible Artemis, and look at Variety simply lumber forward into the Jade Dragons. Fire Giant dropped by the Camelot Kings, but Stinger is as well. BigManTingz able to reset most of that cooldown. He steps forward to pick it up. fineokay had to reset. fineokay has teleport. Should be able to get back a bit stronger, but the Kings simply zone out the Jade Dragons. Variety gets the first Scarab's blessing of the game, and it is all 5 with FG for the Camelot Kings.
I mean, and just such a clean save from Genetics there, too. And what is Variety doing for his team? He is just making space. And you know what? Most of the time, even if you die there, I think I'm okay with that. But I just love how the Kings are playing this one. This is just clean smite from them, right? I mean, it's nothing short of that. The Fire Giant buff actually maybe mars that. Maybe we'll give him like a 93,
steal, yeah.
a 94 out of 100 for it so far. It's been mostly clean smite. And it's just been so much that it is overwhelming in their favor. Do they need a massive amount of kills? No. In fact, they've actually tied. If you go back not too long ago, I think it was the end of Season 8, this is the same amount of kills that the Dragons had when they beat the Bolts in a game and were able to do so just by exuding similar force to what the Kings are doing right now. So the lowest kill count in a competitive game. I expect we're going to jump over the 4 here, but it is something that is going to be, I think, just powerful for the Kings. And the only real issues I think they're going to run into here should not be around the Tier 2 tower lines. I think that they're going to be able to easily push up on left, easily knock down this Tier 2. Should be able to, if they can't get into the Phoenix, get a Tier 2 in mid, probably a Tier 2 in right. And it looks like they're gearing up to try and get all 3 at once. But with a Trebuchet, you start to have conversations about the Phoenix. And that's where this Merlin comes in. Should be where Scream comes in. I'm going to go ahead and call it out there. This has been the most nothing game from Scream that we've seen, right? We've seen Scream have bad games. You know, go back yesterday, there was a game where it was like 3-8 or something like that. We've seen Scream carry games. And we've seen Scream now have a game where I don't know that there's been much done. Like you said, I see the 5,300 player damage, which is 2,300 over the supports, but is that really what you want to rely on here? I mean, and most of that's probably just like some caltrops, maybe a ranged auto thrown out earlier on. We need to see something bigger from the jungler.
Variety is really coming into his own at the end of this game as well. I've seen a lot of double stuns, triple stuns, 4-man stun on the previous Fire Giant. I thought we would get here on the last Fire Giant, but it was stolen by PolarBearMike. But we are at Phoenix Siege time for the Camelot Kings and Miracle time. You are putting your hands together and praying if you're a Jade Dragons fan right now. It's an ultimate over to the right side. Phoenix from Netrioid, tanked up by this Chernobog. But is Phoenix damage even enough? First piercing moonlight of the game. Puts Scream into a position to get a kill, and he does. First kill of the game for the Jade Dragons, but you've lost your Phoenix as well.
And it was finally, look, Genetics isn't here. He wasn't there to be able to find that. And look, that's a good River's Rebuke to separate the teams.
Variety makes his way out. Tusky, great. That's slowing down the disengage. But Variety in once more. Stuns down PolarBearMike. Rest of the Camelot Kings a bit further back. Looks like we will just wait for CaptainTwig to respawn, and the timing seems okay. 30 seconds on Twig's respawn, 20 seconds will be remaining on the Fire Giant buff after that. Jade Dragons, they took their time. They'll grab their first kill of the game just shy of 30 minutes in. Now, I mean, you're still handedly behind. If you're a Dragons fan, you're starting to look at the builds. You're saying, okay, we're starting to get 6 slotted. We got some Tier 1 and Tier 2 in those slots. We are starting to catch up a bit. Still dire circumstances. But there are openings where there's enough damage in the game now to blow up some priority targets in a bad positioning situation.
And you're entering a portion of the game where if you can get kills, the death timers are long enough. With enough of them, you can break the base pretty easily. So the Dragons, I'll stand with you, are not out of this game, even though it's a whopping amount of gold, and admittedly not even a favorable map state. But you know, you got to look at the positives when you're looking at them for this. And realistically, you lost your right side Phoenix.
Yeah.
Easy to defend an EFG with that. So in about a minute, I expect them to step up, especially with the amount of pressure they've been putting on it. Twig will get one more fire wave at least closer to the Phoenix here. But very easy to just have Merlin step over there or Tsukuyomi step over there and get that done. You also get to see a really good ult. I almost wish and kind of want to see Scream, even if it goes in and forces the ult from Genetics, just getting it out of there so that you can then feel like this team can finally fight would be a huge deal. Because that was the first time I felt like the Dragons actually chose a fight for themselves.
Right.
And it's the first one that really felt like it went their way anyway. So I really want more plays like that, a little more proactive decision-making for them. And luckily, when if they are able to, an EFG is going to be very easy. Honestly, it's weird pathing. Going down right would help you in the long term if you're able to get. This is a long future look. But I actually like the idea of the Dragons maybe tearing down mid if they're able to, just because towers and that, if you get, again, a big enough fight, could just open you up for a win up against the Kings here.
It's going to require kills for the Jade Dragons, which they have not found many of. And also pressure on beads. Pressure on the enhanced fire giant now from the Camelot Kings. Lockdown from Variety. Riptide forward. Kings get enhanced fire giant, and the Jade Dragons step forward after the fact. Now is the time to fight, say the Dragons. But they are walking in to mounds of damage from the Camelot Kings. Variety still controlling the front line. fineokay whirls away. Still a Tusky for disengage from PandaCat if need be. The Variety wanting to follow up on this Riptide out. Here's Twig on his blink in, drops it slow in the rest of the Jade Dragons, but here's the damage. We talked about the turnaround potential. Scarab's blessing has popped. CaptainTwig is out, and all 10 players still on the map.
And look, the damage though, the amount used on both sides, very, very high. King Arthur still has his ult, but I think that's going to favor very heavily the Kings anyway, right? EFG, a lot of aggression, people forced to fall back, relics not all used, but still some down. That safety being stripped away from the Dragons allows the Kings to walk into Phoenixes.
Twig walks in with the rest of his team. fineokay found an initiation on an Netrioid. One of the first sets of beads I've had to see get used by the Camelot Kings this game. There's just been negative beads pressure. And we talked about compositionally how that might be an issue. Gore, you talked about lockdown earlier on in the game. We're seeing that come to fruition now. It's fineokay on a King Arthur ultimate. He's got to find a lockdown onto Netrioid. And the Jade Dragons, to their credit, trying to fight, but it's all after the fact. The Phoenix is gone now, we're going to try to go in. Fire Giant's gone now, we're going to try to go in. And the Jade Dragons are down 3 Phoenixes and a whole lot of gold in a very, very important Game 3. Camelot Kings have a real good look at championship point.
Still 2.5 minutes that really make the difference for them, right? Like, I mean, it's not even like this. It was like, oh, and then they get to wait out the Fire Giant. It's fine. It's like, no, man, you still got more. The onslaught isn't done yet. 3 waves of fire minions, plus all of, again, now actually a lot of tier 3s being finished in that final slot. Every single relic at this point has been upgraded with that Scorching Blink just now picked up. All starter upgrades. I mean, you're talking like power potions, things like that. And while it's not maybe a vast gap over what the Dragons have, like you had called out earlier, some getting 6 slotted, feeling a little bit better. You're seeing a couple upgraded relics, but not as many. It is a significant power punch that the Kings are going to have over them. Plus, if it wasn't clear, still have the EFG.
Yep.
The downside is that trying to fight this 5-on-5, even with all your ults back up, I think is going to be a little more troublesome for the Kings. It feels like the Dragons are getting better at this fight. It's just making it happen, making it work for them around the defense. Under the Titan room, it's too much, right? Your Titan's just going to die if they decide to focus it if you let them get that far. So I like where they're positioning, force the Kings into a narrow path, and see what you can do about it. But it's just such an awkward spot. 3 waves of fire minions, too much to defend from. It's a lot of openings for the Kings to get in.
Twig blinks forward, as we have seen the Nemesis do time and time again. Scream abducted, piercing moonlight. That's going to set him towards the Netrioid, who's able to get to the sky and into the Scarab's blessing. BigManTingz, the first kill of what could be the last fight of game number 3. fineokay gets abducted back by Genetics once more. And here's your damage shred from the rest of the Camelot Kings. Though the Jade Dragons have some damage to return of their own.
Tings is the only one really left full health for the damage dealers, right? Netrioid got rezzed, has to stay back and play it carefully. Twig is just at that awkward mark where he could get burst down, but with Scream gone, I like that they're playing this aggressively. You've got minions on the way. Just keep going.
Variety, now he's the one to blink forward, and he's got a stun onto the front line of the Jade Dragons. Watch out, Genetics. He does not have Scarab's Blessing any longer. This Titan pesky and pestering the Camelot Kings enough to the point where Fire Giant will fall off, and the Jade Dragons send us to one more Fire Giant, barring a weird backdoor play from the Camelot Kings.
Now here's what's uncomfortable for him. Now that you've said that out loud, I almost prefer the backdoor play. I think at this point,
they've got 3 waves of Oni Fire Minions.
I mean, Oni Fire Minions that are going to come your way. I think that there's 2 options for the Dragons here. Well, technically 3, and I'll list them all out. One is, and ideally this is going to happen anyway, ward up and make sure that there is no backdoor play. And I need deeper wards than what we see. We see some around the Phoenix line. That's not enough. They need to be in the jungle, and they need to be in the lanes. They need to catch every avenue of path into the base to make sure it can happen.
Ooh. Bubble off of Twig. Was that on your list of options? A pick on the CaptainTwig?
Pick wasn't, but one of them was just straight up fight and hope for the best. But you're going to lose a little bit for it, right? Look, mid Phoenix respawns, it's going down. There's Fire Minions in there. And so you have to try and make a miss.
Wow, they're dropping the FG.
And that's the thing, is if you sit back and let this happen at you, the game is being played at you right now and has been for 37 minutes, you might save a Phoenix or 2 now, but it just feels like there was no decision that gets you everything you want. Outside of just fight and hope for the best, now I think you're right back where we were about 3 minutes ago. Defend at the Phoenix line. It's not even about keeping the objectives themselves alive. It's just about trying to kill the Kings in a spot that forces them into an awkward fight. And that's what these narrow pathways usually do. And with a Merlin, you're supposed to be able to have a good defense against them, but they just can't step up.
I mean, you've made a call now if you're the Jade Dragons that's saying we want to at least defend our Phoenixes, so you've got to step forward. Because 2 auto attacks from the Kings that now have enhanced Fire Giant are just going to decimate these Phoenixes. All right,
like
fine.
That.
3 from CaptainTwig, who's gone left. But the Jade Dragons not happy with the 5v4 over on right because CaptainTwig can then gank the backline. So the call was, all right, we're going to let them get EFG, but we're going to let our Phoenixes respawn. But now you're fighting against an EFG'd up Camelot Kings. Watch out for Variety. Twig is thrown out the blink willy-nilly and caught out a few members of the Jade Dragons. There is Phoenix defense on the line for the Dragons.
And it's not going to do much. Yeah, right? I mean, what defense? Like, again, that's not, you don't position there to save the birds. You position there because you don't want to lose the game when they walk into the Titan room. You need to make sure this Titan doesn't take damage.
It's about to get chaotic. Camelot Kings as 5 can just pile onto this Titan. But you can also buy your time. Fire Minions in all 3 waves yet again. Only a mid and left for the next wave or 2. Before the right side meets its way in. Pegon blinked on by Variety. Mike separates out the fight with his walls, and that's pushed back the Camelot Kings as Phantom Shell burns away. Gives the Camelot Kings an out from a good pushback from the Jade Dragons.
But it's slowly whittling away some of the ults, right? Where are you going to go? Genetic still has theirs. I need to see Scream. I need to see Panda. A good Tusky, especially in these groupings, could be massive.
CaptainTwig, he's on the right side of this fight. Looking for a squishy. Should have easy pickings onto Pegon. Piercing Moonlight, it's out, and it's on to BigManTingz. The Aegis is worn out. Out goes Scream, and down goes Netrioid into the back of this fight. fineokay being worked on by the Camelot Kings, and fineokay, the first to drop at the hands of Netrioid. But again, not as clean as the Kings would have hoped. They get a pick. But now they've got to back and maybe reset some of these low health bars.
It's only going to be Variety, though. Variety has teleport. He's coming back into this, and they're going to be a full 5.
Fire Minions still left, mid, and right. And now all 3 waves reaching the Titan room. The damage dealer's got to deal their damage from the Jade Dragons, but the Kings funnel their way onto the Titan, and there is no pushback. Takes them 40 minutes, but the Camelot Kings convincingly, in 7-1 fashion, put themselves on championship point.
Look, I think there's a world where the Dragons are able to fight back, and maybe a world where they win that game, but they're at a deficit from the get-go. I mean, like that starts as draft diff, and then play on field diff with the draft diff just kind of starts to escalate. Eventually, you're too far behind in gold. You're too far behind in experience. And then when you catch up on one of those things, it feels like maybe you can do something. Oh, well, now the map state's against you. Now you've got fire minions pushing you back.
Yep.
And all of it originates with a draft that just was not going to dive into the Kings, and it wasn't going to be able to do it well. I think that they started out with some interesting picks, but I just think that they let the Kings get too much power on their side, too much that works well with each other, and it felt like it was just an impenetrable wall.
That is Kings Smite. That is the way they play this game. Think about it, Scream early to mid-game, didn't see Piercing Moonlights, took them till the end of the game to feel comfortable going in, finally getting all those items online. But the Kings at that point were way too far ahead. Championship point for the regular season Kings. Can they break the curse in game number 4? We'll find out right after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the $200,000 SMITE Summer Masters Grand Finals. Game number 3 goes to the Camelot Kings. A very low kill count game this time around, but a very methodical playstyle out of the Camelot Kings, denying the Jade Dragons as much farm as they could across the map, denying them out of continued objectives. And again, Gore, even though the kills were low this game, I mean, we didn't see till like 3 kills at the very end of the game, which essentially doubled the kill count up there. This is the kind of playstyle that we've come to kind of expect out of the Camelot Kings. Not really getting a whole lot of kills, but forcing fights only when they feel that they have the advantage to do so. You also brought up a lot of things, and I think you and Dave were right to talk on the fact that Scream never really could get active in this game at all. I mean, Piercing Moonlights in the first half of the game, essentially non-existent.
And a lot of that originates. We're going to watch a lot of in-game highlights. It's not even here that you see this start. It's in picks and bans. It's when that Yemoja got locked in instead of the Khepri for Mike. Because I see a Nemesis, I see an Muzen cop, I'm immediately thinking that's single target. If someone gets caught out, they're just dead. That's what this comp is built to do, and we will see that time and time and time again in that game. But what you really get out of this, unfortunately, is a really strong draft for the Kings that is overwhelming over the Dragons. And I see, because Avron linked it in our Discord, but the Smite Pro tweet, where it is the Kings playing the way the Kings did, which is a very slow chokeout style. That's not like, there was never a point where it felt like they maybe could have accelerated that. I think they took it at the pace that was necessary for them to get the win without playing too overzealously and losing something. And so that was the kind of style that is necessary to get them there. But because it's so oppressive, it's really just 40 minutes of the Dragons not really being able to fight into them. I mean, and there was an experience lead. There was a gold lead. They had everything they needed, team fight lead. And it just feels like no matter what the Dragons wanted to do throughout that, there was never a true opening to find their way in. And even when they finally found it, they got the 1 kill. It felt like a breath of fresh air. And it's, because genetics wasn't over there. And, they lost a Phoenix for it. And then they lost another Phoenix for it anyway. So it's like, did
really
it
bad.
really make that big of a difference just to find that one? I think that that one from the get-go feels like a go back to the drawing board for the Dragons.
And I think playstyle denial has been one of the things that's come up time and time again when we're talking to SPL versus SPL, SCC versus SPL. How are you going to beat the enemy team? You beat them at their own game. All the time they say, no, we're just going to play our game of Smite. We're going to make sure that they have to play into the pacing and the style that we want to. And that's exactly what the Camelot Kings did in this game. Is the Dragons want to jump in early. They've got a Tsukuyomi. They've got all this early game presence, all this early game action that they want to have. But the Camelot Kings just consistently denied it. This Khepri pick for genetics worked out perfectly for them. We'll see if it makes it through in game number 4. Picks and bans ready to go. And I think you're right to go back to the fact that it wasn't a draft. You and I both were kind of questioning the fact that Yemoja got picked up when there was so much single target pick style, Nemesis and Muzen Cobb. You want to be able to bring that one person back to life who's going to die when the 2 of them focus in on them.
And it's something that I think the Dragons, again, are going to need to figure out. If you're going to go for a Tsukuyomi, if you're going to go for something that dives, then you need to make sure that there's no Khepri on the other side. I think if there is a Khepri on the other side, then you need to make sure the things around them aren't built to just single target kill for the Tsukuyomi. So I'm looking for adjustments like that. Also, I don't know if we've mentioned it this entire time, but the Dragons are all, I think, 5-minute delay, no comms, but still like they're streaming their perspectives like yesterday. So if you want to watch nothing, you can go back in the VODs and watch their last game. But I expect an explosive punch for this one.
It's definitely
maybe that might be a little mean.
The way that you said it, I mean, it's accurate though. I mean, it wasn't until like 30 minutes that a kill finally happened for the Dragons, and I mean, we ended the game 7-1 as far as the kill column was concerned, and it was 5-1 before the final Titan siege. So it was a whole lot of nothing happening in that game, but there's a whole lot of nothing favoring the Camelot Kings. And as the bans close out, Chiron, AMC, and Lancelot banned away by the Jade Dragons. Camelot Kings, they take Nemesis, Eset, and Cupid off the board.
And I like the opening here. Again, with Nemesis taken away, I think that limits them a little bit. I will admit in a million years never would have called this. I was about to go through a long list of pretty much every other god we've seen today. Then a Pele for a first pick. I mean, you know, with Cupid off the board, you start looking at hunters, you start talking about like mid laners, and you start looking at some of the bans for these teams over yesterday. But with Pele locked in, again, something that has been historically good for the Dragons, but not impossible to deal with. I mean, literally just scrolling up yesterday, the Warriors were able to beat one game with it. One game they lost to it at the very beginning. I think that it is something that is a very strong pick for Scream. And what we saw earlier today could actually work really well for the Dragons here. If we saw a game with the Morrigan for the Dragons, we saw a game in the third, fourth place match that was the Morrigan plus a Pele. That gives you a lot of AoE autos and a lot of like kind of quick burst damage that you're going to get from the ults. And it does create a kind of cacophony of just sorrow, I guess, in a team fight. Like, there's a lot of trouble, chaos. There's the word that I'm looking for. It just becomes so much noise, so much going on that it can really change a lot. And, you know, when I look at Pele, there are things that deal with her, but I can't, like, immediately say, we're going to lock in blank, and that's just going to counter you. So it does give you maybe not ambiguity like you get out of some other picks, but it does give you that option to have someone that you can lean on, something that you trust for your jungler to work really well.
Something that the Camelot Kings trusted their frontliners to pick up. Artio and Khepri, the two selections for the Camelot Kings. And this is more along the lines of where we've been expecting gods like Khepri to be picked up in a draft. It is in this immediate top 2 to top 3 kind of position. The Camelot Kings will grab those ones early. Now with the jungler picked up for the Jade Dragons, the Kings will have some time to see the remainder of their draft to figure out what they want to grab for CaptainTwig. Still a lot of options available for the Camelot Kings mid laner and hunter. Netrioid has been flexing between the magical hunters and the regular BMT, between mages and hunters, whatever they want to go with. But Jade Dragons have two very important picks they need to make here.
I'm really curious about Merlin and Discordia. I think that's the place that I want to look at, because Merlin has been picked up every game at this point, and I believe Merlin has won every game. No, last game he lost because he was on the other Dragons there. So he's been very highly prioritized. But the Discordia was banned out super early, and something that the Dragons were highlighting and highly prizing over the last week and a half, and she just hasn't come through. The Kings stopped banning her, and all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, well, Discordia who? Like, who cares? Strife, I think, is really good. You talk about empowering fineokay, but having that passive for your solo laner is a very big deal. And I think if you're not going to get it there, it can fit well with the Kings. With an Artio already there, it's not like I'm thinking, yes, Artio, you must be empowered by Discordia. I don't think that that's really your next level, but it's not going to hurt you either. So it really does kind of create a conversation, I think, mid lane wise, to maybe make some sparks over here, either for the Kings or still potentially over there for the Dragons.
Yeah, I was really surprised with both Discordia and King Arthur open that wasn't just a snap block for the Jade Dragons. It worked so well for them all the way through week 8, week 7 of the SPL, even going in towards early weeks of Masters. But both those picks just going to fall by, at least for now. Erlang Shen, the last pick for the Camelot Kings, and they're going to recognize that Jade Dragons still need a pretty powerful mid laner of their own. Will ban Discordia for now. Could leave open the Merlin for themselves. Give that one over to BMT as soon as the second wave of bans goes through, since they do have that first option. The Jade Dragons will focus out on some of the physical aspects, taking Ullr off the table.
Now, this is one that, again, when we're watching the Titans, it kind of makes sense. Oh yeah, you need to ban the Ullr. I think, actually, if you're playing against the Dragons, it makes sense, because PandaCat and Pegon both loved this pick for a long time. But when you're looking, I think, at the limitations that are maybe going to not only being applied, but I think about to be applied even more so, to Netrioid and specifically also there in the mid lane for BMT, this is trying to limit a double hunter comp. Look, when I see Ullr, I see Neith, I see Amuz and Cobb, I see Chiron, they don't want BMT on anything physical. They want him to go towards something magical. They want it to be a little easier to deal with, and I think they're trying to limit that so they don't have this safety and just massive amount of numbers and damage going in their favor. And so I'm looking at this as something that kind of works a little towards Netrioid, but is really a Ting's ban phase. And it also kind of limits things, because what other hunters do we see typically in mid would be on her? And they're just not meta right now. So you go for these 4, and you force the Kings to go for a mage. Unfortunately for you, the one that's been getting picked up all this finals is still available.
Yeah, Merlin will be the pick for the Camelot Kings mid laner. So still Hunters available, at least to Netrioid. Pick of the litter available to him. We saw Rom come out earlier today for vote. Did pretty well for the Oni Warriors then. We'll see if it can pay off, at least for now. Jade Dragons with their final 2 picks. A mid lane selection being hovered, but one that hasn't been very successful during this Masters, has kind of had mediocre success at the latter half of the phase. Yu Huang hasn't really been doing a whole lot of winning as of recent. Still lots of damage. Can't take away the fact that his damage numbers have been up there. But for now, it will not be the Yu Huang locked in. It'll be a Cthulhu, actually. That might be one of the more out of left field ones that we see coming from the Dragons.
Yeah, it's been a while, but what are the things that deal with a Cthulhu? Typically, it's a Nemesis. Typically, it's like a lot of hard-hitting carries that go for chin size and burn his health bar down. When I look at this comp for the Dragons, again, I'm finding a team where it's going to be very difficult, I think, to kill Cthulhu. You find yourself in a more comfortable position, I think, team fight-wise, to open things up. And when fineokay starts rotating in, it'll be pretty solid. Mike's on something aggressive on the Cabrakan. You get to the Morrigan, so that's double Cthulhu, Cthulhu 2, if you will, as we've known or said in the past. And so I think there's a lot of chances for the Dragons to just have disruptive, again, chaotic team fights. But a lot of that damage is going to have to come from your Chernobog. The Pele is going to have to do really well as well. And so there's still a lot of pressure, I think, on Scream, especially after that last game, to have a really big turnaround and kind of step up for this one.
The Camelot Kings are 1 game away from taking Phase 2 Masters here in the Summer Masters event. They are 1 game away from being able to find that victory. They were denied back in phase number 1 to prove that this is no longer just the regular season Kings, to show that they've still got what it takes to play down in these tournaments. But it means for the Jade Dragons, they've got one more opportunity for themselves to close out this game, bring us to a game number 5, go the full distance, and really make the Camelot Kings prove that they really are the ones deserving of that. Gormizer, for the Jade Dragons, where is that point for them to be able to take down the Camelot Kings in this game?
I think a lot of it's the Pele. First off, it's a first pick. So like immediately, like there's pressure on it to perform and to have a lot of dive. Make sure that like the Merlin or the Heimdall, which both admittedly kind of safe-feeling gods, maybe Merlin less so than Heimdall, but someone there has to be struggling. I think that in conjunction with something like the Cthulhu, and potentially a second Cthulhu, having a big, massive, disruptive front line, lots of knockups, lots of little explosions, things like that, really do open up the window for, I think, Scream to kind of slip through, get to the back line, and find some of that disruption after they've already used all their disengage. So I think that's like the big thing. It's a lot of team fight, maybe a little bit of picks here and there early for the Dragons that could be big, but the problem is you're still playing into and still dealing with a Khepri. I think this is a much easier draft to play that into because on the other side, Heimdall, Merlin, like there's still a lot of damage with a taunt from an Erlang Shen. You could get pulled out of position, things like that. But for the most part, you can balance it out in a much more healthy fashion for them.
A very important game for the Camelot Kings, a very important game for the Jade Dragons. One more game. Can the Camelot Kings seal it out here, or are the Jade Dragons going to go the distance? As Gore walks over to the cast, we'll throw it over to him and Dave for game number 4.
That's right, it's game 4 and championship point for the Camelot Kings as our master of all. Gormizer joins me now on the cast.
It's like I was here the whole time.
You were here the whole Gore, you're with us all the time. Whenever I'm making an important life decision, it's Gormizer's face that pops into my head. That's what the
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
When I bought Ramsey, 2 years old today, by the way, it's Ramsey's birthday.
Happy birthday, Ramsey.
When I bought Ramsey, I was like, would Gormizer want me to do this?
Yes.
And you absolutely would. That's why I got
I remember telling you yes. Like, do it.
And the first 3 weeks were the worst ever, but now it's wonderful. And for the Camelot Kings and their fans, Gore, it could be wonderful after game number 4 here. 2 bites at the apple, as I like to say. 2 opportunities to close out SMITE Summer Masters. And the Jade Dragons on the flip side, they've got 1 chance to keep this thing going and go on to game number 5. And they've gotten a tried and true style of draft to get it done. Aggression from Mike, aggression from Scream, a double Cthulhu composition if that's what you want in the team fights. Onus is on the Dragons to make some plays.
I wouldn't mind the double Pele as well. We saw that a little bit in the 3rd, 4th place match. Again, I think there's a lot of options for the Dragons here. Man, but a lot of it is going to depend on early aggression. I think Mike has a lot to showcase for that. I mean, that's a fast blink, if I'm honest with you. I think it's just, again, good plays so far from the Kings, especially that last game was just very oppressive for them. And while it might not have amassed a ton of kills, it was the play around the objectives. I think the Dragons looked at that. They look at the way the Kings play. I think this is a draft that is built to fight into that. This is a team that wants to deal with it.
I wonder if the Dragons can fight in this 2v2. By the way, that Totem of Coup spawned and died immediately and went to the Jade Dragons. So thanks to our coup counter on the top left for letting us know. But remember in the last game, there's a lot of early pressure. Or no, it was a couple games ago, just simply put there by Twig. It was Mannequin Scepter early on this Erlang Shen, and the Dragons never felt wildly comfortable at fighting into it. I was wondering if we would get more of a scrap there over the Totem of Coup. Sometimes that results in first blood, but not this time around. There's a Cthulhu on the other side, a bit scarier to deal with. That said, when you talk about early game pressure, Mannequin Scepter Erlang Shen, but also that, okay, the Jade Dragons need to start making some plays, pick up the pace a little bit, put Scream in an interesting spot.
I mean, what is it you kept saying for a while was
no,
early
hopefully.
on Shen, right? Like, I mean, that's
okay,
I
good.
want to see.
Yeah, that's
right?
some of my best work, so I'm good.
I'm glad I brought it up and
Yeah,
unburied it for you. Yeah, no, I love, I want to see that from Twig. And maybe, you know, we used to talk about it and say level 3, that's where you can get big. And maybe in solo lane that is, especially up against the Cthulhu. I don't know that there's a lot of opportunities that you're going to be able to find a big win up against fineokay here. But when the taunt comes online, especially, I want to see Twig start getting involved in things.
Variety is low here. And it looks like Scream actually okay. Scrapping it out just a bit. Blue buff pressure mounting from Scream and fineokay, and Variety so low here, so it's really the Camelot Kings who might have some blue buff pressure. Steal potential and beads of BigManTingz in mid. I saw the red orb pulse out there, but it was just one of the blue buff helpers that Variety was able to take down. So blue buff for both of the solo laners, they get their own respective buffs. But good early pressure from Pegon, stripping the beads away from BigManTingz.
And look at
They're stealing each other's speed buffs.
And no one will ever be the wiser. Yeah, no, it's an interesting dive. Scream, though, might be in a worse spot. I like the way they're playing, though. This feels already like we've seen more proactive play in 3 minutes this game than we saw from the Dragons the entire 40 minutes of Game 3 there. And a lot of it is just, again, this draft plays so well into what they typically want to do. I mean, are we expecting some standard, as Mifflin likes to put it, and as they have called it themselves, the standard Jazzberry jamming? Probably not, especially in a final.
You don't want to get Jazzberry jammed.
I don't think the Kings are going to fall that easily. But I do think that we are in a point where, especially on the Pele, Scream is in a much better position to be a leading factor and a leading force for this team in the first 15 minutes that they just were missing for a majority of the last game.
Nice bit of counterplay there, by the way. Mike drops the Tremors on the ground. Netrioid channels the Gallarhorn, gets the knockback, cancels out the ground rumbling from PolarBearMike. I think for the Dragons, regardless of the way that Game 4 goes here, and of course you want to win, you want to force a Game 5, I think regardless of the way the result of Game 4, you don't want to go out in the same fashion that Game 3 just happened, right?
No.
You're at your at-bat right now. You got 2 strikes against you. You don't want to watch the third ball just fly past you for a strike. You got to swing the bat. And so I like the style that the Dragons
At worst,
go.
you got to foul it, right? Like every single time. Like as long as you're just stuck fouling it over and over again, at least you're still in play.
Right. You can't just watch it go past you in the same way that Game 3 did. And I think we've discussed a good bit about how this Dragons comp is potentially built.
Yeah.
To scrap a bit more and play more Jade Dragon style of Smite. You always have to ask the question, though, when you have a Cthulhu comp online, and I'll return to that thought, because a Cthulhu's in this fight, trying to invade the blue buff of the Camelot Kings. Scream low. Scream aggressive. Variety low. Double taunt in from CaptainTwig, and it's the first descent into madness of the game. Pegon out of mid. First blood for the Jade Dragons awaits, and it's fineokay who hits it. CaptainTwig now under threat. 1 kill drops back. Might be another, though, but it's just Genetics who's here, and the 1 tower shot is there. 40 HP. And Genetics does not have the legs. PolarBearMike will be here to cover it as well. 2-for-1 trade for the Jade Dragons.
It's such a small thing. If fineokay hits genetics at any point there, he probably dies because of the minion. There's like 2 that were left alive, but that's still just enough damage. So really good call on him to just stop the DPS for a little bit and disengage. Again, unfortunately, you lose Scream, but that's the playstyle Scream is living for. I mean, that's the playstyle that we know from Scream. Yeah, I'm going to go in. I might die, but we're going to get something good out of it, and that is the best opening, I think, for the Dragons they could have had. A first blood and a second kill on top of it. Good pressure on right to get this Cthulhu comfortable, but a kill goes on to Pegon. Everybody that you want getting active early on is able to have their hands in that engagement. Maybe you would have liked Mike over there a little bit sooner, but who really cares? He's on the Cabrac, and he's going to be doing fine for himself. So I think this is a really good spot. Once again, just to start things off, getting a little bit of that farm, especially a small lead for fineokay. This Cthulhu, while we don't see it often, is and can be, and probably will be, very oppressive in team fights because, I mean, just look, massive size, massive abilities, lots of control.
And now gets Pythag's pieces, his first item, so good for some extra wave clear and extra pressure in lane, but also really validates and brings up some of his teammates when you're fighting around this Cthulhu, which you're going to want to be doing anyway. Taunt in from CaptainTwig onto fineokay, but it's Cthulhu we're talking about. Going to take a bit more damage than normal to be able to get all of it. Now, we have not seen much of this, the draining of the obelisks, because you run the risk of this, and it's an initiation from Netrioid onto Mike. Mike does have ult. He's even going to get the chance to use it, though. Knocked back, double stun. And is Mike actually going to be the one to turn this around? And Scream, out of nowhere, forces the flicker away from BigManTingz. And how about the lightning? It strikes over in the mid lane, and a third kill of this game for the Dragons.
And who even cares if you stun out genetics there, man? That is just such a clean turnaround play. Like you said, Mike just needs the breath, just the room to throw out his ult. And honestly, at first it felt like it might have been bad because PandaCat was separated from the rest of them. Luckily, didn't rely on the Chernobog, wasn't necessary for it to be PandaCat. You've got Scream, you've got Pegon coming around the other side, and while it could have maybe lasted a little longer, if only that red buff spawned a little quicker, they maybe could have done something even more. But I don't even care about that because I think, again, it's just playing the Dragon style, getting a lot of these kills early on, and turning it into something a little bit bigger. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten that second half just yet, the turning it into something bigger. But if they can keep these kills going, it is going to start showcasing a little bit of separation. Again, small amounts of gold really right now. It's tier 1s, maybe tier 2s in certain places, but it is enough that the Dragons are really starting to feel back at home.
Right, to your point, there's only so much that you can turn it into right now, right? It's maybe some buff invades. Really, it's about getting that extra bit of golden experience where you're able to stick around and farm up longer than the people, or the characters, the players that you kill off on the other side. That's culminated into a nice lead in solo for fineokay, a little lead in mid for Pegon, as well as Mike, as well as PandaCat. Would have been quicker just to say the jungle is the only XP even roll that we've got on the map right now. And already a couple glimmers of how that mobility from PandaCat, that global utility, can make a big difference. Rotates out of the dual lane faster than Netrioid, is able to kind of reinitiate into that fight.
Yeah.
And even though Netrioid kind of started that fight, but the sudden swing of adding PandaCat in potentially catches the Kings off guard. But also, the ability for Mike on this Cabracan to play this style of game. Yeah, sure, I'll drain the obelisk and maybe start a fight, and we'll see what happens. Good wherewithal from the rest of the Jade Dragons. Now, the Camelot Kings, we've talked plenty about this team and their ability to play from positions like this. Yes, you're down a couple thousand gold, but you've got a Merlin, you've got a Heimdall. You will shred objectives and contest objectives eventually. Still going to require perfect play from the Jade Dragons.
It's, again, easy to call it just the old Leviathan's lead, right? They would go into a game 20 minutes, 5K down, and they just outperformed you in team fights. And that was the majority, you know, Season 7, look at Season 8 for Phase 1, and then, again, kind of towards the end, although they were less and less falling behind as the farm got better and better. And I think that you are in a team as the Kings that are more than capable to handle something like that, right? And we've seen it. Going down to 3,000 gold, but then being present for a team fight. They work together as a unit. They play really well together. And it's just whether or not they can make those shifts over. In fact, to the point where in game number 2, when the Kings were behind, I mean, like, Netrioid was down 3 levels, joins the fights on that Cupid, and is the difference maker for the Kings. Like, it didn't matter that the Dragons had such a good grip on that early game and such a comfortable lead. The Kings were able to strip it away. So right now, if I'm watching this and you're looking at it as the full set and as a Dragons fan, if you're out there, which I know you are,
Oh, we know.
you have to watch this
We know.
as a very good start, but trepidatious right now because it could still end up resulting in something like Game 2.
Look, with the year the Dragons fans have had, this has been a very successful team, and I want to make sure that I get that out first and foremost. But so many sets and games where you're like, yeah, the Dragons are going to win, and then it gets like taken away from you. I'm sure the fans, not a group that are resting on their laurels here at the beginning of Game 4.
And the thing I think is interesting, and this is like again, grand scheme conversation. If you're the Kings, you're coming into this as first seed. You almost need this win to like validate your efforts, right? To feel like you've made it, because otherwise, while second place at Masters is not a bad thing, it definitely does like I think wear on you mentally. If you're the Dragons, you were 6th place in the standings before you picked up Scream, and now you're top 2 in the league.
And I'll get back to that in just a second, Gore, after we see what happens around this Pyromancer. A stun from Variety drops it from the Kings. Remember, I already mentioned the Heimdall and the Merlin, but of course you got a Mannequin Scepter, Kinzai's Erlang Shen. The Kings want to be contesting some of these early objectives as well, shredding them down themselves, but both teams will back away. Yes, the Jade Dragons were literal 6th seed as far as standings go. I would argue starting to get towards 2nd seed in the expectations seedings, though, right? I mean, the Kings, I think, favored both in standings and fan expectations, but I think the last couple of sets that the Dragons played, although didn't change where they were seeded in this tournament, I think did raise expectations, and probably going into this weekend, many fans would have assumed these would be the 2 teams facing off in the grand final. So definitely house money for the Jade Dragons in some regard, but want to finish this one out. Want to finish off the Pyromancer as well. Steal opportunity, not taken by the Camelot Kings. And as we've so often seen this game already, Mike never truly caught out. It's an ultimate from Twig, doesn't find its target. It's a burst heal needed, and it comes through just in time. But there's a Scarab's Blessing from Genetics as well, and Twig should be okay, but Scream says no, and it's PandaCat who adds the kill now for the Jade Dragons. BigManTingz trying to find damage from the safety of his tier 1. But what can he really find? He can find the corpses of his team scattered about the map. And it's Pyro +3 for the Jade Dragons in a Game 4.
I mean, there's so much that goes right for them there, let alone the CC, the ult, the damage from Scream, the blink to catch up to Twig. But really, the shout-outs have to go where the shout-outs belong. It's on fineokay, it's on those knockups, it's on the CC that keeps the Kings just engaged long enough that they're able to continue that chase down. And then just some ridiculous body blocks. I mean, 5 people surrounding Variety. Good luck getting out of that one. It doesn't matter how tanky you are, that's going to kill you eventually. But Netrioid, again, can't rotate over the same way PandaCat is. They just played their comp strong.
Looking for the steal, doesn't get it, but does get a kill onto Scream.
Are they
and now
getting more?
suddenly the Camelot Kings rotate through and get 2 kills onto the Jade Dragons. A nice play between BigManTingz and Netrioid to slow down the gold bleed. Doesn't equate things by any means. 3.7k or so still for the Jade Dragons. You would have loved a clean Gold Fury. That's what the Kings have to do here, get something back. It's what the Dragons didn't do in Game 3, get anything back around any of those objectives. But still a healthy lead for the Dragons.
Look, I'm having some massive deja vu. They don't get the mid-tier 1 here, but I feel like we've seen a almost identical play this set already, where it was like a really good play onto the Fury for the Dragons, but they get forced out, and then the Kings got mid-tier 1 and were able to continue moving forward. I think that we're seeing a little bit of that. And like you said, it's not a bad gold lead at all. In fact, for this early in the game, feels great to be this far ahead if you're the Dragons. But at the same time, that's that small inkling of what you can see from the Kings. It doesn't even amount to much. It's just 2 kills. But it's a small inkling of what this team is capable of. And I think that's the worry that has to be kind of just nagging you at the back of your mind while you're watching this, is that, you know what? Dragons are absolutely comfortable. They're absolutely running the show still. But it's that butt that just hangs out and is just constantly going to remind you the Kings aren't going to be the kind of team, especially with a 2-1 lead, that just gets taken down very easily. I think that when it comes down to team fights, I still favor the Dragons, but you got to be very careful. I think in some of these engagements, Heimdall might not be joining too much, and honestly, he lost a 1v1 versus PandaCat. Would have lost it had he not fallen back under the tower, because the Atalanta's, the crit that's online for PandaCat, already strong. But when you're looking at Twig, if he can get a good ult, that changes everything.
Tings, not much of an opportunity here, but he will flicker away. Great walls from Mike. That's the ultimate you need on the Cabrakan. And Twig will receive the healing from the 9 turns blessing from maybe 1 HP. Back to healthy. Pegon transforms into the Pele. And it's a double kill for Mike on his resurgence here in Game 4. The Cabrakan, what a difference a pick makes for PolarBearMike. The ability to be aggressive and make decisions for Mike. Unbelievable here in Game 4. 3-0-3 for PBM.
All right, you know that little voice I keep talking about that is supposed to like kind of fight for the Kings here? I think you can tell it to shut up now. I don't, this is where things are starting to get a little more out of hand. With a 2-minute advantage, this is such a huge fight.
Uh-oh, it could get worse as Variety is looked at and Variety is taken by the Jade Dragons. A short-range Bifrost from Netrioid. Didn't get the Heimdall into a safe enough position. fineokay will de-transform, but still healthy enough in his standard, regular old Cthulhu stance. And so ends up being 2+1 from the Jade Dragons. But the Kings did slow down what could have been a super early FG look from the Jade Dragons if the Kings weren't quick enough. Ends up just being one more. Jade Dragons fans may be kicking back just a bit now as the gold lead gets real close to 6,000.
They can do it a little more than just a bit.
But Gore,
the Dragons can't. The fans maybe a little more.
Yeah, well, the Dragons will not. We know how they are as players. But just about 6,000 gold in the lead and a must-win Game 4 to force a Game 5 here at SMITE Summer Masters Grand Finals. And why? We have had so many max-length sets. Why not? Send us one more. Give us all 5 here in the Grand Finals. We had all 3 in the 3rd, 4th place matchup. Jade Dragons would love it. The Jade Dragons are real close to getting us there.
I mean, this is a really good look for them, right? I mean, even build-wise, I think they're in a really good spot. You've got the Erendite already online for Screammmmm. Typically goes into the Magi's Revenge. We'll see if he's able to pick that one up again. Movement speed, chase down, things like that are just going to be able to enable him. And then you have to factor in Pegon. Again, a couple of transformations that we've seen, but the last one into the Pele could be a very large deal. And PandaCat as well, he's gone for a different itemization than what we've been seeing pretty much all day. A lot of what Netrioid has, right? The Transcendence, the Xyz, your chin size. Sometimes we see an Aussie and varieties of that. But now we're seeing Atalanta's bow into the Fail Nut. Like we're seeing a much more crit-heavy build. I think it's very interesting to watch the dynamic that it's bringing. Could be an OD bow. I honestly probably has to be. I don't know that he's going Ichabod this deep into the build. So very interesting to watch, I guess, how Panda continues this one and just how impactful it is. Again, the ability to rotate over, this is the part of the game where we really get to see the strength of a Chernobog because he can just hang out on left and you know what, pick up this Primal Fury when it spawns with the little bit of help from your friends. Then you can just hang out, continue pushing a tier 1. Maybe you can put some pressure on a tier 2, and then if a fight kicks off on right, you're there in a blink of an eye.
A fight is kicking off on right, Gordon. It's the Camelot Kings as 5 around the Fire Giant. fineokay is taunted in. Panda joins the fight, and in he is, but it's the Camelot Kings. They've got the positioning advantage because the Kings are the ones who started this fight, but here's the gold advantage. It's the second wind that gives the Jade Dragons their opportunities. Kings have found one. They've lost one. They've lost their Scarab's blessing, and the Jade Dragons show up in force.
But can they close out the gap to really find anything more? I don't know that they have what they need. Blinks were already used, and unless a massive ult happens there, I don't know that there's going to be anything that really changes too much for them. I think it's a good call from the Dragons to rotate over. Almost. I think if anyone else dies on the Dragons there, that is a heavily considered King's win. But you lose Twig, you lose your Scarab's Blessing, you lose a Primal Fury, and you didn't really get anything other than Mike to show for it. So at the end of the day, you really get to, not that Mike, the PolarBearMike.
Oh, not that Mike, the other
very
Mike.
different guy.
Although I want that mic too.
That mic? Well, that's a good mic.
That's right, we get that mic.
But we're talking about PBM.
Take a deep breath here, Gore, in what was otherwise a very tense moment. But that's what I talk about when I talk about the Kings never being out of these types of games. You're You're close to being out, right? You're 7,000 gold down against a W key style team from the Jade Dragons. But if you're asleep at the wheel for even half a second against these Kings, they'll pull Fire Giant in your face. They'll find a pick on the other side of the map. They'll take their odd-numbered fights. And they're not so far behind where they can't get a kill, right? And so that's where the Dragons, you got to pick and choose your fights properly. But they got that Chernobog. Even the score.
I legitimately thought that was going to be a Fire Giant pull. I didn't think they were looking for the fight. When they walked past the FG pit, I was surprised because that felt like, oh, they're not here. It's essentially just a vibe check. We're going to go for this Fire Giant. You've got 3 people over there. We're going to force Panda to use that ult before you can get the primal. And maybe they would have gotten it, but I think in that world, there's worse positioning for the Dragons than that narrow corridor right below the Pyromancer where they did fight. So it, again, maybe feels like a small shift that if the Kings had pulled back a little more, could have been maybe heavily in their favor. Could have just been a fire, who knows? But as of now, we get to live in the world where it's not, and instead they have to find this again, other awkward balancing point. And the downside is going to be the pressure that the Dragons can exude on the map. Again, anytime that this Chernobog wants to, and PandaCat's going to have that ult up soon, you can just hang out and left. And it's going to really open you up for wild amounts of success because, well, as we saw in the last fight, you can just show up whenever your team needs you and whenever they really want to. You've got the Silver Branch, which is an item I'm going to be honest with, completely forgot about a couple of seconds ago when I was running through the bows.
That's right.
Something that I think is a really, really strong pickup for him. And again, he's just going to hit hard and fast. I mean, look at all these crits.
This is your moment, Jade Dragons. Rise and take it. It's the Fire Giant that awaits. The Camelot Kings hoping to stave off a Game 5. Want to finish it now, but they are so far behind. It's bubble off of Scream, but Scream is simply paying Twig no mind, just walking past Twig. As the Fire Giant taken by the Jade Dragons, and Twig has used his blink, maybe as a steal. PandaCat ults in, but Twig, very speedy, got speed buff. His Erlang Shen has transformations, and a clean FG pull, but also a clean escape from the Camelot Kings. Fire Giant, all 5 of the Jade Dragons.
And now they're in a good spot. Again, when you're looking at Phoenix defenses, it's going to require a pick here. Tier 2s, the fact that the Kings are holding on to this is a little surprising to me, especially with it. But Twig, in the weirdest spot in the world.
He's got taunt.
He's got his taunt. He could make a huge play for him with the ults down on the Dragons.
Yeah, Dragons don't have much to work with here in this fight, but you do have a Descent into Madness. That's a big difference maker, and it is being a big difference maker here under the Tier 2 tower. Twig never found his opening. And ultimate economy-wise, that was maybe as good as the Kings are going to get, where everyone has their ultimates ready to go. But that shows you how powerful a Descent into Madness is.
Yeah.
I mean, just an ultimate from fineokay.
I mean, did you see the size of that Fire Giant buff around him? Of course it's going to be strong.
Yeah, that is scary. That is one red-hot belt that fineokay is working with. And the Camelot Kings stare down a giant Cthulhu, say, we don't want anything to do with that, not at this gold discrepancy. 10,000 we have crossed at 21 minutes.
Yeah.
Now you're starting to have the momentum conversation. There's still a game to close out here for the Jade Dragons. But should they close this out in as convincing of a fashion, without a fumble, without a back and forth that requires a 40-minute game? Now you're starting to question momentum. What types of play styles do we look for in game number 5? But if you're the Kings, you're maybe hoping that this Merlin, this Heimdall, a Khepri res can step up underneath the Phoenixes and extend out game 4.
Honestly, I'm thinking, at this rate, I'm looking at Twig's ult, and Twig just staying alive, that's kind of got to be a big portion of it. I don't think Scream is going to let that one happen. Yeah, that's just a chase down in the jungle.
The BGs are disgusted with you, Gordon.
Yeah, no, they just absolutely infuriated right now that their song's been ended. And unfortunately for Twig, that one's going to be a big opener for him, right? All of a sudden, anything that we just saw around the Tier 2s for the Kings, that's just not possible. I think that this is an easy push down on right. When Chernobog decides to get into the fight finally for PandaCat, it's either going to be a good Phoenix Siege with a minute and a half to work with, or you can just shimmy over to left, grab yourselves that Tier 2 tower. Plus, around the time this falls off, the Fury should be coming back up, so you're going to have a little bit of wiggle room to pick that up before the Fire Giant respawns.
This is the turnaround game, not only for the Dragons, yes, but I think specifically Mike and Scream needed. Scream wants to end this game now, wants to send us to a game 5, and Scream will get the first kill of what very well may be the final team fight of game number 4. It's a double kill for Scream. It's a right side Phoenix for the Dragons, and it's a look at the Titan maybe the mid lane Phoenix before we get there.
Yeah, grab things that are going to be a little easier right now. The Titan, especially with BMT and Twig still up, a lot of damage that can be done. You have to be wary of that taunt. Twig could still make a play for him.
Scream is taunted in by CaptainTwig. Scream dashes away from CaptainTwig in the sustain on the burst heal from the 9 turns blessing. Keeps the Erlang Shen on the map. 5 seconds to genetics. Scarab's blessing never got used. So you'll still have that for base defense.
It's still a wide open base now for the Dragons, though. 2 Phoenixes down is a great way to kick things off. And again, you still technically have a little bit. I mean, 30 seconds if you want. There's a tier 2 and left. That's a nice little bit of gold that can go into your pocket. There's also an Oni Fury, which I think is a little more important for you. Fire Oni minion waves that would then pour down left, mid and right. That is going to be a lot of extra pressure for you during the next fire giant. So you know the Dragons right now, they're not playing for this minute. They're playing for a minute from now when that fire giant comes down. Still pretty far away from being an EFG. So it's not going to be the easiest in-game push for them, but they have put themselves in maybe one of the best game states we've seen today.
Gora, this is maybe a splitting hairs type conversation, but Netrioid's been getting jumped on, pressured a good bit, has the shell. I wonder how much Netrioid is hoping that Genetics is going to be using those Scarab's Blessing on him, specifically against Scream, because like the Aegis for BigManTingz delays so much of that sudden burst damage from Scream. Feels like Shell for Netrioid is extending out maybe another half second or so, but doesn't have that Aegis. It's so hard to peel out Scream, a second Pele potentially in some of these fights. And so in a fight where Genetics can't even get his Scarab's Blessing off, just leaves Netrioid a bit more susceptible to that backline dive. It's looking ever more so like a Game 5 though, Gore. Unless the Kings can make a steal happen. You're at least dealing with fire minion waves in mid and right. But 3 seconds left on the FG, not much of a step forward. Looking at Miracle Titan defense here in Game 4.
My big question is whether or not the Kings could feel comfortable stepping up. I actually like this. I don't think you could fight this Fire Giant. I think that you've got a good composition for in-base and around, again, narrow-minded, narrow-winded defenses. Yeah. That's where I want to see it, is in these little passages. There it is. There's the word. That is going to enable the BigManTingz plays from Merlin, good taunts from CaptainTwig, and maybe even some good honestly, just autos. I don't even care if we see a good ult from Netrioid, although that just taking someone out of the fight might be necessary to give the team something that feels like it's going to be in their favor. I think that right now, if you're looking at the Kings, you are absolutely looking to the jungle, because I think that this taunt has been used so far collectively for only a really single target pull. And if you can find 3 with BigManTingz behind you, I think we could see Twig and Tings really swerve at least one defense back in their favor.
Twig has been needing the taunt for like the heal. His ult has been used a lot for getting that heal back, survivability. Spear of the Magus, by the way, for fineokay, so this Cthulhu didn't hurt enough before. It sure will now. Uh-oh, are you losing Mike? Yes, you are, but the Kings have lost Netrioid in trade. Variety now locked with Scream. Pegon, the damage dealers of the Jade Dragons are still alive, and fineokay is into the back line. But guess what Scream can do? He can dive there as well, and PandaCat also joins the fight right around the fountain. It's 3 members of the Kings, 4 members of the Jade Dragons, and a descent into madness from fineokay. The Jade Dragons want it. The Jade Dragons get it. Game 5 in the SMITE Summer Masters Grand Finals.
And a triple kill sprinkled at the end for PandaCat, just for a little added flavor for him. Look, that is a comp from the Dragons. It gets locked in, and if Bracken is on the team and it's in support, you want to go. And when you see the Pele first pick, it's got to go big. Yep. You get that from Mike. You get that from Scream. You had called it in the middle of that. They needed to have something to have a turnaround performance after game number 3, and they get engaged early on, and they shut down. You know, Twig, very early on in this, was able to at least find some pressure, but immediately is getting caught out. You had mentioned it at the end, but pretty much every single taunt we saw there was used more for the healing and less for the actual taunt that comes with it. We didn't get to see Tings really pop off. Netrioid was getting bullied in lane. Yeah. It feels like every single one of the Dragons recognized they needed to step up, and they did.
We've gone near the distance this second week of SMITE Summer Masters, and the Grand Finals, no exception. Game 5, winner take all, Camelot Kings, Jade Dragons, coming up next.
cares about your posts? I know they're only fake. Show us what you own and how much money that you make. Yeah, I know that you're trying to fix me, but I don't wanna be like you. Keep your stupid job, pretend that you're the person you wanted to be. And you're dying not to work, but work until you die. And you're dying not to work, but work until you die. You're dying not to work, but work until you die. You're die inside. Say no, not like you, I don't think that you get it. You should go and get out and make you regret it. Someone like you should worry about. Maybe it's you who's upside down. Not like you, I don't think that you get it. Yowza. Wake up 2 p.m. I don't know where we are. Looks like a cheap motel with our clothes on the floor. I don't know how we ended up here. And we've been flying high. Are we going too far? I got no cash left and I'm losing my job over you. But I don't care about that. But I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if we're just jumping out the window, try to cling on to it. You got me holding on to something I know I can't burn me down. But I don't care about it, 'cause I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. I've been chasing you like the tail of a dog. I don't get no sleep when we kiss in the dark like we do. I just love the way it feels. Yeah, I know it's bad, but I can't resist. When I look in your eyes, I don't know what is real. All I know is that I could go anywhere, as long as you're with me. Oh, I'm drunk and I know it, but I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if
Game number 5 underway, on the way for our SMITE Summer Masters Grand Finals. But before we get to that, I gotta hit you guys with at least one final little promo pitch for our Tier 5 Izanami skin and the Heavenly Light event in general. Not much time left for you to get your hands on that Izanami skin, so if you haven't already, go in-game into the client, get the remainder of those skins that are available for the event, get that Tier 5, and use it, because it's honestly a really sick skin. Once you get a kill, it pops up cards behind you. If you get matching, you currently keep evolving the skin. It just keeps going and going. So make sure that you pick up that skin before you don't have the opportunity to do so. Game number 4, though, of our event. Jade Dragons, classic Jazzberry Jam style is the way that we like to call it. They get it active early with this Pele, with this Cthulhu, running it down in Soul Lane to start things off, keep variety as far down as possible. From that point on, I mean, the Camelot Kings held out for a lot longer than most other teams probably would have. But this is just classic Jade Dragon style of play, worked out through and through.
The Kings are pretty much just speed bumps in the road for the Dragons to their win there, right? I mean, they just get going. They are running as fast as they can. And I had said it on the desk. I said it then in the cast. But, like, if you're going to first pick a Pele, that Pele has to be very active and very good. And what was it? Very active and very good. I mean, you get a lot of great plays from them. Even here, you jump into the highlights looking at Mike. I think he gets a double kill with this one. And if it's not this one, then it's the next one. Either way, he's very prevalent, I think, in this matchup. matchup. A lot of good CC, a lot of good control, and the body blocks from the team as well in several occasions were just really strong. But when you look at how that translated into some really early game pressure that then, from that kill pressure, converted into Scream being able to find not only extra farm, but also a ton of kills. Meanwhile, you've got the Chernobog on left, winning out boxing duels, crit because of the Atalanta's bow super early on, helped deal with Netrioid and any of those one-on-ones. And then you get the ults that, in this case, wasn't used for a lot of space, but in most instances was traversing the map, really allowing PandaCat to join into a fight that otherwise would not have been really enabled for the team. And all of that kind of co-sponsored there by a Cthulhu just disrupting the hell out of the Kings. Good luck getting anything done when you're getting knocked up constantly. Damage is there. There's this again, cacophony of visuals that are being thrown your way. And so I think they just played that. They drafted it well, and that draft was going to be one that either falls flat on its face or gets things done, and they got things done.
Visual clutter, maybe another way to put it out there.
Yeah, that's better.
It's already bad enough going against a singular Cthulhu. And kind of joking back to what we talked about, kind of at the very top of the day when we had the ROM locked in, as far as like a tier list of fun gods to watch. ROM, up there. See those snipes? Those get pretty hyped. Those get pretty crazy. Cthulhu, not so high up there because he is just absolutely a menace in front of the camera. You kind of have to pan everywhere else. And when you're on the battleground having to stare up at this giant monster running at you, two of them, at any given point, it is just so difficult to deal with. And that was kind of the beauty that the Jade Dragons went with this style of comp, is they had the one Cthulhu from fineokay.
Yeah.
Pegon didn't always go into the Cthulhu. We saw it sometimes go into the Pele. But when he did use the Cthulhu, it was never right at the same time as fineokay. It was always fineokay is just finishing his Descent to Madness, and now Pegon's going up for his. Or Pegon is just finishing his, and now fineokay is going up into his ultimate. So we never really got the stacking of Cthulhus because they never needed to stack because the Camelot Kings couldn't even deal with one of them.
Yeah, I think that they again, we mentioned this, I think, at the top of the set, but like these two teams play very opposite styles of Smite. And you kind of see that in that win. That was a very Dragon-style game. And the game before it was a very Kings-style win, right? As slower, methodical versus fast and chaotic. And so it's really interesting to see how these two are continuing to clash against each other just in picks and bans, because I think if you go back to like Game 3, where it is a very strong win for the Kings, they pick something that plays their style well. You look at that last draft from the Dragons, it plays their style well. And I'm wondering how that translates here, as well as what that means for this final. Because in this last game, if you're the Dragons, you come out ready to go, fast and moving. It can catch the Kings, not maybe off guard, but at a pace that they just can't match, and that could be how you win. Same time, if you play it a little slower, because it is a time to be cautious, it is a time where if you lose the game, if you lose the early, if you give too much over, the Kings could just take, again, the small advantage and grow it like we've seen them do. So the first 5 to 10 minutes of this next game feel like they're going to be important, and the pacing that the game is set, the pacing that the drafts play at, I think are just as big as the actual play on field.
And I think Game 5s might be not only the most interesting because it's Game 5 of a best-of-5 series, the full distance through, but it also makes the drafting phase very, very volatile in a sense where you've just played 4 games up against your opponents there. You've won 2, you've lost 2. You've seen what works well for you guys, and you've seen what works really well for them. And so it goes away from the kind of land metas that get developed. And while it took pretty much the entirety of this land to really kind of figure out what that meta was, Gore, because for the first part of Masters, it just felt like we were watching week 8, 7, 6 kind of on repeat for a little while. But now we've kind of gotten to this point. We see what these top picks are. We're seeing what these top bans are from teams. And now we get to see that all culminate into one final draft. We get to see that in one final opportunity for both of these teams to try and crown themselves as the Phase 2 champs.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch because, like you said, the I want to say the terrain of the set has changed and in picks and bans and in actual play on field. Because early on, Discordias, your Ratatoskers, heavy bans on those, things like that. Then suddenly those are kind of getting let through, and instead you're banning your Chulainns or you're banning your Cupids. Your Lancelot's finally getting up there as well. And that's the thing I'm curious is to that transition, right? 2 Lancelot games at the very beginning of this for the Dragons, 2 Lancelot bans since then. I think that's more or less probably comfortable, right? When Genetics is playing the Ymir the way that we saw, admittedly at this point, a few hours ago, then you really have to be, I think, prepared to try and deal with that. So trying to take something away, not only from yourselves, but from the other team. Variety plays that really well. I think it wouldn't be surprising to see that continued. But also looking at some of these very niche picks, right? The Ratatosker, fineokay plays it really well. Scream plays it really well. Twig plays it really well. Variety plays it amazingly. I would even give him maybe the credit over the other three. I think that this is one that, are we going to see these niche picks? Or are we going to see, like you said, this kind of weird traversal that we've made it, where like Chernobog last week ignored, suddenly in this one, a big deal again. You know, Pele most of the time was a bottom two. Bans.Game, a first pick. Like Artio, forgotten for a hefty chunk of the meta, despite a good matchup into King Arthur. Now being a high priority for the Kings and for Variety, I think it's going to be fun to watch how they change the tackling of these P's and B's.
The culmination of 2 weeks of the SMITE Summer Masters, over 70 games played. That's my rough estimate. I believe we're over the 70 game point at this margin. It all comes down to one final game, a best of 5 in its game number 5. Winner takes all in this final game between the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons. Our first 2 bands are going to be starting out with Eset, a Muzen, 2 picks that have worked very well for these teams throughout the entirety of the tournament. 2 gods that have worked out very well for just about any team that they can get their hands on.
I'm really excited to watch what the Kings do with these bans because, and this is exactly why, right? The Morrigan can get banned out. I think the Dragons have to ban a Nemesis here. Maybe not as necessary, right? 2 games ago, Nemesis was problematic, and the Muzen made it troublesome, right? It wasn't just the one, it was both of them in conjunction. But I feel like that's a really big pickup for both Scream and for Twig, and it's more likely that the Kings would be willing to scoop that up first, like they did a couple games ago, than to let that through for the Dragons. And when you're starting to see the fall of things like the Khepri, like the Yemoja, when they're a little easier to deal with, because we've seen both of those actually lose games over this set itself, I think that now it's in that part of the discussion, alongside things like the Lancelot that gets banned out by the Dragons, but also your Cupids, already taken out. Your Discordias still available. Your Pele's, your Cabrakins, Chernobogs, things like that all really do affect the landscape of how to approach this.
Our final bans before jumping into the first pick. Eset, the Morrigan, and Cupid from the Camelot Kings. Jade Dragons take a Muzen, Lancelot, Nemesis to round them out. So not going to deal with either of the problem children, at least says the Jade Dragons, what works so well for the Kings in stalling out such a long-winded game number 3 that led the Kings to put themselves at match point, at least has made their way to the ban column. The Camelot Kings now have a very important decision to make. We're no longer at the point of these snap first picks. I mean, last game, sure, we saw the Pele snap pick for the Dragons. That works out really well for them. The Camelot Kings, not in that same category, not an immediate snap pick. But Chiron, who has been banned out for all 4 of the games until the set, finally makes it through, and we're going to see how the Camelot Kings can put it to use.
This has been just a very strong, successful pick for Netrioid, and for different reasons than you would normally think. And a lot of it is that if you want to start a fight, that Chiron's going to be the one that does it, right? He goes up into that Centaurus, fires a few shots, and that alone, late game, with the build that Netrioid picks for this guy, with the Heart Seekers in it, things like that, it chunks down your mages, it chunks down your assassins, it chunks down your hunters, and for some of the tanks, it can hurt really hard. Maybe not get as much damage done, but you're talking half health on some of your carries at the beginning of the fight. Then you get a masterful shot, and it's like, cool, everybody I just hit, you're all slowed. Have fun with that. It's a really good engage. The Kings have used this as a tool, I mean, continually throughout Phase 2, and I expect it to be very powerful for them overall. But that throws a little bit of a wrench in my thought process, because I don't think that I've seen Freya go anywhere other than the long lane. So it feels like it might be BMT instead playing the Chiron. Similar concept, but very different person who's been playing it than normal.
Yeah, typically, if BMT is taking the hunters, it's things like the Neath or even the Ullr kind of going out there. But I believe BMT has played a game or 2 of Chiron up in the past during this phase. And then a Cabrakan to take that one away from PBM, take at least one god with a wall. But then the Jade Dragons get the other god with a wall available to themselves. Ymir locked in for the Jade Dragons. Now with carry, jungler picked up for the Jade Dragons, Chernobog can technically still flex between 2. A couple of options for the Camelot Kings to ban away.
honestly, this Ymir pick is maybe one of my favorites. Cabrakan for a similar reason. Chiron, Chernobog, Freya, Pele, and Ymir and Cabrakan, all of them susceptible to walls, man. Like, they're not getting over them in any way, form, or fashion. But Ymir's comes up way more often than Cabrakan's. And so if you're looking to chase down, presumably now a mid-Chiron, those walls, those freezes, a giddy up is only going to get you so far. And yeah, the knockback is comfortable, but it's not as great. Even if, for some reason, if it ends up being a mid-Freya, even better. That's just free eats for whoever's over there. But it's the same thing. Cabrakan, if you get those ults on a Chernobog, on a Pele, then it becomes a lot more difficult for them to get out. I actually think if you lock a Pele in there, Scream's more likely to turn around and just fight you than try and escape. So there is going to be some interesting play, I think, balancing those two. But it is nice to see because, like, the Ymir walls in this one, yeah, you can try to draft the last two around it, I think, for the Kings, but no matter what, they're still very impactful because they either force you to go into a relic like a Phantom Shell, or you're either locked down, or if you have a leap or a jump or anything like that, then now you've used your escape to get over a wall, and they can just chase you down the old-fashioned way with maybe something else.
Chulainn and Discordia, the final two bans for the Camelot Kings, Ratatoskr and Hunt Bats for the Jade Dragons. I was almost wondering if maybe a potential Cthulhu ban would have came through from the Kings, because you look at the fact they've already got their carries, neither of them very good at using kin size unless you change up the Chiron build a little bit. Obviously, Freya can't build it, not going to be building things like Soul Reaver, so not a lot of health shred if the Jade Dragons do want to go with a solo lane matchup like that. It seems the Camelot Kings may be a little bit more concerned with a Chulainn. Where did King Arthur go, by the way? Because we've been talking about the Jade Dragons, and it's been synonymous with fineokay's name for the last 3 weeks of play. But it's gone largely absent this set.
I think until they see, maybe you could lock it in here, but I think dealing with Variety's Artio on the other side, and specifically after what they dealt with earlier, it's a little more timid. Now, at this point, you kind of know there's no Nemesis, there's no AMC, so it feels safer to lock it in. I'm also curious as to what we're going to see Pegon go for, because so far this set, he's played Merlin and the Morrigan. Merlin still available as of right now, so like it's something that they can very easily lock in.
all evil from this world.
And like you said, someone who hasn't necessarily done well in the win column, 20% across Masters, does not feel great about the Yu Huang, but I don't mind it because I think that early on, in terms of control, like your damage late game is very solid, but I think up against the comp that the Kings have right now, your CC is going to be helpful here for the Yu Huang, and you're safe. I think that might be the biggest one. Looking at it and not knowing what you're going to be locking into, King Arthur, I think, holding on, or sorry, I should say fineokay, holding on to his counter pick,
you even know
I
who
like
you're
even
fighting?
more because like you don't know what you're going to be playing into jungle-wise or into the solo lane. So I like waiting for him to get his counter punch, and instead just picking a very standard, comfortable, safe mid lane that can still get a lot of good damage and again a good amount of control out there for Pegon.
Now, I posed this question to you because this happened earlier on in the phase, at least for the Jade Dragons. Yu Huang went its way to PandaCat's hands a few times over the course of phase number 2. Do you think that there's merit for the Jade Dragons to maybe put that one over to PandaCat in the dual lane and give this Chernobog over to Pegon instead, or do you think that there's more value in keeping the Chernobog for Pegon this time, or for PandaCat this time?
I actually don't mind the idea of the swap. I actually think, because like Yu Huang, not necessarily maybe in a matchup versus Freya, although clear-wise would be pretty solid over there, but specifically into what is going to be a Cabrakan, having that immunity, having that safety should be and would be very helpful. Chernobog has it right in terms of dash and things like that, but it's maybe not as prevalent. I think that if you're looking for just farm, Chernobog in the long lane probably makes the most sense, but you're going up against Chiron. Chernobog and Chiron can go toe-to-toe pretty easily. And I've been a big proponent of like Chernobog wherever his ult is going to get him the furthest away because of how fast it can be to get to like a solo lane matchup. But I think even in mid, like it's not like it's bad there, right? You're still global. You can get anywhere. And being able to match someone like a Chiron in terms of like lane presence would be a really big deal. I don't think Yu Huang necessarily suffers against either of them. I think having him, it may be a little safer versus a Cabrakan, not for the first couple of levels, but once he gets his hover online and kind of self-banishes himself away, I think that's where that could start to favor them. It is also interesting because going back on it, I don't necessarily remember thinking that PandaCat's like, his mages weren't like, oh my god, better than Pegon. They were still good, but one of those weird matchups. I mean, he used to play mid, so it's not like it's even that wild for him to maybe pick up something like that, although it was definitely a Hunter meta then, too. So is it going to be something they could do? I wouldn't mind it. I also don't mind it if it's just bog standard, right? If it's Chernobog over in the long lane, Yu Huang over there in mid, and they keep it about as even as it could normally be. Because, again, a lot of the things that are successful up against a Cabrakan are still going to be necessary in mid when the Cabrakan starts rotating.
Well, it's all come down to this. The drafts are locked in. The teams are locked in. It's one final game to go. Game number 5 between the Camelot Kings, the Jade Dragons. Who will be your Phase 2 Summer Masters champion? We're going to throw it to the casters one final time to decide it all.
Gormizer, join me one more time, my friend. Game 5 between the Dragons and the Kings. Happy to be doing it with you, Gormizer, as we go into our final.
Look at me, I'm casters now.
You're casters now. Our final game of the weekend, of the tournament. Gore, we have had 30 possible individual games of SMITE this weekend. We have gone 28 out of 30 possible games of SMITE. One of the most competitive years of SPL we've gotten, and so it is my pleasure one final time to say Dolson, Gore, and Doug with you here in SMITE Summer Masters, and the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons. Gore, they have gone the distance. Pegon, he'll be playing the Yu Huang mid. We don't get the roll swap. I think probably smart here. PandaCat had a standout performance by the end of that game on Cherno. Feed the hot hand. Keep him with the pick that's working out.
Well, and again, like if I'm looking at Chernobog right now, and far from the beginning of Phase 2, where we saw a lot more of Cherno like everywhere, it was just wherever he could possibly be thrown. I like this a lot more, which is that we're getting to see him in a lane where he's going to be able to farm, get those items online. It depends on the build that we're going to see. I think PandaCat's probably going to shift it up, right? Last time, you know, picking up an Atalanta's bow was interesting. We don't see it too often. Maybe we'll see the same. Maybe it'll be, especially with a tank, specifically 1 Guardian, 2 Warriors on the other side. I wouldn't mind seeing something maybe a bit more like Heartseeker, or not Heartseeker, the Transcendence into like your chin size, things like that to try and burn their health bars a little bit faster.
We've had plenty of 2v2s so far this set, but none have actually resulted in first blood. This will be another totem of coup to the Camelot Kings. CaptainTwig, Mannequin Scepter still, but it's an Osiris this time instead of the Erlang Shen. Can scrap out pretty effectively with Scream, but will end up backing away. Has Blink, has Mannequins. Don't be surprised if you see Twig get active around level 5.
Yeah,
or 2.
Honestly, I would say, 3, 2, anywhere that Quig can get aggressive, because it feels like that's what they've been lacking a little bit, is the jungle presence from last game, where Scream was very much vocal in that game, and very similar game 3. It was Twig more vocal than Scream, and so it's that trade-off of jungles right now, and sometimes it is as simple as that, right? Like, did your lanes do well? Well, depends. Was Twig or Scream really helping out? Were they doing well themselves? Things like that. I think that could balance things out. But I'm going to keep my eyes on the Pele just as much as the Osiris. I think the Osiris is probably going to be, should be, more aggressive, maybe a little earlier on. But Scream got hands-on first last game, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see again.
Definitely is a different composition, though, from the Jade Dragons. You don't have that big Descent into Madness. You don't have 2 of them with Pegon on the Morrigan. So, of course, Scream can and maybe should still be diving that back line, but those early rotations from the Jade Dragons are going to look a bit different here in this game. And a lot of that, as I just mentioned, the Yu Huang instead of the Morrigan for Pegon. Obviously great with some setup, dueling dragons later on in the game, actually decent in the first few levels in lane. But such a different look at a team fight here for the Dragons. I wonder how heavily Scream is going to have to change his pacing, change his play style.
Yeah.
Given that you're not going to have that double Cthulhu cushion, you're not going to have the double Pele dive cushion. So you'd love to see the same from Scream, but it's got to be through a different avenue.
Yeah, I think the entire pace of the game slows down a little bit, which is what the Kings want, right? They don't like playing that last style, and that one, again, it favors the Dragons. That's just how they've been doing it. That's just how they like to play SMITE, is fast, aggressive, a little bit chaotic, but a kind of controlled chaos that favors them, things like that. Scream, I think, is able to get aggressive early on, like you said, but not as much as it was before, maybe not as heavily as we saw. And I think that's kind of true for everybody, right? You can still find these fights and still be present, but you know, Yu Huang doesn't mind farming a little bit longer. When you look at the Ymir, more than likely like a mid-game guardian that really gets to come in, and that's when he truly starts controlling. When the wall has a couple levels in it, when the freeze has a couple levels in it, when he himself is able to find more CC.
CaptainTwig, that's a blink forward and a level 5 reached. Scream still down at level 4. Centaurus flies in, 1 bit of damage connects. Scream slowed, and he's got damage for CaptainTwig, but watch out, Pegon's coming back from base as well, and First Blood escapes, but now might be turned around onto the Camelot Kings. A wall gets tossed up from PolarBearMike, but Genetics tanky enough, and Pegon not enough damage, and a tense moment fizzles out. Scream will survive.
And that's the biggest thing, that's the threat that you have to deal with in the Dragons. It's not, oh, Twig is gonna ult. It's the slows, man. It is the slow from the sickle, then immediately doubled down by an Osiris, but also from a masterful shot with a long-range engage from Tings. I mean, there's a lot of instances I could see in this game where you just get too slowed to do anything, too slow to run away. I would not be surprised if we either see some Witchblades a little bit later on or Wingblades a little bit later on to try and get some slow immunity a little more often, or maybe even just straight up a sprint. Admittedly, it's going to be 7 levels for Mike before that can come online, but something to help deal with those, because I think those are going to be very troublesome for a lot of the carries.
fineokay has already gotten 1 solo kill onto Variety this set. Looking for a second, but Variety has Eagle's Rally. He'll use it. Scream is here, and it's the Jade Dragons on a setup from fineokay that get First Blood, and out of left field it's Scream, but Genetics wants to return the favor. Blink forward and a wall behind the Pele. Mike is here, yes, but so is CaptainTwig, and the health bar's simply lower on the Jade Dragons right now. Should be safety in the Tier 1 tower. Clean in and out for the Dragons for First Blood.
Variety's teleporting back in. If they can cut them off or slow them down, they might be able to continue this fight.
But remember, Variety does not have ultimate. fineokay under pressure from Variety on his teleport back into lane. Berserker shield completed for this Bologna. And it is indeed a clean First Blood over to Scream on the Pele. Right on time, and that's your difference maker in the gold department. Nice First Blood bounty over to the Jade Dragons in a Game 5.
Look, Dave, you don't leave Phase 2 as the top First Bloods in the league unless you're able to continue getting them.
That's right.
And that's what Scream is good at. Again, he did it a lot on the Scarabs. Kind of took a break for the first few games on the Dragons. They were getting First Blooded more than they were finding the First Blood. But right back to it, a lot of those kills just set them up for success. And so far, Mike's been on point with these walls.
I thought the wall looked good, but is it Mike now who's caught out? Trembles down from Genetics, and the answer back that the Kings needed as PolarBearMike caught out on the Ymir around the Jade Dragons red buff. And that same red buff will now go over to the Camelot Kings in an important moment. Both junglers on the board, and this time it's the support who falls.
And this is the big thing about the Kings. They don't fight needlessly. They fought there because they knew if they win, that there's something afterward they can pick up. And like you said, it's the red buff this time around. Small, but when you're 6.5 minutes in, that's what you're going to get, right?
Yep.
In a few minutes, they make a play like that, it's a Gold Fury start. In 10 minutes, they make a play like that, it's a Pyromancer. And 11 minutes, 12 minutes, it's a Fire Giant, right?
Yep.
That's the kind of style they like to play. Everything has a purpose, and if they don't see the purpose to the fight, they don't go for it. So I expect to see a lot of that. Control, isolation, get a pick, turn it into something a little bit bigger. And right now, again, small lead, small gold, but over the game, they could definitely make a much bigger sandcastle with it.
Now, I'll say this. This is a personal thing. Over the course of SMITE Summer Masters, I have seen so many Osiris jungles just lose pacing battles to the standard assassin style. You get to that mid-game, and you just haven't seen much from Osiris in the jungle. Not the case here in game number 5, where CaptainTwig has been everywhere, been answers back over in solo lane. Now CaptainTwig gets the kill onto PolarBearMike. And it's why you pick an Osiris in the jungle, right? It's the, if you get off to a good start, it's near impossible to deal with. But if it's a quiet early game, you're kind of ignoring the Osiris later on. And so this is exactly how the Kings probably drew things up. You're not giving up First Blood in your ideal picture, but as far as being able to get active and find moments, CaptainTwig's done a great job.
And again, something that was kind of missing from last game. We saw the Erlang Shen. It goes for the mannequins. Very similar style build and similar style play to what we're used to seeing with an Osiris. But he never got there, right? We were like, all right, so we're going to see him early on, and he showed up once, and then that was it. Like, there was no more Osiris. And a lot of Erlang Shen, a lot of the ults were used for selfish purposes. Osiris doesn't really have that option, right? You get aggressive. You can use your ult selfishly and try to get out of a fight, so that's definitely still like in avenue for play, but I really like the pace that, like you said, we've seen from Twig so far. A lot more presence in lane, a lot more presence just in the jungle in general, getting aggressive, using those slows to his advantage, tether coming up. It's going to be a pretty obnoxious obnoxious stun with all those slows, and that's where things, I think, really start to stack up for the Kings in these fights. All of a sudden, you know, you can turn something that's just a small tremble from I'm blanking. Genetics, there he is. And the small tremble from Genetics turns into a slow, turns into bigger slow, turns into damage, turns into stun, turns into death.
That's right, and look, we've only gotten a couple of kills so far here in game number 5, but it's a quicker paced game from how, what was that, game 2, something like that was, with the Camelot Kings were able to find their win. Hey, Gore, it's a nice throwback.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, it's a nice Goremizer appreciation post. We got one for you, Gore. Gave you a nice shout out, and we do appreciate you, Gore. You've casted 8 straight games today. The 3-man.
And I wore a shark mask.
That's right, and you wore a shark mask.
I almost forgot.
That's right. You and I and J-Mac did the 3-man in our 3rd, 4th place match, and now you and I have gone the distance here in the grand finals, and you've been desking all the while. So we love you, Gore, and we thank you here on Championship Sunday.
You and Rach, because that's a nice post.
That's right. We thank both of these two teams for giving us a grand final that is worthy of watching.
In a world, and again, for those of you who have been watching Smite for a long time, normally you get to finals, and that's where it falls apart, right? Like, very rarely
you get a great semi.
Have we had like a finals that is like, that's one of the best sets of Smite. I think that, you know, the PK win not too long ago in Season 7, that's like one that has to be kind of burned into your memory. But a lot of them, you know, I mean, even more recently, where it's like really fun semis, and just a 3-0 at the very end.
Scream wants to ignite things here in game number 5, has some damage for BigManTingz. Centaurus is used and a kill will drop on the other end, and the wall from Mike seals it. PandaCat notches his first kill of this must-win game 5 for all the marbles, and the Chernobog is on board.
Already 25 stacks on the Transcendence as well. A different build, as we were talking about earlier, immediately from the start. And again, I want to see him go into something that is going to be a little more tank shredder. You know that Twig, Variety, and Genetics are going to be hard targets to burn through. And so I think PandaCat's going to have to play a big role in being the one burning through them. You're going to outscale Freya earlier on. You're going to be a lot more engaged earlier on. And so I like that he's rotating already.
What is going to happen to Genetics and Twig here? Bit of lost value there in the obelisk, but Genetics will get out okay. CaptainTwig has to use Lord of the Afterlife, so a bit of momentum shift back where Twig has Blink but doesn't have the ult, so it slows down the Osiris jungle just a little bit. And especially when Scream is starting to wheel up a bit now, Gore has the kill, has the assist, and has continually helped push his team forward. Now's the time for Twig to step up. Step up he will around this Gold Fury. Jade Dragons have started up a very early Gold Fury in Netrioid. Look at the Freya, just unlooked at. Jade Dragons get the Gold Fury, but Scream has got the first kill. It's answered back by BigManTingz. Still maybe some damage for this Freya, 1 for 1. Scream dies, support dies. You'll probably take that kill trade if you're the Kings, but you did lose the Fury.
Yeah, it's when the objective gets factored in, you start to see the scales tip a little more in favor of the Dragons, right? A lot happier with the way that one ends for them. Maybe not a massive lead, though, because, like you said, Scream is worth more than Genetics. Just blanket statement, a lot easier to try and lose, or it is better to lose your support than it is to lose your jungler.
Yep.
And so now you're in a spot where Scream, he's not going to lose out on a lot of farm, and it's not like that leads to any crazy big plays from the Kings. And a relatively early Gold Fury, nonetheless, for the Dragons. Now you're starting to look at the fact that for 5 minutes, now 4 minutes, you're pretty much clear on the left-hand side. I expect pressure is going to mount on right. Pyromancer just now spawns in. This is where you're going to find either a bigger lead if you're the Dragons or an equalization of the game if you're the Kings. And I think they have the potential on the side of the Kings to do it. Variety is on an aggressive pick. So is PandaCat right now. And he's not going to find Netrioid. He might go for the ult. I actually like it. Netrioid living where he is.
Pyromancer to the Jade Dragons, but a brilliant
Good
Eagles
walls.
rally and walls from Genetics. Give the Kings a first big opening in a team fight. Down goes Mike. Scream will have to dash away. And is there ranged damage? Centaurus has already been used. Scream will survive. And remember, the Dragons get the Pyromancer as well. Mike for Pyro is the trade.
I mean, look, that, again, worthwhile for them only because they don't lose Scream. They almost lose Scream, and then it probably balances out. But now you've got a much more comfortable lead if you are the Jade Dragons. You finally have something, especially early on. This is where they like to be, and it gets them there. But the problem is you're not really in a spot, in my mind, to continue pushing as hard as we've seen in the past. Like, this does not immediately snowball into something like we are used to seeing with a Dragon's early game. So now you're in this spot where it's a little awkward. What kind of fights are you choosing? No big neutral objectives. Maybe we just hit the pause button for 3 minutes until a Fury comes back. But where can they find this pressure? And specifically for Scream, I think he's been knocked out a couple of these fights. Getting something big to get online would be very comfortable, and I can't think of a better target than Freya.
Freya has beads and ultimate. Uses the ultimate to get out. That's a blink in from Scream, but knowing Scream, that's a trade that he is happy to take, a blink in order to get some defensive utility out of Netrioid, just for the opportunity of remaining aggressive. So you have to talk about some scaling here for the Camelot Kings. Gold lead's still very close, but you got to look at Chiron and Freya both later on in the game. Normally it's Netrioid on this Chiron, and you talked a bit about build path possibilities for BigManTingz. Eventually, you're considering Titan's Bane, Big Shred, burst ability damage items like that. And that's where these Kings games usually tilt later on in the game, even if they're a bit behind. But not happy with the state of the game. How about that, Centaurus? Genetics sets it up and BigManTingz almost knocks it down. It would be criminal to escape this with no kills for the Camelot Kings. Scream avoids the slow. Beneath the tier 1 tower he goes, and CaptainTwig hits his abilities. Genetics does as well, and a 2-kill swing back to the Kings.
And what a good engage. I mean, Genetics, the walls, the lockdown for the Kings, just so good. And then it's the follow-up, right? And I'm much like you, looking at teams, curious. Like, what's your build going to be? Is it going to be Netrioid's build? Are you going to go something a little bit different for your own style, your own flair? You know, things like you said, Titan's Bane later, but the Heartseeker later. Things that allow that ult to just pop and hit hard. But you get to see it hit hard here as well. Slows come through. Maybe a world where Scream's able to juke out one more time and completely dodge out Twig, not die. But what a great set of kills for them. And again, it's just chipping away at this lead. It's a perfect play style for the Kings right now, because while the Dragons have had this early game, they've been aggressive, you're finding not only punches back to counter their aggression, but putting yourselves in a spot where 5-on-5 team fights, you're not going to be super far behind. In fact, I'm starting to think that you're maybe favored because of how well these ults and abilities have just been being placed.
There are still some good gold advantages for the Jade Dragons. One of them right here for PandaCat. That might change though. Aegis gets used. Onto the wall he goes. Is there any support from the Jade Dragons? Yes, there is. Rotating in from mid. PandaCat will have to use Aegis, but stays alive. So important because Panda has started to build up pressure over here on left. Look at the net worth charts on the left side of your screen. 800 gold or so. PandaCat is above Netrioid right now, so you've got a good foothold over here if you're the Jade Dragons. And as such, I like the Kings playing the numbers game and seeing if they can grab a kill onto the Chernobog, especially with that Fury about to respawn.
Now, Dave, I want to take you back a few games. The last time Netrioid was playing Freya against the Dragons. Yep. And one of the big problems was, one, lack of penetration in the late game, so it didn't necessarily do too much in terms of damage against tanks. But two, was how late game the Freya needed to be. I mean, Freya does not do a lot for the first few levels. You get these 2 rings, and maybe now, you know, you're not feeling terrible. You're not getting run over. But you're not really finding your solo kills either. I think that this is the right kind of augmentation from the Kings to really give them what they need. You've got really early game centric jungler and solo laner. I mean, you're bullying fineokay right now for free.
fineokay is going to get some support from the rest of his team. Or maybe it's Twig who needs some support, because here comes Chernobog. It's in behind Variety. CaptainTwig uses the beads, not enough. And fineokay finds another answer for the Jade Dragons, and it looks like one and done for this Dragon squad. Pyromancer's about to respawn. There's also a tier 1 tower the Dragons can look towards.
Yeah, this is a really good time to be aggressive over here, and a really good opening for him. I was thinking that they're going to get fineokay there. Now Variety, he's the one on the chopping block. Eagles Rally can get you so far, and maybe, yeah, it gets the stun, but I don't think they have the re-engage that they really want. Might not be the opening for the Pyromancer. In fact, the Kings actually want the fight.
Genetics wants this. BigManTingz does not have Centaurus, but he does have a good bit of damage. Scream dancing around the back of this fight. fineokay dashes back forward, gets a knockup, but not the kill onto Variety, and it's been turned around in BigManTingz with his second of the game. And it's fineokay who has done too much. The back and forth gore Making my head hurt. And this time the Jade Dragons thought they could get one, and now it's the Pyromancer on the menu for the Kings.
Yeah, I think, and that's just good timing, right? The Dragons have that pressure, and they have the option. Do you go for the tier 1 and push harder, or do you fall back to the Pyro? The Pyro was just awkwardly timed, that trying to push forward maybe wouldn't have worked out as well as they wanted. So they go for the tower. Unfortunately, you kind of overstay your welcome, right? You go for a little too much and put yourselves in a spot where it's a little easier for the Camelot Kings to come up and just re-engage. I think that's been the MO for Genetics here. The way this Cabrakan is changing the just landscape of every single fight, right? Bringing up the walls, really ruining like otherwise really good attempts from the Dragons to disengage. It has been phenomenal for him. And it's similar to what we saw in the Ymir a few games ago, where it's just he is the reason his team are finding as much success. It's his lockdown that is then making everything else happen. You know, when you go through and have conversations about MVPs, players like that, obviously KDAs look really good for the carries, but Genetics' play on field and mechanics so far this game have just been on point.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some greatness from both of these supports throughout this set. Mike now 2 levels ahead, maybe 1 over Genetics, though. And the walls for Mike, you can't count those out as the game goes on. Put a little CC towards Variety, but again, it's almost a bait in by Variety, and the Camelot Kings rally around their solo laner and send some damage back towards the Jade Dragons. Dueling Dragons push Variety into his grave, and the Dragons turn around the turnaround, and they'll add their 5th and have eyes for the Oni Fury.
And look, they should be able to pick this up. I mean, you might be able to engage on this team. Still has ult. Genetics has ult. Good wall from Mike just to keep some space.
That was close.
I was wondering if Tingz was either going to go for the steal like he did, or if they were trying to look for the fight. I don't think this is something you can count the Kings out of yet. I mean, like you said, this has just been punch, counter punch, and then counter punch in some circumstances. I think you got to be careful because the late game scaling for both of these teams gets a little crazy. But as long as I see this Freya, look, 3 rings on, you got to start looking like you're going to be strong.
Wow, Genetics has played this Cabrakan so well. And this one is simple. It's a step forward and a wall. But there's an answer back from Screammmmm, and it's a return kill onto Genetics. Both supports down. Now Netrioid into Valkyrie's discretion glides away from the Jade Dragons. And that'll be that. 1 support down aside, but a tier 1 tower for the Kings to keep the gold close.
And look, again, most important tier 1. I don't care that they've lost the one on left. I don't care that they lost the one on right. Mid-tier 1s give you so much just to afford things on the map. I mean, being able to walk forward now, red buff, back camps, greater scorpion, all sorts of things on the side of the Dragons are easier to invade and get away with if you're the Kings, and it's harder to fall back from if you're the Dragons. Easier chase down on their side. So map state, again, maybe slightly favorable only in that regard. Otherwise, it has been a very, very good fight here for the Dragons. And I like where their pressure is going. And again, looking at where these builds adapt and how they're changing them. Once again, Screammmmm has gone into the Erendite, gone into the Magi's, pretty much his go-to when he's on the Pele. But you've got the Soul Reaver online. Now you've got a Wind Demon online for PandaCat. If you're looking at one-on-ones between the PandaCat and Netrioid, probably going to favor the crit a little bit, but if you're looking at team fight potential, I'm still looking at big damage numbers coming out from specifically PandaCat and being very applicable to a lot of members of the Kings.
On the flip side, though, I look at where PandaCat's got this 1 level lead and how much easier it has been on this Chernobog, because it feels like Panda's been playing with even a slight lead over here on the left side of the map in the Jade Dragons wins so far here in this set, and how much better and easier it really is for a Chernobog to take that lead elsewhere. You know, in past games we've said, well, Panda has a lead. Can the Dragons move the fighting to that side of the map?
Yeah.
This game, PandaCat's taking that lead wherever he wants, and that's been a big difference where the Chernobog has been able to ult in with a 2-level lead at level 19 at nearly the 20-minute mark. Should be the first to reach level 20. Now the Camelot Kings have fallen just a bit behind, mostly, if not entirely, through objective play, but not so far behind. I don't think the Kings fans hyper worried just yet, because some of those important items starting to spool up now. BigManTingz into the Charged Morningstar, tier 2 item there. And the Chiron has already made some big differences in a lot of these fights score. I still think that that's a big looming threat for the Jade Dragons, and the ability to slow down his death. Centaurus, so good at pausing a dive and returning a little damage, even if he dies on the other end.
And the thing that I think is making things even worse for the Dragons on the horizon of these next couple of fights, the way to counter out the Freya earlier was at this point in the build, we're talking tier 2 Bancrofts, you had just a butt ton of magical defense to really help you out, right? I mean, you had a heart word plus everything in fineokay's build. They were built different against this comp, but that was because they had an Eset to deal with and then a Nike. You know, it wasn't a lot of like damage coming out from the Kings outside of the Freya. Here, it's not just the Freya.
Wall up from Mike, but up goes Netrioid. To Valkyrie's discretion, fineokay, he's wanting to fight. That's a blink forward and a nice wall, but look! Oh, it's a Phantom Shell that gets value for the Jade Dragons as Twig has enough damage to turn around one onto Mike. fineokay takes Netrioid up, and down crashes the Freya into a whole world of pain. A killing spree from PandaCat and a 1-kill swing for the Jade Dragons.
Yeah, being able to just pick up that extra on Mike goes deep. I mean, that is an aggressive play. You are using a defensive relic to get closer to the other team. Well played for him, but it has definitely been, I think, again, very worthwhile for it. You just pointed out here, 0-5 for Mike. 5 of the 8 kills onto 1 support. And the reason I like things like that when you get to see that is really that means nothing, right? I mean, yeah, you're going to get the same amount of gold for him. He still has a 2-level lead over Genetic. He's got 7 affected kills of the 8 that the team has had. Like, he's still impacting the plays, even though he's the one who's trading out for it. It's very similar. I'm going to call it a Scream style, except he's not getting the kills. He's just making sure they happen.
That's the life of a Ymir, isn't it? I'm going to walk in. I'm going to pop the Phantom Shell. We're going to W key. I might die, but you guys are going to win the fight, and I'll send you forth. And a good look for the Jade Dragon support, even with a handful of deaths here in game number 5. Now again, none of this is big gold swinging type plays for the Jade Dragons. We're in pretty similar spots. It's this next Gold Fury where the Camelot Kings and now a Heart Seeker for BigManTingz can flex those muscles a bit. Because what we haven't seen, Gore, is like the big Centaurus damage start. Potential catch out onto Scream here. This would be nice for the Camelot Kings. Wall's nice from Genetics, but an ult in from PandaCat. Centaurus flies from BigManTingz, and a backpedal away by the rest of the Camelot Kings.
Now look, that was quickly a 2-on-2 turned into a 5-on-5. The rotations, so quick. Gold Fury's up over here. Look, the way these teams are going, the way these fights are going, you can't get an FG with just 2 picks if you're losing 1 or 2 in the process.
This would equalize game number 5. The Kings get the Gold Fury and consider us close to equalize. The Gold Fury back to the Camelot Kings, get some good shred. And 1.6K at 23 minutes. We're scoffing at it. BigManTingz still waiting to get that ultimate back. What I was about to say prior to that fight breaking out is what I feel like we haven't seen is the Centaurus fight starter just yet. Variety's got to use his ultimate to get out. But it's the immediate poke damage in moments like this from BigManTingz to poke out that backline.
Well, now they're going to get brought up. I mean, Tings is in trouble. If he doesn't have his ult, he's not going to be able to do too much.
Oh, the dueling dragons! That's unbelievable from Pegon. What a read! And it gives the kill to the Jade Dragons. And PandaCat loses half of his health, and that is it. Back to the FG. Go the Dragons, a bit of damage onto the big objective, but the Kings still have some legs in this fight.
Look, 40 seconds without a mid laner over here. You can get aggressive, but Scream's taking a lot of poke in the process.
No, it's another dive onto a carry, and another Phantom Shell forward from Mike. The wall onto Netrioid is good this time, but CaptainTwig wailing away. Can't finish off the kills, but Variety sure can. fineokay is underneath the tier 2 tower over here on the right side of the map, and the Jade Dragons have again pulled a 1-kill advantage, but underneath the tier 2 tower.
And with the minions, with the damage, with the numbers on their side, that should be a tier 2 pretty easily for them. But then on top of that, you can either keep pushing forward. If you get a kill, that opens up a Phoenix.
All freeze from Mike and follow up from Scream. This is a big one from the Jade Dragons. Scream on a double. And the Jade Dragons open up the right side of the map of the Camelot Kings and re-extend out that gold lead. And PolarBearMike has added 4 assists in the last couple of seconds. And the Jade Dragons rally around there, Ymir.
And just what a great style play. Again, and it starts, you highlighted it, a aggressive Phantom Shell. Wants to get in there, wants to fight, and finds the freeze. I just love the way that they're playing this, just the aggression that they have onto them. But the lockdown, right? It's knowing that the walls that Genetics is using now defensively, just to keep you out, are now in your favor because you can wall up. There's nowhere to go behind you. There's nowhere to go in front of you. They're stuck in the engagement. Scream's able to close the gap. I have to give a shout out to Panda. He died in that. It doesn't even matter because he dashed into the wall and kept so much space, so much attention on himself for long enough that the Dragons were able to turn a fight around in the blue buff.
Did give a bit of shutdown gold over to the Camelot Kings, and prior to that tier 2 tower and the fight loss, the Kings were much closer in gold. Talk about a game-changing fight now. Game 5, Fire Giant pulled. Jade Dragons are able to secure it, and CaptainTwig jumps in, and that'll be the last thing he does in this life. The chase down from the Dragons.
Look at Panda.
With PandaCat as he's found variety. Netrioid backing away, uses Valkyrie's discretion, but fineokay and Mike, they're on the hunt, and they need the double stun from Genetics to escape. Variety with the up-down goes down, and the Camelot Kings down to 3.
40 seconds without Twig, 50 without Variety. You can put pressure on this Phoenix. Maybe the easiest that we've gotten to see sub 30 minutes for the entire set of Masters. And again, they're going to be able to pick this up. The problem is going to be pushing forward. fineokay wants the fight, and they're going to go in.
The Jade Dragons may be eyeing a game end here in Game 5, but instead, it is simply pressure. But now, the largest gold deficit the Kings have looked at. Here in Game 5, you're closing in on 6,500 and nearly 10,000 experience. As your hopes of winning SMITE Summer Masters score may have just slipped away over the last couple of minutes.
Now, the good news is, 15 seconds, Variety's back. That wall misses from Mike, a rare one so far this game. But that's a big, big breath of relief for the Kings. Maybe not enough to save this Phoenix, especially with a pull on a Netrioid.
Dueling Dragons, hello! And the Jade Dragons are able to follow up on it yet again. And could that be the game-ending play from the rookie mid laner to the Jade Dragons, who is now on a rampage? CaptainTwig clinging to life, and that's just about it. He will lure the afterlife away, and the mid lane Phoenix will drop.
And now the low health bars back off. Gotta play it careful. 30 seconds till Genetics is back. Fire Giant, 2 minutes still left on that one, so you don't have to worry about it disappearing. Pyromancer, got a Primal Fury coming up. If you're playing long-term right now for the Dragons, these are going to fall down, line the pockets with gold. And look, we're looking at a ton of power spikes. A lot of these guys are on tier 2s, tier 1s, on the final item of their build. Scream's the only one who's kind of skipped over one to get that extra little buckler at the very end. But this gold, this back, is going to be monumental for what the Dragons are going to be bringing in terms of items. I also expect a lot of vision, probably a few relic upgrades in there as well. You know, the power punch that they just had, what they're bringing into the next fight is going to be even stronger, even bigger. And the engages have just been so on point. It's these meditations. I mean, even small things like the Wing Blade picked up from Mike, slowing down Tingz, slowing down Twig, slowing down Netrioid from getting as much damage as they can out there. I think that all of this has really culminated into pretty much exactly what you want to see if you're watching for the Dragons here, and if you're expecting them to be able to hit as hard as they can and come back from what was that deficit there in game number 3. This is the style of play that they wanted to bring, and unfortunately the Kings, even after keeping pace with it earlier on, feel it starting to slip through, and I think some of it is what you highlighted. Tingz not using that ult as much as an opener, has really been trying to just stay alive and survive some of these fights. That could be a really big difference maker. Has the Heartseeker now, Brawlers, your Transcendence almost there on your Titan's Bane, but not quite. And that's what the Kings are lacking out on right now. That gold is really starting to weigh down because Tingz isn't able to finish that. You have no real penetration from Netrioid. You can feel it weighing around their necks and pulling them down.
Camelot Kings potentially feeling another mid-year tournament slip away from them here as the Jade Dragons potentially on the verge of winning 2 straight games to win SMITE Summer Masters. And think about the journey the Dragons have taken. Coming into this year with a rookie mid laner, looked good, made a jungle change recently, didn't lose many games, and here they are. Maybe one team fight away, 30 minutes into Game 5, from stealing the crown atop the heads of the Camelot Kings and putting it on their own. fineokay, top of the damage charts, top of the pressure charts if we had them. King Arthur will continue to roam around on right, force the Camelot Kings to make some decisions. He's just simply not taking damage.
And we got to see something there. The only person Mike could wall off and not care about it was Twig in the passive. But look how much damage he's taking. There's the Dueling Dragons just off the mark. Again, I love the positioning here from the Dragons. Twig's already taken so much damage, and they've got 2 fire minion waves moving into the base right now. The Kings have to pull back.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons, they simply have time. The Jade Dragons can simply wait, but they will wait no longer as the Jade Dragons have eyes for the Titan, and so do the fire minions. Out goes Scream. Poke damage from BigManTingz, but it's 4 ultimates down from the Camelot Kings and 3 Phoenixes off the map.
They tried to do the old Dazzler, right? Like, hey, look over here, left lane, that's where you want to be. Scream goes deep, Genetics is in, but this might not be the play.
The Camelot Kings get a double stun and a double banish, but do they have the gold? Do they have the damage? Because a freeze from Mike has turned it around. The Camelot Kings are wiped from the map. The Jade Dragons put the crown on their own head, and it's PandaCat with 3 that has just sealed the deal. BigManTingz will be walled off once more. Double kill for Pegon, triple kill for Panda, and all 5 to the Jade Dragons in Game 5 to your SMITE Summer Masters champions.
Look, you're looking at a team that came in, and it's all on that fight on right? It's nothing in the last, like, 10 minutes. It is a fight on right where they get aggressive, and that opens up space for the Dragons. It doesn't even immediately culminate into a massive gold lead, but it gets a couple of kills, and it turns the tide around of the fight. From that point forward, it steps. Next time they fight over there, guess what? It's another Phantom Shell forward, and then that one gets them a Fire Giant and a Tier 2. It's a lot of pressure, but all focused on that right-hand side, all focused on some really good aggression, great play from Mike, great relic usage, good damage. I mean, everybody stepped up.
You could feel a tone shift there in game number 4 where the Jade Dragons suddenly got back to their quick, high-octane, run-it-down style of gameplay, and it pays off. Roster moves have paid off. Jade Dragons, they are SMITE Summer Masters champions. They do it in 5. And what a payoff for the Dragons and the rest of their squad. Gore, I'll let you rejoin the desk, and the desk will take this one home.
While Caster Gore walks over to join me back on the desk, one final time for SMITE Summer's Masters, we crown the Jade Dragons as your Phase 2 SMITE Summer Masters champions. And what a way to do so in Game 5 fashion of the Grand Finals. As going into the game, it's 28 of the 30 possible games played this weekend. The Jade Dragons are the ones who come out on top with a masterclass performance by all the players on their team. fineokay from the Soul Lane, Scream out of the jungle. The rookie, have to keep stressing this, the rookie who has only had 8 months of competitive play in the Pro League, putting on a masterclass performance in the mid, and then obviously Mike and PandaCat. Been doing it for a long time, keep doing it through here. And it's the Jade Dragons who come out on top of it all.
About 5 minutes, 10 minutes into that game, if the Kings win, who's going to be the MVP? And I can name one. I can say immediately Genetics. If you ask me who on the Dragons, I don't know where to put it. I mean, every single one of them was doing something throughout all of that set that really opened things up. There were definitely some lapses, right, in moments. Game 3 specifically was one that was big for the entire team. But in that last one, you're getting great walls, great freezes, great setup from Mike. You're getting great relic usage, which is something you don't get to see often. PandaCat is having 2 nuts games back-to-back on the Chernobog. The Pele, while maybe it wasn't as flashy in this last one, I think was very, very much a huge purveyor of why this was such a solid game for them. And even towards the very end there, I mean, with fire minions, you got the Pele over on the other side slowly walking in to hit some of those autos just to make sure that the Titan isn't full health, and it kind of distracts the Kings. I think they just played, again, incredibly well. From first blood to the very end. There were definitely a lot of moments for 15 minutes there that balanced out on the Kings, but it was this fight on right that really solidified things.
And then not just from here, moving over into that mid lane fight shortly after, the dueling Dragons out of Pegon. Now remember, we came into this game, we looked at Yu Huang and we saw 10 games played, 2 of them had been won, a 20% win rate on this god. And you were just sitting there thinking, that's kind of a risky one when you're going into Game 5. And Pegon shows us with dueling dragon after dueling dragon, pushing tank after tank, in the mid lane Phoenix, pulling Netrioid back in and nearly one-tapping him right after. Remind us just what this god is capable of, just what kind of damage output that he can do, and just how good Pegon is on this god.
And again, I think we get to see something that you don't get to see often, right? Coming in on your first year of the SPL, usually some growing pains. Pegon, I think, has just stepped up and knocked it out of the park so far this year. Again, a lot of things that we've seen for the Dragons have been insane, but I want to talk about a different set of Dragons, the dueling Dragons that Pegon was throwing out there. Several times where there might not have been a fight, Pegon just makes one happen. I mean, pulling Netrioid out, forcing a lot of uncomfortable play. I think that between him going, 7-0-11 and the 7-1-10 / line for PandaCat, you get a really massive performance out of your carries here for the Dragons that is definitely one to be proud of.
Absolutely insane performance out of both of these teams throughout the entirety of this weekend, throughout the entirety of the 2 weeks of play. But in this final game, in this final set, it's the Jade Dragons who come out on top, putting together all of the efforts they have made this year into changing their roster. Had a mid lane swap at the beginning of the year, bringing on the rookie Pegon. Everybody was raising eyebrows going, is this rookie really going to be it? You mean you're replacing Hurrywin, who's SPL caliber talent. Before that, it was you're replacing CaptainTwig, SPL caliber talent. And now you go here and see, well, who's this mid laner Pegon? We've only seen him from SCC. He stepped up big. Then we get to the literal last week of SPL. It's like, wow, a brand new jungler on this team as well for this team, at least in this phase out here. How's it going to go? Seems it worked out very well. We do have standing by Dolson with a post-game interview with the Jade Dragons.
PandaCat with me, and Panda, congrats. You guys were able to close things out here. Game number 5, you win SMITE Summer Masters. Now look, this Jade Dragons roster, the core of you guys, you've won some of these mid-year tournaments in the past. You win this one here, SMITE Summer Masters. Does this feel different given the roster changes, bringing in Pegon at the beginning of the year? Does this one here in the middle of the year feel a bit different from wins of past?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have a lot to. It feels like we have a lot to prove. Through the year, we ended up like 6th seed before the whole roster shenanigans and stuff, and we also picked up Daniel, who's a rookie, whatever, never played in the pro league. And I feel like we've kind of been going against the tide a lot, and like during this entire split and phase. And I feel like winning this is just a huge morale boost, and it obviously feels great, but the job's not done.
Yeah, look, you got a whole phase 3 and World Championships to look forward to. Talk to me about that though. Job's not done. There was a lot of conversation around honeymoon phase. Look, you guys added Scream. You won what, like 5-6 straight 2-0 sets. Just how long is this honeymoon phase gonna be? Is there a come down from it, or are you guys all the way to Worlds?
I was gonna ask you the same question. What really is a honeymoon phase? Like, put it this way.
Hey,
I'm assuming if we picked up Scream and we lost all our games, it wouldn't be the honeymoon phase,
right?
But we win, so it's the honeymoon phase. When is it not the honeymoon phase? What is a honeymoon phase?
Who knows?
I don't know if I'm a firm believer in a honeymoon phase, to be honest. I think obviously when you get a roster swap, you have another like flame reignite inside of you, and you are, really excited to play and really excited to work together and just build up the teamwork and stuff and win. And I guess that in itself can be considered a honeymoon phase, but I don't know. I don't believe in a honeymoon phase. I think we're gonna keep going strong to Worlds, just keep improving, be the best we can be, and hopefully take it all at the end of the year.
It's a great look from you guys, and really I love the momentum shift that we got, specifically looking at games 4 and 5 here in this set. A couple of the earlier games, a bit longer, a bit more drawn out. Did the team kind of reassess, re-strategize around your draft to pick up the pace a bit there in games 4 and 5?
Yeah, I mean, the Kings are such a good team, man. Shout out to them. They obviously play the game so well, so disciplined. They know exactly what they want to do when they want to do it. Their macro play is so good. Their micro play. I mean, if it's any team that would beat us, I'm sure it'd be the Kings who would definitely take it home. But yeah, I think we made a couple good adjustments after games 2 and 3 or 2-3. I think we lost 2-3.
It was a long set, yeah.
We lost 2 and 3 and then 1 4
right.
and 5, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, I mean we've been playing for like 5 hours.
I know it's been a long day.
No, for sure. I think we made a couple really big adjustments throughout the draft, which I'm really proud of the team for. Obviously, the Kings were doing a little bit of a pressure draft against us in a couple of those games, and they kind of just taken over from minutes 1 through 5, and it feels super impressive. But no, for sure, we made some adjustments. Obviously, jammed a little bit more pressure. Tweaked our matchups a little bit, tweaked where we wanted to pick everybody, and ended up coming out on top.
Jazzberry jammed a bit more pressure, right? And get the SMITE Summer Masters win. PandaCat, congrats. It's an exciting 5-game set. You guys are on top of SMITE Summer Masters. Enjoy it. You get some downtime. Excited to see you guys in Phase 3. And with that, we'll head back to the desk to break this one down.
And thank you so much, Dolson and PandaCat, for standing by for our post-game interview. Confidence, to say the least, out of PandaCat and the Jade Dragons. Making all these roster adjustments is never something easy to do. At the beginning of the year, you get some time to kind of mess around with it, and then coming right before a big event. I mean, we were, again, a week before Masters. The Dragons make this adjustment, and they've been looking hot ever since that adjustment, ever since Scream has come to this roster. It feels like a breath of fresh air, and as PandaCat said in that post-game interview, It's not stopping here, Gore. This is not something that is stopping at Summer Masters. It's not stopping in phase number 2. They are shooting for phase 3 and for Worlds at this brace.
Yeah, and honestly, I like that that's where their mentality is at, right? I mean, this is a huge chunk of change for them, right? 40K that is immediately won. It's 20,000 more than you get per second. Like, it feels like a big win, but their mindset is immediately not just on, okay, so what can we do with it? We already had the video of what they can spend their cash earnings on. This is on, okay, yeah, we did this. Can we keep it up? Can we do this in phase 3? Can we do this at Worlds? Because for 3 of these guys, they've done it once. They want to do it again, right? Everybody on this team wants to try doing so. And so, you know, especially for someone like Pegon, it's nice to know that the hunger is there for the Dragons beyond this. I mean, it's interesting to hear something like that after what I would argue is a very monumental win for this week.
Well, it has been a very intense day of Smite, an intense weekend and 2 weeks, I must say, of Smite for Summer's Masters. Let's take one final look at the schedule, because if you're just now tuning in, I'm sorry, you've missed everything that could have happened today. If you've missed anything else that's happened this weekend, we'll go over to our YouTube channel, Smite VOD, shortly after, and we should have those VODs up to you that way. You guys can go back and watch the 2-1 win for the Oni Warriors in our 3rd place match that started at the beginning of the day, and the 3-2 victory Game 5 set that the Jade Dragons have taken themselves to crown as the Phase 2 champions.
Somewhere in one of those VODs is me and you wearing shark masks.
That is true. That was...
I only remember because it's right here in front of me.
That was 4.5 hours ago, Gore. That's
a long time.
That is a long time. It has been a long day for us. It's been especially a long day for you. I got to give another shout out to Gore Miser. If you guys didn't catch on the drift so far, he has cast and desk 8 straight games of Smite today, from 11 a.m. until currently 7:04 p.m. and still currently counting. Gore Miser's been doing it all.
That's just part of the job.
Well, you've been
like literally.
But it is part of the job. It's you're a legend. You're a legend for stepping up.
Can you tell my brain's a little fried? I can't think of
bit.
anything other than Smite right now. I don't know what exists in the real world anymore.
Well, Gore, thank you so much for sticking around the entirety of the day. Thank you to our fans for sticking around for the weekend. On behalf of myself, Gore Miser, Dave, all the other casters, production,
shark guy,
and everyone else behind the scenes, thank you for tuning in to Smite Masters, and we'll see you guys for Phase 3.